Yeah, I don't know. He'll have to, if he is here to promote the book, he'll be around the club shop, I would have thought, which is at the opposite end of the ground to us. So there's absolutely no way I will know if he's here or not. So Stephen has emailed.
Will he be coming up to visit us?
He did at the end of last year. He tends not to, but if I invite him, I'll see if actually, if he is, I will message him. That's a good idea. But Bowles, Rue pushes that out to point, and there's no run. So Stephen Clark has emailed, but he was about 10 minutes late. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I was talking to a couple of Somerset gentlemen and reminded them where the exit gate is.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Well, Stephen's stirring things up there a little bit. Yeah, there's one or two fans here, isn't there, from West Country?
Yes.
For this game, staying in the hotel is but Bowles, and it's wide of off stump.
Well, we got the usual travelling contingent headed by Tractor, who you would have answered.
Yes.
When at the West of England Cricket Society, because he's a regular there, and it was asked intelligent questions. He's over there with his group, and Somerset isn't very far away from Hampshire, so it's not a difficult trip.
Easy one.
And of course there will be Somerset fans living in Hampshire, Southampton, Portsmouth and so on.
Yeah, not many. Here's Abbott. Fox Rue drives. Goes out into the covers.
I mean Somerset expats.
Expats. Does it feel like a wrench when you move out of Somerset? Have you felt it difficult being out of Somerset?
No, I'm a Devonian.
Oh right.
I'm a West Countryman.
Yes.
So I support Somerset first and Gloucestershire second.
Okay.
One at the top at the moment and the other at the bottom.
They are, aren't they? Have they got a point yet, Gloucestershire? Haven't got many, have they?
No.
Abbott comes in again, it's wide of off stump, and Rue leaves alone. Yes, they're having a tough time, Gloucestershire.
Well, they've lost so many bowlers during the winter, that's the problem. Mark Lane, Director of Cricket there.
Boo Boo.
No, they haven't got a point yet. They're 124 for 7.
Well, they've lost a wicket already this morning.
Yeah.
Abbott has 2 slips and a very fine gully. Bowles, Rue just pushes that length ball just in front of square this time, so they come through for a single. And he keeps the strike. That's a mark of a good player who, on the last ball of the over, gets a single, keeps the strike. And Tom Abel will have to watch from the non-striker's end at the start of the next over once more.
It was interesting hearing Steve Kirby talking about James Rue. And he said, I mean, obviously, technically he's very correct, he's got a superb eye, but Steve Kirby put a lot of emphasis on his intellectual, mental strength. He says he's very good at assessing a situation and problem solving.
Okay.
Which I think is, it's been said ever since he came into the side back in 2022, I think it was, 2023 maybe, that he's got an old head on young shoulders, and that's certainly true. And he's going to be facing Sonny Baker from this hotel end, going around the wicket to the left-hander in bowls, and this is punched away into the offside, but won't get it past Gubbins at extra cover. Decent crowd, not quite so many as there were yesterday. 1,200. Chap down below, one of the stewards, told me the attendance was here yesterday. I would have thought it might have been a few more than that.
Yeah, but it is Somerset.
I would have thought Somerset one of the more attractive sides to watch. Here's Baker in bowls, and there's a single here that comes off the inside edge down to backwards square leg. It's not quite such a attractive batting lineup as it is when Tom Kohler-Cadmore is featuring, but you know, the prospect of when TKC is fit again, you know, of TKC, James Rue, Tom Abel, Tom Banton when he comes back into the side, and of course Will Smeed if he keeps his place. I mean, you know, some fine attacking stroke players there.
Yeah. Oh no, I was joking, obviously.
Here's Baker to Abel. Oh, a half volley, or I think it was an attempted Yorker, which is driven back past the bowler and well stopped at mid-on by Liam Dawson.
Now, you guys are always a tough game, there's no doubt about that.
Well, yeah, except against Hampshire. We've lost 5 of the last county championship games and haven't won any of them. Although we had much the better of things last September.
Rained a bit, didn't it?
Baker in the bowls to Abel, who lets that go through, and that goes through quickly to Ben Brown. That really nipped off the pitch.
Good shape on the ball as well.
Yeah.
Terrific shape.
Oh, he is quick, isn't he?
Yeah. As I say, that control now has made him.
Quickest I've seen so far this year.
Yeah.
He's 2 yards quicker than Pennington and Ollie Stone.
Yeah. He's a 25% better bowler this year.
He's in and bowls to Abel, who gets a good ball and plays it well out into the offside.
I'd love to see that one again, if we can. We're on the picture feed. I'd love to see a replay of that, because that looks as though it's just angled into the right-hander. We may not get it, but the one before just shaped away nicely. Don't think we are going to get it.
He's certainly keeping these 2 Somerset batsmen on their toes. Just the 1 run from the over so far, as he's into a ball and lets that go outside the off stump. Through to Ben Brown, end of that Sonny Baker over. Another good over from the youngster born in Torquay. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23.
Fellow Devonian.
He is, absolutely. Well, quite a few Devonians in the Somerset camp. Tom Lammerby's another one, Craig Overton, of course, Lewis Gregory. But they've all come up through the Somerset pathway, as have a good many other cricketers now plying their trade around the country. Like Ben Green and Casey Aldridge.
Kyle Abbott, they're starting a new over from the pavilion end, past the umpire. Bowls. Forward is Rue. It's his accurate start here from Hampshire this morning. And they need to, because the pitch isn't offering quite so much today.
But they've got to break this partnership, haven't they? So I'm stating the blindingly obvious, but if they can break this partnership, they've got Will Smeed coming in next, who is playing only his 2nd game of county championship cricket and looked very nervous.
Did he?
Against Essex at Chelmsford, yeah. Obviously desperately keen to do well.
Abbott in again. Runs towards us and bowls. Another good length ball. Who's going to take a quick single here? Again, the ball is just pushed just in front of square. Good running. Rue moves on to 80, and the Somerset total on to 162 for 3. They trail by 76 runs. Yes, these two have been together since 5:30 last night, when Archie Vaughan was out hooking to Sonny Baker. That was 74 for 3. Closing in on a 100 partnership.
The biggest partnership they put together, these two, was 313 against Notts at Trent Bridge last year. But that should have an asterisk against it, because it was a Kookaburra ball game. And the pitch did absolutely nothing.
Did nothing. Unlike the pitch when we were up there, God, it did absolutely everything. As Abel comfortably enough.
That was the game in which Somerset declined to take the new ball, and they kept the same ball for 157 overs. It's now in the Somerset Cricket Museum.
I hate to think what state that might be.
But they didn't want to give the batsman the benefit of a nice hard ball. And once the possibility of reverse swing has gone with the Kookaburra, that's just about it.
Yes. God, that must have been fun. for a while. It's another good leave and another good delivery, close to off stump from Abbott. Well, they're testing these two out this morning as much as they can, but there's not a lot out there. There's a little bit of shape from time to time, but the pitch doesn't seem to be giving too much help.
But they haven't offered any freebies.
No, which is all you can do as a bowler. If it's all you can do is bowl as tightly as possible and just hope one does enough and something happens. Here's Abbott, bowls. Abel clips that away down to fine leg. He moves on to 35, 163 for 3 now, Somerset. So yeah, good cricket this morning. 20 minutes of play. Somerset have added 19.
Been made to work hard for every run.
No, so it's not 19, they've added 9. Yes, 9 runs in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Couple of twos, apart from that, all been singles.
Field changes for the left-hander. Even the slip and gully have changed. Toby Abbott's moved to about 1.5 slips. And Ben Mays has moved to a gully. Here's Abbott, bowls. Again in that area behind square. This time there isn't a single. That's the end of the over. We'll have a quick change in the commentary. Anthony Gibson will make way for Simon, the analyst, Hughes, who's with us for the first time this season. So 41 overs gone of the Somerset reply. And they are now 75 runs behind. Oh, he's got his own earphones as well. He travels with his own headphones. Doesn't use the old Communal Garden headphones that we have here. I forgot actually he travels around, because he has been with us a few times. Those of you that are regular watchers and listeners will know that he's been with us a few days last year. He's just got to untangle. Have you used those this year? They look like they haven't been touched since September. They are in a tangle, to say the least. Here's Sonny Baker, runs away from us. Good length ball. Again, it's good shape through to Ben Brown, but Abel's not playing at that one. Do you want to use... I suppose you spend 20 minutes doing that. What on earth have you been doing with those? They look like a spider's web. So Abel this morning has added 6 to his overnight total. Ready to face the next delivery from Sonny Baker. My word, it's a good job you've come prepared. As Baker comes in again, it's good shape, but it bounces awkwardly in front of Ben Brown, who does well, but just a little wide. You've missed half your commentary stint here, and let me help you, because they're still tangled. I'd love to know what you've been doing with these headphones during the winter. Yours, right? Let's just plug you in. Finally got you plugged in. Hello.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Morning.
Honestly. I'm not sure what was more interesting, whether watching you untangle those or watching the cricket. I couldn't quite work it out. Didn't know where to look.
That's poor.
Well,
It's a bit like my cricket career, really.
no, it wasn't. No, on the contrary. That's another good length from Baker. Abel's in behind that one. On the contrary, I never used to like facing you.
No, but what I meant was a sort of preparation part, you know, getting ready for the day. I wasn't the best.
No, you weren't. Actually, that's that part of it you weren't. I remember that.
My podcast co-host, Simon Mann, always has a go at me about that, you know, the sort of turning up and half an hour before a Sunday League game with no kit, turning up 40 minutes before a NatWest final because I'd forgotten that the Notting Hill Carnival was on, so I'd got a bit stuck in traffic, things like that.
Baker again. That's clipped away just wide of mid-on past a diving Liam Dawson, and that's going for 4. Didn't initially look as though it had enough legs on it, but Dawson couldn't quite get there, and the ball in the end has run away for a boundary, and he moves on to 39.
It's probably the first sort of easy scoring opportunity that Hampshire have offered, isn't it, this morning? I mean, there was a couple of full balls from Sonny Baker, but that was quite a nice sort of juicy half volley, nicely put away by Tom Abel, because the line was just outside off stump, but he just hit it almost Viv Richards-like through wide mid-on.
Didn't he? Took it from fairly straight, didn't he? But almost middle and off. That is Viv Richards-esque.
Well, yeah. Well, Somerset, isn't it? You know.
It's a nice Nice comparison. We've had James Rue compared to Marcus Truscothick, and now Abel compared to Viv Richards. Here's Baker. It's outside the off stump once more. And Abel's looking to leave anything on that line.
I'll give you another comparison, actually. Sonny Baker's run-up reminds me of Nathan Ellis, and he played for Hampshire, didn't he?
Yes.
In the T20 Blast. What, year before last, maybe?
Yeah.
And he does that little hop on a skip before he starts, and actually a similar sort of bowler, you know, quite fast, runs in hard, you know, quite short stature as well.
Yeah.
Similar. Nathan Ellis of Australia plays a lot of one-day internationals.
Good bowler. I think Nathan Ellis has got the better slower ball.
Yeah.
He's not many but got better than that. Abel works that into the gap through point. And he now moves on to 40, and Somerset on to 169 for 3. So it's nice, yeah. So we've got Sonny Baker compared to Nathan Ellis, which I think is a very good comparison. And we've got the two batters out there compared to Somerset players. We'll have to think of a few more while we're going along.
He's probably a bit quicker than Nathan Ellis, actually, Sonny Baker. I mean, as Anthony was saying before, you know, he gets it through, doesn't he? He's getting close to 88 miles an hour, I'd say, possibly. Might be the odd one touching 90. We haven't got the speeds here, but you can sort of judge by batsmen's reactions, how the keeper takes it, how far back he is, things like that. So this is Kyle Abbott resuming from the pavilion end, now bowling to Tom Abel, trying to kind of hone in on that sort of middle and off kind of area, hoping to get a bit of movement back, maybe an LBW, but the batters so far have been pretty solid. Good technique from both these players. I notice James Rue standing slightly out of his crease to Kyle Abbott, whereas Tom Abel back in his crease, but they're playing, you know, good orthodox cricket here. Solid. Abbott bowls again, and Abel again just covers up and plays it into the offside. Somerset 168 for 3, Abel on 40, Rue on 80. So this is the partnership, isn't it, that Hampshire really need to break, as you feel that, I mean, actually the Somerset do bat a long way down with, you know, the likes of Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory and so on, who are very handy with the bat.
Overton's in great form, isn't he?
Yeah.
Big 100 last
yeah,
week.
100, yeah. Good player. So this is Abbott. Wide of the crease this time, left alone by Abel as it goes through to Ben Brown. Now Ben Brown took that one about, I don't know, knee height. But I've noticed he takes quite a few pretty low. I've often felt, and I felt this in the winter with Jamie Smith actually, whose club I spoke at last night, by the way, Sutton Cricket Club, a lovely club in sort of South London, or sort of Surrey area, kind of in the vicinity of Croydon. I thought he stood too deep.
Okay.
Jamie Smith to the England seamers, and quite a few edges didn't carry, because the slips obviously take their positions from the keeper, and you don't want the edges not to carry. That's the worst thing for a bowler. Abbott bowls again, this time Abel turns it into the leg side. There's no run. I mean, I bet you would have been really frustrated to get the edge of a batter, you know, a genuine edge, not where a batter sort of drops his hands on the ball, but an actual edge, and it doesn't carry the slip. And you sort of think, why is he so far back, the keeper or the slips? Get up, come up. Never easy, because you haven't got much time to react, have you? And the closer you are, the sort of sharper your actions need to be.
I think some wickets, it's difficult to judge. I mean, we've already seen one this morning.
One or two did carry through
still on the way up.
Yeah, Abbott bowls again. You see there, he's taken that one, Brown, sort of by his shins, hasn't he? I mean, all right, so I take your point. I mean, but Baker bowled one ball today, and the keeper sort of took it shoulder high.
Yeah.
But that's the only one.
Yeah.
Should you be not setting your sort of positioning to take it, I don't know, knee high or just above the knees, perhaps?
Yeah, sort of thigh high, ideally, so the fingers are pointing down.
Yeah.
But you don't want the ball dying on you too often.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. And then Ben Brown's already taken a couple, or at least one on the second bounce. Here comes Abbott again, bowls. Good delivery, excellent defence from Abel. Looking very solid at the moment and determined. That's the end of the over. 168 for 3, Somerset.
I think we'll keep an eye on that, actually, because in the end of the day, I suppose you take the average, don't you? If you're taking a dozen deliveries and probably 8 of those are down by your ankles, and the rest are up here, you know, around by your stomach even, then the average would suggest that you come up a pace, wouldn't you? I think. I mean, I haven't kept wicket since I was, you know, very young, but yeah, what you don't want is the ball dying on you. I think it's nice to have it at the top of its through,
it must be
through to you
easier for
at the
a
top.
keeper. You don't want to be grabbing around your ankles,
No.
do you?
You don't want balls coming at you that are still on the way up, but equally so, you don't want balls coming at you on the way down. But I think sometimes with pitches, you know, the balls do come at you at different paces sometimes. So now, Sonny Baker is around the wicket to Rue. He plays that nicely. Plays it very late behind square on the offside.
That's a good point. I mean, you know, I've noticed that his technique, he plays it late, doesn't he? I'm sure there's a bit of Joe Root. You know, he must have rubbed off on him, whether he's talked to him or watched him a lot. I'm sure he has. He may have even batted with him somewhere on a camp or something. He's got that really nice. He takes a little step back before the bowler bowls. He sets himself nicely and then plays it late. But then he can also play attacking shots as well on the front foot. So
He's played some gorgeous drives already in this innings. Baker bowls, length ball to Abel, pushes that up to Abbott at mid-off. He's played last night. He played 2 or 3 absolutely gorgeous front
that
foot
last
drives.
ball of the day was pretty good, wasn't
Yes.
it? Drive, off drive through extra. It was
Yes.
lovely. And I liked your point. I was listening to your commentary last night, and I liked your point about that in that last over, I think he came back for a second run. Instead of handing the strike to the other guy and saying, look, you play out the over, last ball of the last over of the day, he was happy to take strike himself.
Yeah.
So sort of hungry,
Yeah.
sort of stroke selfish, or, you know, kind of ambitious anyway.
Baker in again. Another good length ball which Abel works to mid wicket. Well, I think because over the years we've seen enough players that would have gone up the non-striker's end and then just taken their batting gloves off and sat on their bat handle and said, right, off, over to you. But, yeah, that's a good sign.
Well, it is a good sign, and you know, the England selectors, whoever they are, I mean, there isn't a sort of official selector, is there? There's obviously Rob Key and there's Stokes and so on, and sort of some other support people, scouts and so on, but no official person that's replaced Luke Wright. But they'll be watching today.
Sure. Let's just come back a fraction at Abel, who works it away on the leg side behind square. Just the single went quite quickly out towards the rope. Abel moves on to 41, 170 for 3.
You know, decent attack he's dealing with here, James Rue, isn't he? I mean, Carl Abbott, an international class bowler, Sonny Baker, hoping to be international one day, test match. Well, I know he's played. Has he played one?
Sonny.
International, Sonny.
He's played
A couple of teams. Yeah, he's played a couple of games for England. He didn't have actually that much success, but that was last year. And I take your point that he's improved this year, definitely.
Well, you would have seen him last year here.
Yeah.
And you've seen him this morning, bouncer, which bounces twice through to Ben Brown, who just about stops it, not cleanly, but that's an awkward.
Yeah.
That one didn't really come through at all.
No, it didn't. You're right.
Just watching this again, if you're on the picture feed, you'll just see that this really just hits the turf and just dies. Short delivery. And, well, you can't see it through to Ben Brown, but he's done really well there.
It's quite interesting. He's got this run up, hasn't he, from bowling round the wicket, running up behind the umpire. It's quite, because he's got that curving run, he starts off behind the umpire. It's quite disconcerting if you're the batsman. You know, you can't really see him except his sort of elbows for about the first 10 paces, and then suddenly he pops out there.
It's interesting, isn't it? He's tried to hook that one through to the keeper. There's a half-hearted appeal, but he's still there. That's the end of the over, 170 for 3. No, you're right. He's running towards second slip. For 31st slip.
I mean, it gives me horrible memories of facing Wasim Makram, who used to do that, bowling round the wicket, a much shorter run-up, but straight behind the umpire, then pop out at the last 2 yards and hurl it down either at your head or at your toe. You weren't going to be sure which one it would be, but he was pretty accurate with both lengths.
He did, didn't he? He had a quick run-up. Very quick arm.
Horrible.
One of the quickest arms, don't you think, in
Space,
cricket?
absolutely. I mean, obviously I wasn't a very good batsman, but I mean, God, I had nightmares about facing him. That's absolutely diabolically difficult.
I think one of the few times I faced him was in a game up at Old Trafford. And he used to race in, so you knew it was going to be quick anyway. And then his arm just suddenly was over, and you think, my God, he's bowled that.
Where's the ball? Yeah, I know.
Usually the keeper's gloves by then.
Abbott to Tom Abel, defends again. We've seen that quite a few times this morning already. That straight ball just aiming in at kind of middle and off, and Abel playing a nice solid defensive shot, just very straight bat, very orthodox in method. And I think Somerset recognising here that they see off perhaps these two. There may be some runs. I mean, the pitch, I noticed on the stream yesterday, it looks a bit sort of, there's quite a lot of debris on the pitch. It's quite sort of crumbly looking. And not cracked or anything, but when you see debris on the pitch, which you can see if you're watching the live stream here, you'll see that. You can see the little bits of sort of soil there. And that suggests that, you know, it's got that sort of two-pacedness. There's a bit of help there for the bowlers if they hit the right spot. That's another ball from Abbott that Abel defends. It doesn't look totally solid, although it's a good pitch. You know, there's just a bit of help when the ball is new. It will just grip on those little indentations or little particles on the pitch and just perhaps do something.
Yeah. Which again, going back to the point we were making about Ben Brown, which makes it difficult sometimes. You know, if it hits a bit more of the grass than the indentations, then it goes through it. I mean, the two bouncers that Sonny Baker bowled the last over, one's really pinged through and the other one didn't.
That's right. Yeah.
Tough.
So a field change here, a short mid-on for Kyle Abbott. So he's obviously going to target the stumps here, as he has been doing, with a short mid-on as well as three men saving one on the leg side. Abbott bowls, turned into the square leg area by Tom Abel this time, well fielded at square leg, grabbed at the falling round the corner there, the fielder. 170 for 3 Somerset, Abel on 41, Rue on 81.
What they put on now, they're 4 runs short of 100, this partnership. Just going back to Wasim Akram, because he came down here, you'll remember, right at the end of his career.
I had forgotten that.
Yeah. Nice guy.
Oh yeah, brilliant. Fantastic enthusiast, wasn't he? Abbott bowls, outside off stump, left alone. That one didn't carry to Brown. I think he had to take that just on the heart volley.
And I remember he was still a good bowler, but he'd lost that real nip just watching that Abbott delivery again. He's tried to cut his fingers across that bit, isn't it? That's just taken the pace off the ball totally. That's why it bounced through to Brown. But I remember there was a game here against Sussex, and Chris Adams hit him, and he took that really personally. You know, he hit him around the ground, a couple of big shots, and I think actually Sussex won the game because of it. And he'd never been hit like that before.
Ooh, good delivery. And it goes out into the offside that time.
And I think it was that game that when he really decided that was it, you know, enough was enough. Because nobody had ever hit him, had they? Nobody could get near. If anybody wanted to try and take him on, you couldn't, could you?
No.
But Chris Adams really got stuck into him in this particular game.
Really?
Yeah, and I think that was when he sort of thought, that's it, that's time up.
I've had enough. Yeah.
So I think his pride was hurt massively. Well, it was.
This is Abbott. Final ball of his 15th over bowls, and another defensive shot, another good delivery, another good over from Abbott. He has 1 for 50 from 15 overs. I mean, as a bowler, you don't know that you're getting slower really. It doesn't feel different. You're running into bowl at age 33 or whatever, and you feel the same as when you're 23, but the ball just doesn't seem to be causing as much difficulty to the batsman as it was 5 years before. And so although you don't feel any different inside, you can see the end product is not as effective. And I suppose that's when you get your realisation that you're not quite doing it as you
well,
need
you'd
to.
know.
I remember just sort of thinking, you know, there's a bloke here, number 8 batsman, who I would have, you know, had for dinner, you know, 5 years ago, and suddenly he's pulling me, having a cup of tea first, and then pulling me for 4.
Sonny Baker will continue. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 30. And he's around the wicket again to the left-hander James Rue, who's on 81. That's a short delivery, and Rue just drops the hands. Again, it's awkward bounce through to Ben Brown. Really struggling behind the stumps to know really where to
it's difficult, isn't
stand. It's tough, especially when the ball's bounce in front of you at that pace. That's horrible.
I think it's right that Rue's not trying to hook those actually, and in fact I don't know why they even try, because he's got 2 men back there, and he's got a fine leg and a deep square leg. We've seen one player bounced out already, Archie Vaughan, It's a bit so two-paced. I think it's quite hard to play that hook and pull shot.
It is, isn't it? I'm sure Sonny Baker will test him again with a short one. Not on that occasion because it's a length ball and he's played that late with an open face and it's run down to the vacant third man area and that's 4 runs. 100 partnership. 160 balls between Abel and Rue, of which Rue has scored 59 of those. And the crowd just realising that's the 100 partnership as well, and lending their generous applause as well.
It's frustrating for the bowler, that, isn't it? That you run in and bowl a hard delivery, and that was a good ball, just short of a length, probably just around off stump, and just beautifully played, perhaps with a thickish edge, but deliberately run down to third man. Excellent batting.
It is, isn't it? It just looks as they've got a little bit more time because he's playing it so late. Another good length ball. They're going to take a quick single out to point.
And again, that's frustrating, isn't it? You know, as a bowler, you know, you want to try and work on a batsman, try and work them over, and they get off strike off your good ball. That was a good ball. It was a good pace, just short of a length, in at the stumps, and just beautifully sort of nudged away. I mean, I don't know whether I would have that backward point deep. I would. If you're trying to get wickets, even if a guy's 80 not out, I would still have the cover point in on the one. I don't like that backward point, you know, saving the boundary. I don't see the point of that.
He's got a fair few singles in that point area.
Yeah, he's good batting again, isn't it?
Last night and this morning. Over the wicket this time. Short. Didn't get up that high and Abel had to duck very low there to get underneath. I'm off at the end of this over. I'll just quickly read this email from Edwin Barnett, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If a batter is injured, can he be replaced by an all-rounder, provided he doesn't bowl? Of course, there's been lots of talk about this new rule, and I see yesterday Lancashire were denied a replacement for Ajit Singh Dale. They were looking for Tom Bailey, and I presume it's the match referee turned around and said, no, Tom Bailey's too experienced. You can't have him. He's getting bizarre. But I would say...
He's got wrong hair colour, he can't replace him.
That's right. Baker bowls. Abel's on the back foot.
I mean, that is getting a bit silly, isn't it?
I know. But I suppose technically there could be an all-rounder. I mean, let's be honest. If let's be honest, I mean, let's take it at its most extreme. Let's say a Jake Lehman was injured, and the only all-rounder... Well, actually, no, let's not use that analogy. But, you know, if you had a really top batter that was injured, and then it was an all-rounder that had figures half what that batter did, you, as an opposition, you say, yeah, bring him on. Bring him in. Somebody that averages 20 in first-class cricket as opposed to somebody that averages 40. You say, yeah, bring him in. 175 for 3, last ball of this over. Baker bowls, it's another short delivery, and that's the end of the over. 175 for 3. Simon Hughes is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Anthony Gibson. Now, Simon, I'm going to have to move you over here. So,
right.
yeah, let's do that. I know. No, it won't be. It'll be absolutely fine. So I'll wait for Anthony just to plug in. We've got to plug Anthony in. Where's those headphones? There they are. Right. I'm going to be sick of plugging headphones in by the end of the day. But Anthony's all good to go. And then Simon.
We are. Yeah, I mean, that previous question, actually, it applied at Chelmsford last weekend when Lewis Goldsworthy did his hamstring and Archie Vaughan was the replacement. And Archie Vaughan is arguably an all-rounder because he bowls off breaks as well as batting, but he was told he couldn't bowl.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting a bit absurd, isn't it? I think. And
yeah, I think they've got to revisit it.
There is a report on the ESPN Wednesday website today, actually, talking about the fact that they are going to reconsider it, and kind of, tinker with that rule, and it does need working on. I mean, to me, you can't have sort of endless players sort of sitting on the sidelines waiting in the possible opportunity of being a replacement. Why don't you just name 13 players in the squad and you've got 1 or 2 spares and they slot in if you do get a proper injury? So this is a change of bowling here, and it's a good delivery actually to start with. This Cody Yusuf bowling to James Rue. I
think the problem with that is that the ones who come as potential replacements can't then be playing any other cricket.
Yeah, well, that is a problem.
Because, they normally they would be playing second 11 cricket or practicing back in the nets at home or wherever it might be.
No, I mean...
you don't want too many sitting around doing nothing.
God, no. You really don't. I mean, it's so frustrating. It's bad enough when you've been told you're 12th man, but when you're turning up, as Yusuf bowls again, driven, sliced, and he's gone. That's a wicket. Sliced into the gully area by James Rew, hangs his head in dismay, because that was a real soft dismissal. A ball just outside off stump from Cody Yusuf, his second delivery, and Rew just a little bit loose perhaps, with 100 there for the taking, just squirts it, slices it into the backward point area. A sharp catch, taken just out of shot there in the live feed, but I think that was taken by Lehman, was it? Backward point?
I think so, but I think
bit of a disappointment for him.
I think what has happened is that they've seen off Kyle Abbott, and he's just mentally he's relaxed a little bit, and just thinking, oh well, I can go after this bloke. And he's paid the price.
He has. That was just, as you say, a slight lapse in concentration, perhaps. We were just watching the replay here. Actually, he certainly was applying himself normally before the ball was bowled. It was a little bit there for the drive, I suppose, but he didn't quite get his weight transferred into the shot. It was played perhaps slightly from in a half and half position, and as a result, just it went in the air. And he's taken a backward point, sort of deepish gully position. So that's the 4th wicket. That's the Hampshire breakthrough they needed. Somerset 175 for 4 now. Abel still there on 41, but James Rew has now gone. I think he got 81, was it? He got?
No, he got 86.
Is it 86? Yeah. Yes, he got a boundary, didn't he? Oh, that's right. He got a 4 and a 1. Yes, I remember he's 81. Then he got that 4 down to third man, and then a single. So yeah, 86. I think you're right. So a new batter to the middle, and it's Will Smeed, who of course hadn't played any first-class cricket until last week. Played over 140 T20 games for Somerset and various other teams, but hadn't ever played a first-class match until he was drafted in from Abergavenny last week as a substitute to play at Chelmsford, a 200-mile dash to slot into the Somerset side. He got 30 odd that day. He's facing Cody Yusuf now, and that's a good ball actually to start with, but Smeed defends it up to the offside. How did he bat in that match?
He was very nervous.
Yes.
He was very nervous. He's desperate to do well in this form of the game. He was dropped before he'd scored by Dean Elgar at slip.
Was he?
And after that, he defended very stoutly. It took him a long time to get off the mark, something like 20, 22, 23 deliveries to get off the mark.
Wow,
and they bowled very well
for his first-class run. It took him to 20. It's so ironic that he's a T20 player, as Yusuf bowls to him again, and he turns that into the leg side and straight to short mid-wicket. It's ironic, isn't it, that here's a guy who's got a strike rate of 150 in T20, and yet he takes 23 balls to get off the mark for his first-class run.
Well, he doesn't well, I've only seen one innings, but he certainly didn't play as if he was a T20 specialist. He played very correctly, and he's got a good technique. He's been on the Somerset pathway since the age of 10.
Here comes Yusuf again, bowls.
Oh no!
Oh, and that's in the air. He just poked that in the air, but short of the mid-wicket fielder, the short mid-wicket fielder there. Got a little bit early on that one. He's sort of playing slightly across his front pad, actually, as Yusuf is targeting the stumps. I think he got a bit sort of, you try to clip that, actually. It was an okay shot, but the ball didn't quite arrive, so it went in the air for a touch to the short mid-wicket fielder. Maybe the short mid-wicket fielder should just creep in a yard or two, because it is a little bit too paced, this pitch. Some balls coming off a little bit slower than others. Here comes Yusuf again, bowls, and this time Smeed just knocks it along the ground into the leg side, and a good over, a maiden over and a wicket maiden for Cody Yusuf, who now has 2 for 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 45, and Somerset 175 for 4. So that 100 wicket partnership between Rew and Abel just broken by the introduction of a new bowler. And I mean, sorry, Anthony, you're talking about Will Smeed there. I mean, he's had a fascinating career, really, because he started as a T20 player, and he more or less said, I'm not playing red ball. And I think he signed a contract, didn't he? He was one of the first players to sign a contract.
He was one of the first to white ball only contract.
And then suddenly he's decided a couple of years ago, or a year or two ago, to apply himself to red ball.
Winter
as well.
before last, he decided. I think he was inspired by Tom Banton.
Yes.
Who, having started his career really as a white ball specialist, and not doing himself justice in red ball cricket, went back and really concentrated for a whole winter on honing his red ball technique, and then came back and started scoring runs, and it made him a better white ball player as well. And I think Will Smeed saw that and thought, if he can do it, I can do it. And he's got his chance now, and we've got Liam Dawson to bowl at Tom Abel. Abel forward defensively. Hampshire have bowled well this morning.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they bowl very
Kept
with great discipline.
Yeah. Hardly anything in the way of free hits. Dawson in a bowls, and gives this one a little bit more air. But Abel is a good player of spin, and the mantle of senior batsman has now been passed from Rue to Abel. Somerset will be looking to him to go on as he plays this back to Dawson.
That's quite an accolade to give James Rue the label as senior batsman. He's only about 22, isn't he?
He is 22, yeah. But I think they all look up to him now.
Yeah. Well, he's got, was it 12 first-class hundreds already?
Yeah. Dawson in bowls and Abel's down the pitch, just running it up to Sonny Baker down below us at long off for a single. 176 for 4. Abel on to 42. Tom Abel's made a good start to the season.
Yep.
179 runs before this innings at 59.66, 100 against Notts in the first innings. That was a good knock. Somerset needed that. So Will Smeed, he's got a slip and a forward short leg as Dawson bowls to him, and he comes stretching forward. He's batting without a sleeveless sweater, Will Smeed. Tall, strong young man. Dawson in and bowls, and then the full toss, which is not driven with any power and stopped by Dawson's boot. He's got a tremendous pair of guns on him, has Will Smeed.
Has he?
Oh yeah,
I bet. Yeah.
I think they do a lot of weight training, you know, to go with the power hitting.
I've seen on social media people like Glenn Phillips, New Zealander, who's playing in the IPL at the moment. I mean, he bench presses and does deadlifts and things like that with absolutely enormous weights. It's just insane. And I know there's that guy that played Chris Lynn, who's a very powerful Australian. I mean, he basically spends virtually all his time in the gym and hardly any time in the nets, and he can hit the ball about 140 yards. It's incredible. It's very much the way in the sort of short format, but it's not all about guns in county cricket, is it?
Certainly not.
Championship cricket.
Certainly not.
You need a bit more nuance to your physique, I'd say, ideally. Cody Youssef to bowl again. Tom Abel on strike. There are three men sort of close in on the leg side, a mid on a short mid-wicket and a square leg, or just in front of square, and in fact he finds the gap between there's no one backward of square, so that's a work down to deep sort of long leg position. He's trying to bowl, as all the Hampshire bowlers are bowling, trying to target the stumps here. They're not too worried about trying to get edges, I don't think, which is why I'm wondering why they've got two slips really, because there's not much bounce in this pitch, and I don't think edges are going to carry very much, except perhaps in the first 20 overs.
Smeed does go quite hard.
I suppose, yeah. No, I mean, with the new batter, I would have slips, but the batter at sort of 40 not out, and they're trying to aim for sort of LBWs with a man catching short mid wicket. I don't know why they bother with the slips really. So it's Smeed on strike now. Youssef bowl straight, just trying to nip back through the gate, but well played by Will Smeed. Still not off the mark. 7 balls he's faced so far. 177 for 4 is the Somerset score. Good bowling this by Yusuf, just skiddy sort of pace, trying to angling in at the stumps.
Yeah, I saw him for Durham
He
against
played for
Somerset.
Durham, yeah.
And he got subbed out. He was concussed.
Right, yeah. Comes in again, bustling to the wicket, slightly wide of the crease, an LBW shout, that sort of half-hearted shout really, as Smeed tries to work that one into the leg side, probably heading down the leg side. Certainly
quite a long
well
way
down the leg side actually. That was a perfectly reasonable attempt to try and clip that away. In fact, he missed out there really. That was quite a nice ball to get your first run. So Smeed's now faced 8 balls and still on 0. Cody Yusuf, born in Knysna, I think, South Africa. Lovely spot on the garden route. Balls again, and well, that's probably a bit more of a respectable appeal as Smeed tries to work that one away. It's a bit fuller, that delivery. He missed out again there, probably just sliding down the leg side. A slightly more confident appeal that time. But
You can
still not
sense
out.
the anxiety though, can't you? At least I can. Perhaps it's
Yes,
me
you can,
rather
really.
than Will Smeed, but
Yeah.
there was certainly a degree of anxiety.
They obviously think he's an LBW candidate, and with some justification, having seen these first 9 or 10 balls he's faced. He needs to get off strike here really and just get his first run. Here comes Yusuf again, bowls, and this one's just slightly short of a length, turn into the mid-wicket area.
It's a very different technique, isn't it? Because I mean, in white ball cricket, you know, he's clearing
Yes.
his left
Yeah.
left side and looking to smash it
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
And here he's got to do almost completely the opposite and get his pad out towards the ball.
Yeah. No, you're right. It is a totally different kind of. It's a different game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, also you do play on different pitches, and also the white ball does absolutely nothing, whereas the red ball, even at 40 overs, with the proud seam, can just nip slightly. Bowls again, a good delivery, aiming about middle and leg and defended out to the offside. Another good over from Yusuf, just one off it, and Smeed still on 0 after 11 balls.
They're putting him through it, offering him absolutely nothing.
So what do you think we're going to? What's going to happen with this substitute rule? So yesterday I was yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Well, no, you answer it.
Well, I think they'll stick with it. I don't think they'll give it up. I think the sensible thing would be, rather than the 8 days, to go with you're not allowed to play in the next match. So,
Right. Yeah.
because the 2 Yorkshire subs, the 2 Yorkshire men who were replaced from last weekend, Yorkshire haven't got a game this week, as Abel stretches forward, plays that into the
So what you mean
one
is
side.
that they were able to sort of slightly take liberty with the substitute rule because they knew
Yeah.
they didn't have a game next week, so it didn't matter that there were 8 days before they could play again.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's Dawson bowls, and that's played back to the bowler. I think the other concern about it is physiotherapists are going to be reluctant not to allow replacements, just in case the player has to carry on and then aggravates his injury and you know makes things worse. So he picks up a single here out into the offside, 178. I don't know quite what you do about that.
Well, the thing is, I mean, quite interesting. So on my podcast the other day, we were discussing this, Simon Mann and I, we were discussing this. When was the first time, well, this is a question, I'm putting you on the spot here. I know you're a good history man, but you might not know the history of other sports. Do you know when was the first time they had a substitute in football?
It was in the mid-60s.
Correct. Very good. Good knowledge. 1965 was the first time they had a substitute in football.
Here's Dawson in and bowls to Smeed. And that goes past the outside edge. Not sure whether there was any turn there, whether he just played down the wrong
I
line.
don't know whether he might have touched that. I might wonder if he got an edge there, you know, because there was a sort of bit of... Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think he did. It looks like it was a inside edge, perhaps, but went down, didn't it, to short leg? Oh, it just missed the stumps, actually, as well.
Dawson to Smeed. This time he comes forward.
In rugby, the first substitute was 1968.
Was it? Yeah.
Similar sort of time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, we've had substitutes in football and rugby for over 50 years, nearly 60 years in the case of rugby, and yet we're still arguing about it in cricket.
Here's Dawson in and bowls, and Smeed again won't get off the mark
good
there.
over.
Just plays
Good
that
over.
quietly into the offside. 178 for 4. It's hard going for Somerset this morning. They've lost the wicket of James Rue, who was caught in the gully. And from 154 for 3 overnight, they've only added 25 runs this morning for the loss of James Rue in the space of almost an hour. As Simon Hughes makes way for Kevin James. And here comes Cody Yusuf in and bowls to Abel, who gets one that bounces on him and actually plays it quite well. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as plays it down into the onside. So fielder Ben Mays waiting for the catch at short mid-wicket. Yusuf from the pavilion end in bowls to Abel, who's been made to work hard for every run this morning. And the dismissal of James Rue, a bit of a bonus for Hampshire, wasn't it, Kev?
Yeah, and he played so well. It's one of those where you battle two bowlers that have bowled really well at the start, and then you get a change and you just do something you haven't been doing.
Yusuf in bowls to Abel outside the off stump. Abel lets it go through to Ben Brown. We feel that Abel's innings here is going to be pivotal to whatever total Somerset can amass. How far behind are they now? 60 behind, with 6 wickets in hand. But Hampshire not offering anything very much at all.
It's been tight cricket this morning.
Very tight. Absorbing. Yusuf bowls. Abel turns this nicely away down to long leg. It'll just bring him a single. As Eddie Jack fields. We haven't seen Eddie Jack with ball in hand so far this morning. Spells from Kyle Abbott and Sonny Baker first up, and then Liam Dawson coming on to bowl his left arm spin. It's signs of a little bit of turn maybe. As Simon Hughes was saying, the pitch is looking a bit sort of crumbly. Smeed won't get a run here as he plays that to Gubbins at extra cover.
Yeah, it gets very dry very quickly.
It looks
here.
as though it might turn. I mean, do pitches appear turn in the fourth innings?
No, they just get slower and lower generally. You'll get the odd one that will just sort of bite a little bit, the odd one that will hold a bit. You'll get some that will come out the bowler's footmarks, but generally as a pitch, it's not noted for being a turning one. As a square, I should say.
Yusuf bowls and Smeed lets that run off the face of his bat down into the crease, picks it up. But still not off the mark. Will Smeed, he's faced 16 deliveries. 179 for 4. 2 batsmen confer. It's just as well probably for Will Smeed. He's got the experienced Tom Abel out there with him. I know he said that when he was batting at Chelmsford last weekend, the fact that Craig Overton was out there was a great help in providing advice and reassurance.
So Liam Dawson, 7 overs, none for 26 with just the 1 maiden so far. Bowling to Tom Abel, 45 not out Dawson from the hotel end. Abel works it off the back foot down to deep middle. Scott Curry, the subfielder, is on currently.
Hampshire almost giving Abel a single so that they can bowl at Smeed.
They are 180 for 4. Well, Smeed hasn't quite settled in yet. Dawson with a short leg and a slip. Down the wicket comes Smeed, drives to the man at short extra cover. That's Nick Gubbins.
Just needs to get a shot away, Will Smeed. Something to settle the nerves.
Yeah. 17 balls he's faced to date. 4 defensive. Interesting chat you and Simon Hughes had about Will Smeed and his decision to play some red ball cricket.
Well, I'm really pleased to see it because he's been on Somerset's radar literally since the age of 10, and everyone was expecting him to be a real star in the way that James Rue has become. And he has in white ball cricket, but hasn't done it in the championship.
Yes, I remember finals day last year. Smeed is forward. .180 for 4. Dawson just taking his time here. Past the umpire. Bowls round. The wicket flighted that one. Smeed again plays it into the ground and rolls out on the leg side. 20 balls he's faced now and hasn't got off the mark. So we've had what, an hour and 5 minutes this morning?
It's been slow going.
It has, isn't it? Somerset have added 26. And the deficit currently is 58. Down the wicket, Smeed, and there's a misstumping. Oh, he had him there. Liam Dawson just stands there with both hands on his hips there. Smeed coming down the wicket, missed, and Ben Brown couldn't take it cleanly.
Came down the wicket with no confidence whatsoever.
Just watching this again on the picture feed. Smeed comes down the wicket. There's the
Dawson
chance.
with his hands on his hips as well he might. It's nerve-wracking watching Will Smeed at the moment. If you're of a Somerset persuasion. Well, that's twice he's been beaten, all ends up by Liam Dawson. Gets away with it. Yusuf then to bowl another over to Tom Abel. Abel strokes this away down to deep point and they won't come back for the second run. So Will Smeed on strike again. What wouldn't he give for a leg stump half volley? 181 for 4. 2 slips. Smeed stands tall. He's got a perfectly conventional stance and it's a perfectly conventional defensive push up to mid-off. He's in whites. He is both literally and metaphorically unrecognisable from the batsman who plays in coloured clothing in T20.
Perhaps he needs to close his eyes and just imagine he's got coloured clothing on and he's playing
just
the white ball.
Just clear the left side and whack it over the top of extra cover.
You can overthink things
yeah.
sometimes.
Yusuf in and bowls, and he goes away, hits it way through mid-wicket, just short enough there. Wasn't completely convincing. It's gone for 4, and he's off the mark with his 23rd delivery. Somerset move on to 185 for 4.
It's more like it.
That was the sort of delivery he was looking for.
Yeah.
It wasn't a half volley, but it was a bit of a drag down.
Yeah, you can overthink things, can't you, really? You think, oh, I'm playing red ball, I've got to play a little straighter, I've got to play with a slightly different technique, I've got to be a bit more watchful, and in the end you're thinking more about that than you are actually playing the game.
Yusuf. He's in, bowls again, and Smeed this time pushes that into the offside, but without any power. It's picked up by Nick Gubbins at extra cover. Sun's just gone in for the time being, but plenty of blue sky overhead. White cotton wool clouds. I'm down in this part of the world next week, going on holiday to the Isle of Wight.
Are you really?
I've never been to the Isle of Wight.
Have you never ever?
Nope.
Oh, how nice. Taking a car over, ferry?
Yep. We're going over from Lymington.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that's
to,
a nice one.
Near Freshwater.
Yeah.
This is driven by Smeed, but again with no timing up to mid-on. Yeah, just for a few days. Somerset haven't got a game next week, so.
No. Lymington to Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice, Yarmouth. Just past the ferry port there. There's a nice street with a nice lot of restaurants. And
all right. Yeah, well, we're staying just quite near Yarmouth.
Okay. Yeah, very nice. Oh, look.
But no, never been to the Isle of Wight.
Been to Lymington?
Nope.
No. Lymington's a nice spot as well.
Yusuf bowls, Smeed looking a bit more confident, plays that firmly back to the bowler who picks up, there's no run, it's 185 for 4. Tom Abel has 47. Will Smeed off the mark with 4.
I think they might just have opened up the Isle of Wight from the winter right then.
Yeah, well, we're just going for 5 days. But
Beautiful.
it'll make a nice break.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. Now, email here from Malachi Crawfield Blackthorne, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If someone from reception hasn't already brought it up to you, you have a cake. We have. And Adam from reception did bring it up just before the start of play, and it's here. And we all want to say thank you very much. And we've had a look at it, and we will have a little bit for lunch. There's Liam Dawson bowls, and Abel's off the back foot and punches it down to deep mid-off, where it's fielded by Baker.
They are giving him the single, you know.
They are, I think you're right. Maliki says you might want to grab forks if you don't fancy getting grubby using your hands. There's some spoons up here, so we're okay. So thank you very much. That's really, really kind of you. Beautiful chocolate cake. And yeah, we will. It's not long now. What are we? 50 minutes from lunch. Down the wicket comes Smeed. Drives to short extra cover. Using his feet again there.
Didn't come down with much conviction, did he?
No. He's had that little life in the last over. Dawson in again round the wicket and bowl. Smeed's on the back foot, cuts that away, can't pierce the field.
I think he needs to have a bit more of the courage of his convictions, Will Smeed.
Well, he never seems to lack it.
It's a bit timid at the moment.
He doesn't lack it in one-day cricket, does he?
No, he doesn't.
he's the sort of man you think, I really wouldn't want to bowl at him, but this looks a different kettle of fish.
I think he just wants to succeed almost too badly. He's trying too hard, you know.
So it can happen. We know he's a good player.
Yeah.
It's not a lot different. The red ball just does a little bit more than the white ball. That's all. It's amazing what it can do. That's pushed to short extra cover. Polly's back on the messages. Smeed scored from his 23rd ball, similar to his first Champo innings last week, and his team number is 23. Let's do the lottery. Include 23 in it. Dawson. Smeed drives. That's the gap up to deep mid-off, so he moves on to 5. 187 for 4. That gap now between Hampshire and Somerset is down to 51.
Yes, but it's been Hampshire's morning so far. Somerset having gone on from 154 to 187 for 3. 154 for 3 to 187 for 4. They've only added 34 runs for the loss of James Rue. Hampshire would be very happy with that. Good disciplined cricket Ben Brown's team have played this morning. Going to have another over from Cody Yusuf. Be his 15th, 2 for 52. Bowling to Smeed, 2 slips. And this is helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary. Not sure that's entirely where Will Smeed was intending to hook it. He was looking more to long leg rather than fine leg, but perfectly safe. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 9, 191 for 4.
Yeah, just a little leg sideish, that short delivery. Just allows Smeed to help it around.
he looks taller in whites, Will Smeed, than he does in his coloured clothing. He's quite a commanding figure at the crease. Utilita bowls and turns this into the onside. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you.
Ooh.
I know the answer as to why Archie Vaughan is called the conductor.
Ah,
Because I bumped into him
good.
and I asked him. And he said it's because a couple of years ago, when after the game against Hampshire at Taunton, this is the end of the 2024 season, they all went down the pub. As this is in Utilita Bowls. And there was music on, and Archie Vaughan took to conducting it, obviously having had one or two sherbets. So he's been known as the conductor ever since.
Very good.
There you are.
Thank you very much.
So all of the theories that we had about obscure Australian conductors called Vaughan, and the composer Vaughan Williams, and other slightly ruder ones as well, which we didn't broadcast, but that is the explanation from the horse's mouth.
There we go. Thank you very much, Anthony Gibson.
191 for 4, Utilita Bowls to Smeed, who plays that watchfully around his front pad out into the onside. We've got 2 catches, sort of short straight mid-wicket and a shortish conventional mid-wicket. Hampshire have obviously seen where there was that sort of bat pad that lobbed out into the onside early on in Smeed's innings, so Hampshire have spotted that and reckon there's a weakness here where he doesn't keep the ball down into the onside. So it's just the one slip as Utilita bowls, and this is pulled away and is caught down at long leg by Sonny Baker. Went straight to him, almost as if giving catching practice. It was there for the shot, but Smeed didn't get enough bat on it to carry over the boundary, and a comfortable catch to Sonny Baker, and Will Smeed has gone for 9. Court Baker bowled Yusuf, and second wicket of the morning for Hampshire.
Didn't have to move, Sonny Baker, did he? Just made sure that the ball arrived at a safe height, which it did. And that's a nice looking catch. Second Somerset man to be caught hooking after the man we've just been talking about, the conductor.
Yep.
So yeah, it's Hampshire have put a little bit of pressure on this morning, and the batters just trying to break free at times have just paid the price. James Rue, after working hard from the opening bowling attack, just watching that again. As the ball just seemed to just take a little deviation on the pitch and just went a little bit further down the leg side. So in the end, Smeed not really over the top of the ball. He's actually inside the line, just sort of helping it away, didn't try to keep it down.
Yeah, it was a justifiable shot. It was always there for the shot. He just didn't get hold of it.
He didn't. Now I've got some suggestions for you for the Isle of Wight,
All
Anthony.
Right. Yep.
Paul
Right.
Fowler. He's got his pen and paper ready, as Anthony. Paul Fowler, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, when on the Isle of Wight, go to the Garlic Farm and the House of Chili.
Right. I like chili and garlic.
There we are. So look those up. And there's a couple of suggestions. Thank you very much for that, Paul.
Lovely.
Yes, it's a good spot, the Isle of Wight, when the sun's out, that's for sure. Most spots, really. So we've got Craig Overton, the man in form with the bat. Was it a career best last week?
It was 141. Second century in first class cricket.
Up at Chelmsford.
And he got 60 in the first innings against Notts as well. He's top of the first class averages at the moment. It's Craig Overton. He's averaging 219.
Just a little better than his career average.
He's Yusuf in and bowls to him, and he's turning this into the onside. And already, even with that one shot, he looked more confident and assured than poor Will Smeed looked in the entirety of his innings. So 191 for 5. The deficit now 47.
So Polly's just texted me again. He's obviously
Just Polly Rhodes.
glued. Yeah, glued
I'm surprised she
to.
hasn't taken Simon Hughes to task for referring to replacements as substitutes.
Right.
We were told off at Chelmsford last week for that.
Oh, really? Right, okay. 9 from 36 balls, says Polly, for Will Smeed. Nice bright sunshine here at the Utilita as Dawson starts a new over. And that's clipped off the back foot by Tom Abel, who moves on to 49. And Somerset on to 191, 192 for 5. So they have added 154. 164, 174, 184, 38. This morning.
2, 38 for 2.
In an hour and 20. Hampshire have been on it today with the ball, and they needed to be, otherwise Somerset got away from them as it pushed by Overton out towards extra cover, and by now probably would have had a lead. They're 46 behind at the moment. Somerset, Hampshire, I always thought this morning it was imperative that Hampshire made it a one innings game. I think that was the best they could have, the best outcome, and they're sort of on course, but still need to pick up wickets regularly. Dawson in again. Overton nudges that away square on the leg side, and he's off the mark.
These two have 246 appearances for Somerset between the pair of them. 248 now. But, they've been... Craig Overton came into the side in 2012, Tom Abel in 2014.
Sonny Baker comes up to mid-off for Tom Abel, presumably to stop that single. Down to mid-off. For the moment anyway, while he looks for that single to get a half century. Won't come there as he pushes forward. Got an email here from Bazza McDonnell. Sorry, Bazza McConnell. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think you mentioned yesterday that James Vince is back in the UK from Dubai. I didn't mention that.
You just said you didn't think he was still in Dubai.
Well, I don't know, if I'm totally honest. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I said, but I'm not sure I said that. Oh, is he caught behind? Oh, yes, he's gone. Pushed forward, thinnest of outside edges. Abel goes, caught Ben Brown, bowled Liam Dawson for 49. Somerset have lost their third wicket this morning, 193 for 6.
Now that is a blow. That is a real blow, because Tom Abel's been in great form, and Somerset would have been looking to him to be the linchpin of this innings. But good bowling from Liam Dawson, drawing Abel forward and just doing enough to take the outside edge. And I suppose on that sad note, from a Somerset point of view, I shall make way for Simon Hughes.
Well, I'm sorry you're leaving on such a negative note, Anthony Gibson. Those of you that have just joined us, after an hour and 20 minutes play this morning, Somerset, who started the day 154 for 3, trailing Hampshire by 84, find themselves 193 for 6. Trailing by 45. It's been a morning which the batters worked hard this morning. The overnight batters James Rue and Tom Abel were facing some very, very accurate bowling from Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott. The wickets didn't come immediately, but James Rue, having seen off Baker and Abbott, immediately went to the first change bowler Cody Youssef, caught in the slips by Toby Albert. He went for 86. Will Smeed, who struggled a little bit for his 9, having been stumped off Dawson for no score. Eventually pulled Cody Youssef down to Sonny Baker at fine leg. He was out for 9, and Tom Abel has just gone, caught by Brown off Dawson for 49. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, Simon the Analyst Hughes.
Good morning, or actually just good afternoon now, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, 20 past 12. And a great fight back by Hampshire here after the suggestions that Somerset were going to pile up a big score and take a big lead. Their aspirations have been severely cut back by this excellent Hampshire attack. Really deserved those 3 wickets this morning.
Certainly have. So it's Lewis Gregory, the new man, the captain, back in the side. Oh, and he's pushing for. Do you know, I went past, thought that had gone past the outside edge initially. It's a good over there from Liam Dawson. 2 runs off it, and 1 wicket, that of Tom Abel. And he has 10 overs, 1 for 31. The crowd here now is just starting to warm up here, not just because the sun's out, but I think they feel that what could have been a tough morning for Hampshire, they feel that they've fought back well. They've picked up 3 wickets. Somerset have made slow progress, and this is slowly but surely turning it into a one innings game.
Well, yeah, they've got to hammer home their initiative though, Hampshire here, because Overton and Gregory, good players, aren't they? And they could easily put together a 70-80 run stand and give Somerset a decent lead. 193 for 6 is the score at the moment. Yusuf, who's taken a couple of those wickets this morning, 3 for 56 he has now. Bowling to Craig Overton, who's on naught. He comes and bowls, and it's a hit on the pad. It nipped back a little bit, but was missing the leg stump, but it certainly discomforted Overton there as he tried to push that up to mid-on. So good. What's been good about Hampshire is they've been good from both ends, haven't they? They've not let them, the Somerset batsmen, away at all. There's been pressure from both sides.
Yusuf this morning.
Well.
Sorry, Yusuf this morning 2 for 11.
Yeah.
He spelled,
And there's just a little bit there, isn't there? I think because it's that crumbliness on the pitch, there's just a little bit there. The ball's just holding a bit in the surface. That one from Overton played more comfortably by Overton, pushed up to mid-on. Listening to I heard you had a couple of suggestions for the Isle of Wight. We used to go on holiday to the Isle of Wight all the time, actually, as a family, because my kids' au pair stroke nanny was from there. So we used to go there every summer. We loved it. Isle of Wight's brilliant fun.
Whereabouts?
We went to Seaview, actually. Seaview is a lovely little spot with a little yacht club and a hotel and a few little shops and a nice little beach and some good crabbing country as well. Overton drives that one up to wide mid-on. In fact, he might get a boundary there. The fielder, Kyle Abbott, sort of thought, well, that's obviously going for 4, and then he realised perhaps it wouldn't be. But in the end, he's had to go and retrieve it from past the boundary. So a boundary there to Overton to get his score underway.
I can see you sitting in a yacht club.
No, well, we didn't go to the yacht club. The only thing we used to do actually was they had these little old wooden boats sort of set out slightly offshore. We used to like trying to throw stones and hit them, which is a bit naughty. So it's target practice. But one thing I was going to say, cricket related about the Isle of Wight, is I seem to remember, and I don't know if this is still true, there were 27 cricket clubs on the Isle of Wight.
Wow.
I don't know if that's still the case. Another good delivery from Yusuf and turned into the leg side by Overton, straight to short mid wicket. And one of them is a classic, and I hope Anthony has the chance to visit this club. Ventnor Cricket Club on the south coast is set in a bowl. So you basically have to run downhill both ends to bowl, and the wicket is set in the middle of this bowl, but it's uphill all the way round the field, apart from the actual square. It's uphill everywhere.
That's right.
Right on the coast. It's a fantastic spot.
It is. I've played there, yeah.
Here comes Yusuf, bowled again. Pulled by Overton that time, and he kept that one down. And it went down to fine leg for a single. I think the pull shot is a bit risky on this pitch because the ball's coming off at different paces. I've seen 2 people get out playing pull shots.
Yeah, the beauty.
You've done a bit of Isle of Wighting, have you?
Yes, yeah. Well, I've played 1 or 2 games over there over the years. The beauty about Ventnor Cricket Club is that if the ball is hit at a certain pace by a batter, and it doesn't quite reach the painted white line, you don't need to chase after it as a fielder because you literally wait about 10 yards inside the white line and wait for it to come back at you. Roll back down the hill.
It's classic, isn't it? Here comes Yusuf and bowls, short of a length that time, and this time Gregory facing his first ball defends, and that's the end of the over, 198 for 6. Yeah, I mean, I can remember sort of seeing that actually. If you're the local team, you know about that, don't you?
Yeah.
And then you sort of, and it's hard work running up that hill to chase the ball as well.
It's quite funny.
But what was weird was running downhill to bowl, and from both ends. I mean, it feels very strange.
It's right next to the botanical gardens there, so just head to the botanical gardens. Yeah, so you can sort of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And in fact, you can kill 3 birds with 1 stone because at the far end from the pavilion, if I remember rightly, you can walk down some steps and get to the rocks, and there's a sea. Yeah. So it's a nice little walk down to the sea as well. So it's well worth half a day there.
He must be a rich man, Anthony, though, because that car crossing is the most expensive crossing in the world, isn't it?
I think mile per mile, yeah. That's started when you were from Dawson, played into the ground, fielded at Sunny mid-off. But it's a lovely down Southampton water.
Yeah, it's like going abroad, isn't it? It feels like going abroad.
It is, yeah. Oh, 100%, yeah.
on the ferry.
It is, yeah. It's great. How many times have you been over? Loads
tons
of
of times.
Sea View, I'm just trying to think, that's on the
that's
west
on the
coast.
East
Coast, yeah. Forward is Overton, who remains on 6 not out.
Near Ryde. If you get the, you can get the train to Portsmouth, and then you get the ferry from Portsmouth to Ryde.
Yep.
Sea View's just round the corner.
Oh, right, yeah. And there's a train, it's got its own train line.
It's got a Northern Line tube train.
Yeah, it's another one.
An old tube train.
I don't think 5 days is long enough. It's driven up to mid-on.
It's a good cycling place, actually.
Is it?
Great fun, yeah. There's some sort of disused railway lines and cycle routes and things. It's really good.
Okay. Got to get down to Shanklin. That's
We
on
sound
the
like the arm of the Isle of Wight tourist board.
We do. Yeah, I hope there's a check coming our way. Down the wicket comes Overton, drives up to mid-on. That looked like come off the bottom of the bat. That was still hit well. Score remains on 198 for 6 here. The Somerset are behind by 40, having started the day 84 behind. Slow progress. 44 runs added. Dawson bowls. Overton's pushing forward. Goes out square on the offside. I'm trying to think of this Black Gang Chine, isn't it? Where they're losing half the coast there. I think, is it Black Gang Chine where there's a theme park there?
Yeah.
And they've had to close some of it off over the last couple of years because the cliff is sinking into the sea. Robin Hill, that's another place. I don't know if that's still going. Do a bit of tobogganing down the wicket. That's hit over Eddie Jack's head at deep mid-on, and that's bouncing away 4 runs. And that's the 200 up for Somerset. 202 for 6 at the end of that Dawson over. Just finished off the email from Bazza McConnell. We're talking about James Vince. I don't know where he is, if I'm totally honest. He did specify, he did specifically say last year that he hadn't retired totally from 4-day cricket. I think that's probably right. I think the cricket club is slightly poor since he's been absent. That's true, certainly in the 4-day game, of course. Vince 100 was always special to witness, along with how quickly he could change the momentum of a game. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday as well. But yeah, we miss that. We do. Please tell Ant. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. I was going to say. I mean, he's such a. Well, no, you finished that.
No, go on. No, that's
well,
it's a different
say,
email.
I mean, Vince is such a kind of reassuring presence in the Hampshire order, isn't he? I mean, it's someone who, you know, if you're in that team and you know he's got that kind of record and he's that consistency and that calmness actually as well. It's such a strong thing to have. For Hampshire that they don't have anymore. It's Abbott back into the attack, and that one is left alone by Lewis Gregory outside off stump, straight through to the keeper. Sorry, finish your.
No, I had finished it. I was just going to mention another one, but no, you're right. And I think in tight situations, he was a breath of fresh air, wasn't he? Because he came out and played differently to everybody else, and you thought, what tough situation.
A player like that is irreplaceable, really.
Yeah, agreed.
Because you don't get that record and that consistency by luck. Here comes Abbott, bowls, turned into the leg side by Gregory, and he'll get at least a couple of runs there, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They decide against a third. Throw from far on the deep wicket boundary goes quite wide of the stumps. Ben Brown had to make quite a lot of ground to recover it in the end. It must have swung slightly. It's one of those ones where sometimes if you let go of the ball with the seam up, it sort of swings accidentally when you're throwing it and ends up completely in the wrong place. You know that? Have you ever seen that? You should really throw the ball cross seam so it doesn't swing.
Right.
But I remember some. You know, I sort of threw it with seam up and it swung miles off line. Bit like my bowling. Driven up to mid-off by Gregory that time, fielded at mid-off by Liam Dawson.
I was going to say that's a great excuse for a poor throw.
Yeah, true. No, but they did. Sometimes it actually does swing.
Swung in the air.
If
I've never heard that.
If you do
before.
a big long throw with the seam up, it can swing. Yeah. If you let go of it in a particular way, definitely. You know, it's a bit like, actually, if you go onto the beach, right? Here comes Abbott, bowls. Oh, that's a big LBW. In fact, he's bowled him. I thought perhaps he'd appeal for LBW, but it's cannon maybe off his pad and straight into the stump. So a terrible leave that by Lewis Gregory. What another fantastic result for Hampshire. Real error of judgment there by by Gregory, who's been bowled for 2. Shuffles across and left it, and I think it might have just grazed his pad on the way through to the off stump. So another wicket, a 4th wicket for Hampshire this morning. 204 for 7 now is the Somerset score. I was actually going to just say, so when you go to the beach, right, if you know, ever do those skimming stones games where you get a flat stone and you skim it across the waves? Well, if you throw a flat stone high, it really swings.
Okay.
If you throw it as if you're throwing a cricket ball with the sort of flat stone between your 2 fingers, and you throw it sort of so the flat stone is horizontal to the ground.
Yeah.
No, do I mean horizontal? I mean vertical. Sorry, vertical to the ground. It will swing absolutely violently.
Okay.
But you're right. It is an excuse for a bad throw. Well, what a wicket there for Hampshire. 204 for 7, and that's a really potential big lead for Somerset that's been severely cut by Hampshire, potentially.
It has, isn't it? Yes, 3 wickets are falling in just over 15 minutes, so Hampshire are starting to get rewards here for putting in a good shift in this morning session. Somerset have lost 3 wickets for 13 runs.
Do you think Hampshire should have got more first innings? I mean, I thought that looking at some of the early wickets, I thought slightly loose shots, perhaps. Probably the best day to bat would have been the first day on this pitch, I reckon.
Jake Lehman's headline answer after the game last night was, "We left a few out there."
Yeah.
So yeah, they felt a bit light. It's difficult to tell how many. But yeah, it was interesting with the Somerset bowling attack because on the whole they bowled well, but there were patches where they weren't quite on it. But I think when the experienced bowlers were bowling, your Lewis Gregory's, your Craig Overtons, your Jake Balls, when they were bowling in tandem, it was tough. But I think there were little moments as well where, as a batter, there was some let-off balls, definitely.
So Jack Leach is at the crease now as the Somerset number 9. Batting average of 13.8, I noticed, 250s. He's facing up to Kyle Abbott round the wicket, and that first one he starts to play and then leaves in the end. It barely carries to Ben Brown, who is getting more and more exasperated about where to stand, how far back to stand on this pitch. Some carrying through very low. The odd ball climbing up. A bit of gardening done by Overton. He walked all the way down from the non-striker's end there to pat the pitch where that ball landed. Leach wasn't too bothered. So Leach on strike again to Overton, to Abbott. Bowls that one again, taken on the second bounce by Brown. Outside off stump as Leach shoulders arms. 252 Abbott has now from his 16 overs, 204 for 7, 59 overs bowled. So the scoring rate has really slowed. It was about 4 and over before the start of play, but now it's back to 3.4.
3.5, yeah.
3.5, yeah.
A couple of suggestions, more suggestions coming in for Anthony in his visit to the Isle of Wight. I mean, gosh, there's just not enough time. Stephen Eason, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Please tell Anthony not to miss the Donkey Sanctuary at Rothesay. That's near to Ventnor, which is free and great fun. Dawson starts a new over. He's bowling to Craig Overton. Overton's on the back foot. Works it up to deep mid-on.
Are we supposed to say at this point other islands are available or something?
Yes.
Perhaps?
Yeah, we can say
as
that.
We're on the BBC.
Yes, yeah, definitely quite a few islands really. Not free, but also to be seen. Osborne House. Yeah, that's a good one. Carisbrooke Castle. Yeah. And the Garlic Farm is well worth a visit. The island is full of great places to visit, says Stephen. I've got some more actually for the Isle of Wight. Stacked, the Isle of Wight. Leaches off the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. Steve Jenkin, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You should visit the new close ground near Newport where Hampshire played.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the first
I
class
went to the first match there actually a long time ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
What was that? Was
Can't remember who played now. It was an exhibition game.
Oh, and there's an edge. Did it carry to first slip? Pushing forward there. Just have a quick look, see if we can tell on the picture feed.
Yeah,
Difficult to tell from here.
Carried. Yeah, on the bounce.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Toby Albert there. Yeah, New Close, don't forget the first-class cricket ground there, Anthony. It's in a bit of the middle of nowhere, but it's on a bus route. That's pushed out square on the offside, and there is.
And what?
No
You took
run.
the bus there, did you?
Do you know what? Funny you should say that. I did. Stayed in. So the 4-day game against Nottinghamshire just before COVID, and I stayed in Newport, and literally there was a bus that stops right outside the ground. So I took the bus in and out each day. It was good fun. Just walked to the bus station in Newport, which is not very big. The bus station or Newport, as that's played out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Tony Layton has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, all this talk of the Isle of Wight reminds me of the commentary by you when Hampshire played there a few years ago. I was there. Forward, hits him on the pad. That'll be the end of the over. You interviewed an old player who had played in the previous fixture that Hampshire had played there. That's right, back in the 70s or something like that. Oh gosh, I can't think of the guy's name. I'll think about it in a minute. So yeah, oh gosh, what was his name? Alan Raymond, I think it was. Yeah, he played. Hampshire stopped playing there in the 70s, and it was the first time they played there.
Wow.
Since then,
There was a left-arm spinner for Hampshire who came from the Isle of Wight, wasn't it? Dan. I've forgotten his other name.
Oh, I don't know about that. There was.
Few
Oh yeah,
years ago.
no, I know the one. Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs, that's right.
Yeah.
Danny Briggs. Yeah.
Yeah, and a fast bowler as well, who was here for the last fixture. I can't remember his name. I'll think of it in a minute.
This is Abbott bowling, slightly wide of the crease to Overton, who's on 11, and that one definitely stopped. I don't know whether that was a deliberate cutter, but it came off the bat very slowly. It sort of looped off the bat when Overton played forward. So yeah, it's definitely not an easy pitch to play attacking shots on, especially if the ball is on a good length and straight. Looking for any width, I'd say, the batters at the moment, but they're not getting any. 3 men on both sides of the wicket, saving one, and a short mid-wicket. And just one slip now as Abbott bowls and Overton defends. Up to mid-on.
I'm off at the end of this over, so I'll quickly read a couple of
go on.
emails. Ralph Brooker on the Isle of Wight theme. Enjoying the commentary. Hope Anthony enjoys the Isle of Wight. As a boy, we used to sail from Hill Head near Leon Solent across the Solent to the Folly Inn on the Medina. That's the river. Beautiful spot for camping and refreshment. That said, I hope it still exists. Yusuf starting to show his worth this morning. That's right.
This is Abbott again, wide of the crease again, angled in towards Overton, who just that time steers it into the offside for a quick single. 206 for 7, and there's a slight fumble in the outfield there. They thought about a second, but in the end decided against it. 206 for 7, Somerset.
Liam Dawson, yeah. Noah Selby, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Going back to Ventnor Cricket Club, they came second in Division 1 last year to my local club, who got promoted to the Southern Premier League. He doesn't say which that local club was.
Jack Leach on strike. He's only just come in, of course. He's faced 7 balls so far. Round the wicket from Abbott, 2 slips and a gully. And he pulls his bat inside the line of that one as it scoots through to Ben Brown.
This is from CHJ. I think Anthony's going over for the Round the Island cycle race, 70 miles and incredibly hilly. I don't know if that's next week. So you might have to compete with that on the roads there, Anthony. Let me find out when that is.
It's quite hilly, isn't it, to the Isle of Wight, actually. So, I mean, cycling around it. I have actually cycled round the whole island about 30 years ago, and it was great fun. Here comes Abbott again, bowls to Leach, and that one definitely cut away from outside off stump, but it was a little bit too wide, so Leach was able to just watch that go through.
The cycle race this year is in September. It used to be in May.
Ah, right.
So I thought if I've got the right one.
It's great weather always as well there. I mean, it's one of the sunniest spots in the UK, isn't it?
Ventnor
Bournemouth
isn't it?
And Isle of Wight, yeah.
Ventnor's, I think it's got the most sunshine hours or something, yeah. It'll go and rain now when he goes next week.
Yeah. Abbott bowls again to Leach, who gets his first run into the leg side.
Thank you, Xander Bird. Yes, Adam Hose is also from the Isle of Wight.
Oh yes,
Yeah. He had a little spell, very small spell here. It didn't quite work out.
He got a double, didn't he? Here last year, was it?
Correct.
Yeah.
If
Very
Worcestershire.
slow It was quite a sort of painstaking innings. Worcester got about 660 or something. Didn't
We
they?
were outplayed.
680.
The
even.
Kookaburra ball came to our rescue. They couldn't
Terrible.
bowl us out
It
in
was
the
awful.
end. Simon Hughes is staying on.
Shall I?
Yes, you've got to come across because he's got his own special headphones. He doesn't like ours. They're too cheap. And Anthony Gibson will come alongside Simon. Just get him plugged in. He's got the cheap headphones, same as I. They obviously make you sound better, yours. Right, welcome back, Anthony, who's full of Isle of Wight ideas.
Dawson bowls and Leach defends. Yeah, I've got enough ideas on the Isle of Wight to last a fortnight, I think, let alone 5 days. Dawson then with a slip and a forward short leg into bowl to Leach, who goes for a slog sweep and misses it. I have.
Yeah.
Got donkeys and garlic and house
Come home.
chili.
You can come home with a whole armful of things, can't you? Stock up the car.
Strangely shaped cricket grounds.
That's a must. You've got to go to Ventnor.
Dawson bowls. Oh, and he had Jack Leach almost nonplussed there. He hardly played a shot at it at all. Didn't know what to do.
I mean, it is like a tropical kind of paradise, Ventnor, actually, honestly, south of the Isle of Wight. I thought we were going to see a replay of that ball, actually, but it didn't come up in the end. It did really turn quite a bit from outside off stump to Leach.
Dawson bowls, and this time Leach is right forward, killing the spin.
I mean, Leach are going to be interested in seeing this, isn't he? Because he's going to.
Well, I think the one that got Tom Abel turned.
Yeah, definitely. No, Leach is going to be a key man in the second innings, I think, with the ball.
Dawson then. In and bowls and Leach forward. And Kyle Abbott getting Lewis Gregory out for the 9th time.
Oh, yes, I think you talked about that yesterday, that it was his bunny.
Yeah. And that's 9 times in 13 matches.
Gosh, that's horrible. It's horrible if you're the batter, lovely if you're the bowler.
Dawson bowls. Leach right back on his stumps, late on the shot, beaten on the outside edge, through to Ben Brown. Well, Jack Leach survives, but only just. He's got 1, and Somerset 207 for 7.
It's amazing when you do have that batter as a bowler. If you have that batter that you just feel you've got something on the wood on, and you know you're good. And there was a player that I used to. I mean, it sounds a bit miraculous or even dreamlike that I had a bunny, but David Ward, who played for Surrey, a good player actually. I mean, really good player. Had probably a first-class average in the 40s. I just used to get him out with anything. I mean, a half volley, a long hop, occasionally a good ball, a full toss, anything. And it got to the stage where, when we arrive at the ground, when I say arrive with Middlesex at the Oval, I saw Wardy sort of walking into the dressing room and he'd go, "Oh no, it's you again." "Oh no," and it happened. I don't know how many times. He almost said to me, "Look, I'll just give you my wicket. I don't even bother to come out there." It was amazing.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Battle of the Devonians.
Right. So it's Sonny Baker back into the attack from the far end now, the pavilion end, to bowl to Craig Overton. That's a bouncer to start with, which Overton ducks inside, and it flies through to Ben Brown down the leg. So I think you said Sonny Baker's from Torquay, is it?
Yeah, born in Torquay.
Right.
Talking of Devon, I've had a tweet from Robert Blackwell. "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm watching the live stream. Please, can you give a shout out to the Devon over 70s who start their season with a friendly match on April the 23rd against Cornwall at Instow. Many thanks,
good effort.
Robert Blackwell."
And that's not that. I think the Overtons are from that.
That's
area,
absolutely,
aren't they? From North
that's
Devon,
their club.
aren't they?
It's North Devon.
Yeah. So is there a rivalry between North and South Devon? I wonder.
A bit.
This is Baker from South Devon, bowling to Overton from North Devon. And he pushes it up to the mid-off.
I mean, communications between North and South Devon have always been dreadful.
Yeah, right. Well, it's quite kind of
in
hilly,
the
isn't
sense
it? It's
that
pretty hilly.
when there were railways, it wasn't too bad, but It takes hours and hours to get from Plymouth to Barnstable, even though it's only probably 50 miles.
.207 for 7 is the Somerset score as we watch Sonny Baker bowling. Oh, and he's beaten him and bowled him, has he? No, it didn't get through.
No, it didn't.
Oh, I thought for a minute that had actually got through to the stumps. That was a good
Inside
angle.
edge onto pad, I think.
Yes, that was a good angle from Baker. And oh, it so nearly got through. Inside edge onto pad, as you say. I thought it just maybe had trickled onto the stumps there. Lucky escape for Overton.
Beaten for pace. You won't enjoy that with Big Craig.
I think it's reversing, actually. I think that's what he's looking to do here, Baker, because of the roughness of the pitch. The ball is now scuffed. It's 62 overs old. And there's a bit of reverse swing happening.
Yeah, he's hurrying Craig Overton, isn't he?
It always
Overton
helps if there's that bit of extra movement in the air, which, you know, when you, he's perfect, Baker, for reverse swing, because he's fast for a start, and he also has a slightly slingy action. So I suspect, we haven't got a close-up view of it, but I suspect the ball might sometimes come out with the seam slightly canted to sort of 1 o'clock rather than bolt upright, and that helps reverse swing as well.
Again, just a little bit late on the shot. He's not tried anything too aggressive against Sonny Baker yet. Craig Overton, he's been batting very sensibly. Has the reputation of being a bit of a big hitter. But he's worked really hard on his batting during the winter. He didn't play much cricket. He had it was a hernia operation during the winter. So he didn't go out and play in the SA20, which where he has been playing.
Well, that would have he would have had to sacrifice a bit of income there, I would imagine. Baker bowls, and again tucked into the offside, well, sort of the off stump, but Overton did well there just to steer that down to deep backward point for a single. Keeps the strike. 208 for 7 Somerset. So still 30 behind the Hampshire first innings score. Overton on to 13.
Yeah, game right back on an even keel after the wickets this morning.
I think I think actually 30-40 run lead here will be pretty priceless.
I'm not sure Somerset are going to get it.
Well, I'm not sure they are either, but that's what they're thinking about. No.
Alfie Ogborn and Jake Ball.
I was impressed by Ogborn. He looks promising, actually.
Yeah, he is.
Bowled a great ball to get rid of Nick Gubbins.
Dawson then to Overton. Short of a length, and played up to Eddie Jack at long on, just for a single. Overton not looking to farm the strike, confident in his batting partner.
I want to see Dawson just get the ball a little bit more outside off stump here. He has a tendency to bowl a bit too straight when there's a bit of spin in the pitch to the left-handers.
It's bowling now to Leach. And Leach is
That's a good ball.
Edging, and it lands just short of slip.
That's a good line. That's a 1.5 foot outside off stump, spinning in,
drawing the batsman
forward, and targeting both edges, if you like, and just short of the slip. Slip's very close, actually.
Dawson in and bowls, and Leach back on his stumps, playing and missing through to Ben Brown as the sun comes out. Lovely morning here at Hedge End, north of Southampton. Dawson bowls, gives that one a little bit more air. Leach watchfully forward. It's been slow going for Somerset this morning. They started on 154 for 3, so only 55 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Dawson bowls. Leach plays that around his front pad up to Sonny Baker at mid-on, won't get a run. Somerset will be looking to Craig Overton to take them past that Hampshire first innings total of 238.
Field go back now to give Leach the single, I think. That's the idea.
Leach will take the single as he plays that away through mid-wicket, 210 for 7. Leach doubles his score. End of the Dawson over. Dawson 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 38, but the 1 wicket, that of Tom Abel.
Yeah, that was a big wicket, wasn't it? Yeah.
Very, very big. I mean,
yeah. I mean, the key, the turning point was that Rue dismissal, really, wasn't it? And it was, you know, he been playing so well, and then that change of bowling, and just a little slightly loose shot, caught at backward point. I said that it was caught by Lehman, actually. I noticed it was caught by Ben Mays, in fact. And since then, really, Hampshire have been on top. So now Baker will be looking to here, I think, to try and hit Leach's stumps or his pads with some full, probably a bit of reverse swing deliveries. He'll be looking, he's bowling round the wicket, so he'll be looking here to try and angle the ball in and then maybe take it away towards the offside. Very difficult to play, even if you're a top left-hander, never mind number 9. See if he can do it. Running in from round the wicket, bowls, and Leach plays and misses there, tries to play a little dab shot, and ball goes under the bat, I think, through to the keeper. He's got to try and get it a bit fuller. That was just a fraction short.
I love the way Sonny Baker marches back. He really looks if he means business, doesn't he?
It's always the case with young bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they get enthusiastic. As they get older, they think, the limbs get a bit heavier. I always thought Stuart Broad always marched back with purpose, actually, even at the end of his career. He was always smartly to the end of his run. Here comes Baker again, he bowls, and this one is just back of a length, and Leach plays that well, actually. Ball all about off stump. Leach defends.
Umpire Middlebrook just having a look at the
his
bowler's
follow through.
foot marks. Quite close to a right-hander's off stump.
Yeah. He's just had a little word there.
I think he's spoken to him, yeah.
It's hard bowling round the wicket, a right arm bowler, to try and get off the surface when you let go of the ball. It's just like an unnatural angle you have to go at after releasing it. Here comes Baker again, bowls, and that one beats. That's a good ball, that. Goodness me, that's a good ball.
Bit too good for Jet Leach.
Yeah, it was too good for many players. I mean, he angled in, then zipped away, and Ben Brown took it sort of left hand, almost at his left shoulder, as it was sort of rising still. Goodness me, that was a good ball. But that's what he needs now. It's definitely reverse swinging here, and it's going to take some playing. If he can get one on about middle and leg and just moving away slightly, he could easily trim the stumps. Baker again bowls, and again he beats the edge as Leach plays the line, but the ball shifted in the air and again through to the keeper. This is good stuff from Baker. Now, I just think back to this time last year, or probably May last year, when he was bowling out here with the Kookaburra, and Worcestershire were getting 680. This is very different, and he's definitely a much better bowler. It was a thankless task bowling last year in that period. He comes again, bustling into bowl from the pavilion end. That's a tiny bit too short, actually. And it was again on the second bounce to the keeper. Leach sort of slightly fishing at it.
I like, but he doesn't. If that had been Craig Overton, I mean, Leach has played and missed 3 or 4 times in this over. Overton would be standing in mid-pitch, both hands on his hips, you know, scowling at the batsman. Whereas Sonny Baker just sort of turns
around and goes
and
back.
marches back with smiling.
Yeah. That's Devon. That's a Devonian. For no, except that's a South.
Overton's Devonian.
That's a South Devonian
Yes,
for you. You see, because they have a lovely lifestyle, and beautiful weather and all that. North Devon's a bit more rough and ready, isn't it?
Well,
it's a bit wilder. North
It's a
Devon.
lovely spot.
Baker bowls again, and that one Leach was able to leave in the end, but a very good over from Baker. Deserved a wicket, really. 210 for 7. I mean, North Devon has that slightly sort of wilder sort of feel to it, I suppose. It's more cliffs and kind of big surf. Well, especially if you get to Cornwall.
Yes, yeah. The North Devon coast. I mean, surfing is good. Golf is good as well.
Yes.
Westwood Ho and Salton, where I'm a member.
Right. Are you a Devonian resident?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I live in Somerset now, but I was born in Devon.
Right.
Brought up in Devon.
Whereabouts?
Born in Totnes.
Oh, right, nice. Yeah. That's very South Devon, isn't it?
Absolute South Hams. Yeah. Here's Dawson, last over before lunch. He's in bowls to Overton, who's back on his stumps, and they might have taken a single there, but decided against it. I think that's probably sensible. Jack Leach has looked all at sea against Liam Dawson. Craig Overton on 14. Needs to get through this over. Dawson is in and bowls, and he comes massively forward. Tall man, 6'5".
Well, they need him to do something here. This is a big wicket for Hampshire, Overton, because he can stay in and get them a lead. He's dangerous.
Dawson bowls. He's down the pitch, lofting this down the ground for 4. Just down below us, bouncing over the boundary rope.
Good shot. Fairly risk-free, really. Got to the pitch, hit it down.
Well, they just moved Eddie Jack up from long on, where he's gone back to now, to sort of more of a deepish mid-on
They
position.
sort of tempted him, and he took the bait there, but he played it well. Got to the pitch, got good reach over Craig Overton. 214
for 7 as Dawson bowls, and this time he's content just to play it defensively. Overton on 18. And has looked as confident and as capable as any batsman we've seen. Dawson bowls. This time he's back on his stumps. Quicker ball, shorter of a length, and plays it defensively out into the offside. Last ball before lunch coming up. Long off comes up to mid off. But they're trying to stop the single, so that first over after lunch they'll be bowling at Jack Leach. Dawson bowls. Overton content to play it defensively. That's the end of the morning session. Somerset going in at 214 for 7. Craig Overton 18 not out. Jack Leach 2 not out. They started this morning at 154 for 3. They've lost the wickets of James Rue. Court Mays bowled Yusuf for 86. Will Smeed caught down at long leg by Sonny Baker off Yusuf for 9. Tom Abel, who was caught behind, off Dawson for 49. And Lewis Gregory, who was clean bowled by Kyle Abbott for 2. And Simon Hughes, very much Hampshire's morning. Yeah,
and they started with excellent discipline from Kyle Abbott and from Sonny Baker. Both bowled demanding spells, didn't allow that fourth wicket pair to get away again after their excellent batting the night before, and really they've just hammered in at a good length and line and given the Somerset batsmen nothing. The pitch has just helped the bowlers a little bit. There's a tiny bit of spin there for Dawson. There's a bit of reverse swing for Baker as well, and they've totally deserved those 4 wickets that they've taken, Hampshire, and put the game very much in the balance.
So there we are, deficit now 24. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes for the afternoon session. Hope you can join us then.
And also all-day dining available from Beaky's Restaurant by Lawley and Burton. That can be accessed via the main hotel entrance from outside of the stadium. We do have a matchday information point open from inside the atrium today, should you have any inquiries. And also Utilita Bowl stores as well. Beneath the Shane Warne stand is showcasing the brand new 2026 training and playing ranges from our brand new partner Store. And also there is the brand new Hampshire Vitality Glass T20 shirt available to view inside the store, and you can get your own personalised name and number on the back of the shirt for just £12. So that is all available this lunchtime inside the store alongside the Hampshire Cricket Heritage book sale, which is currently taking place, and of course purchase a range of books will be
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Was on. So he's playing a miss it. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's
Oh,
Code.
beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Oh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
Just gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. As Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all round it. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch, though, from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square. That's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson. Short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis, starts a new over then from the Kirkstone Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause, though, because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Best for his second delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstone Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Youssef, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, a big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. Second wicket in the over.
Second delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved fiver for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Bean's left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump goes tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
Fourth delivery. Up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket, and that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. Second over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's a few fields. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him. He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one. And there we are. 96 overs completed.
Here comes Baker again. 3 slips. Well pitched up. Great drive by Matthew Revis. Really well timed.
Being covered is Abbott around the wicket. Lythe drives through extra cover. Don't bother running for that. And Lythe doesn't.
In this Yorkshire reply, outside off stump, over pitched and just guided, really nicely guided by Adam Lythe. See a few more arriving as Lythe gets on the front foot and drives that one through the covers. My goodness me, he's timing the ball well this morning, Adam Lythe, wouldn't you? Here's Youssef in, and that is a little bit streaky, a little bit edgy from Adam Lythe. Here's Abbott again. Oh, and a full swing of the bat there from Revis. And he's looking at Jack again. Revis, plays that through mid-wicket really nicely. Wristily steers that one up towards the Taverners stand, running in towards us from the Howard stand end, and Revis absolutely gives that the treatment across the practice wickets towards the Western Terrace.
He certainly did. He's Youssef down the hill once more. Revis off the back foot, times that nicely through the gap at forward point, and that brings him 4 runs. He took 119 wickets, says Dave. Revis is off the back foot. A beautiful stroke through extra cover. He really is starting to time the ball.
Comes in, bowls, driven by Lythe, and that's just going to reach the boundary on the offside to Revis. Plays off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot.
First period of commentary then as Dawson comes in, just a little bit wider leg stump there, and Lythe gets a good glance in down towards the Kirkstone Lane end boundary and actually picks up 4 first ball.
Showers, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's bowled him! And there's the early breakthrough after lunch as the off stump goes cartwheeling out the ground. Revis goes pushing forward.
Round the wicket, short run, reverse sweep from Lythe. And he's timed it really nicely, actually. He's just paddled it round the corner.
Find yourself being relied upon more. Edge through to the keeper, and Abba's got another wicket, and that's the perfect delivery. Lythe had to play. Game down there at the Utilita. As Hill plays that late, and he's worked that down the hill, down to third man, and that will run away over the rope. So there you go. Here's Kyle Abbott again. Hill's bowled! He's played forward there, and he's looking around thinking, how on earth have I missed that? It's heading this way as Abbott bowls, and there's a nice drive through extra cover. No problem, Don Bess. It was a short ball, rare short ball from Abbott. That's nicely played and pulled around the corner by Don Bess. I wasn't tempted to put any money on it. I'm not betting this year. Lovely cut shot, and that's going for 4 runs. Good a point. Duke is off the mark.
Bowls. That's a lovely shot. And that's going to be 4 runs to Harry Duke.
As he comes in again, ooh, straight into sweep, and in the end he's got an edge through to the keeper. And Bess has gone. Dawson comes in. Down the wicket comes Van Beek, hits him over the head, high down to the far end of the ground. And what's the umpire going to signal? It's 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot.
Oh, he's edged that, and he's gone to the keeper. Good catch. Looked a good catch by Ben Brown.
And in comes Yusuf Bowles. Bowled him! And the stump is out of the ground. And that is the end of the Yorkshire innings. White goes for no score. And Yorkshire bowled out for 177.
George Hill comes in, down the leg side. Here's Hill in again. Oh, and a fine shot by Gubbins. Off the back foot, pushing that away.
Comes in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. And he's hit that for 4 behind square on the offside. It's Code in here, and Gubbins has...
Through is needed. Van Beek's in now. There's a big shout this time, and they have that breakthrough. Weatherly is the man out, LBW.
Bowling's left-handed Gubbins, who... Oh, that's a lovely cover drive. And that's 4 runs. In comes Hill to bowl to Prest, who turns it onto the onside, and that's 4 runs. That's a good shot. He just a shot through mid-wicket to the right-handed Prest. That's on the leg side. That's turned away, and that's another 4. Exactly the same as his previous 4 as well. So in some ways, anyway, Hill is in, and that's 4 runs. On the back foot again, and that's through the offside this time. Another 4 runs for Nick Gubbins.
It's a new over from Van Beek, and that's driven fairly thickish edge down towards third man, and that will go all the way. Here's Code past the umpire, and that's played up on his toes by Tom Prest, really well. 3.4 and over at the moment as Code comes in, and just as you speak, Kevin, another boundary through the offside.
Replacement for Richardson. Oh, and as he edged that one through to the keeper, Gubbins, he's down on his knee. He's going to wait for the umpire's decision here, because that was a very full delivery.
Again. And that is played away by Prest delightfully through the offside. Here comes Ben Code in now, outside off stump. Played towards Sam Whiteman at backward point, who does the fielding, and that is the end of the second day's play here at Headingley.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself.
There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
Third slip back in place for Sonny Baker. This one's up in the air, looping up to Bess, who takes the catch. Weight of games as in comes Van Beek, and that's a thick edge. And on a rare occasion there, Jake Lehman to be playing regular first team cricket for the foreseeable future, else you wouldn't get that cap. You're going to be a regular, as that's punched square on the offside and takes Tom Prest to a well-earned half century. There he goes with that trigger movement back and across now then. He's out. At the non-striking end, Tom Prest has gone. That's one of those very, very unfortunate things in cricket.
To the middle stump.
Lehman on strike again, and a similar shot to the ball before, but this time a different result. And what presumably both he and Tom Prest were hoping for the ball before was boundary. Sessions now with T fixed at 3:55.
That's Lehman has cut one out here.
Past the umpire, Brown cuts all over the top of first slip. Any more in this game? That's driven, full delivery, lovely shot. Straight down the ground, back up towards us, up the hill.
Mid-off is in for the first delivery to Brown, and has a big heave onto the leg side to the cow corner, and it's all the way for 6.
Cliff's in. Brown drives, thick outside edge, but he's found the gap just in front of point. Not quite where he was aiming it. Cliff had the hands on his head. Double wicket competition. Well, that cut away into the gap between point and gully. It was in the air, but there's nobody there. Actually, there he looked like he's gone back in the older ones. Oh, there's an edge, and again it's gone into that gap between first slip and fine gully. Last umpire Saggers and Bowles, and again it's gone in that area. I think that was again deliberate. It wasn't quite aerial as the previous delivery.
There he is again, waits, wide attacking stance. He's placed that one very nicely between two fielders on the leg side. Brevis is one of them giving chase, but the ball is to bat for now. Lehman again cuts nicely and makes his way to a half century then for the 29th time in first class cricket. To go with 16 first class tons. It's taken him 89 balls, 124 minutes of batting.
Still a little way away from that. Brown drives past the diving point, and that's going for 4. But that's a bit in the distance at the moment. Brown whips that away on the leg side. That's 4 runs through square leg. Yeah. Short. Brown pulls that away on the leg side, and nobody's quite sure where that ball is. It's gone for 4. Didn't actually add to his overnight total, and Lehman guides that away past a diving wide first slip.
Best over. Shot and outside off stump, and it's cut away behind point for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot.
Around the wicket short, and that's pulled away from outside off stump, pulled away hard through mid wicket, and Jake Lehman picks up another boundary. 134 now between these two. Low full toss hammered away by Lehman. Don't bother chasing that one. That's gone into the stands. And Beek bowls again, and outside the off stump, and hammered away from outside off stump through mid wicket, and that is 4. Well, what is happening here straight after tea?
Best in for the 4th delivery, 3 dots so far, and as Lehman back cuts behind point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. 18.
Yeah, so Paddy Pindle batting. That's caught at deep backward square leg. He picked Logan Van Beek up beautifully, but unfortunately picked a fielder out on the boundary.
Front of the hand, and it's hit into the leg side, and it's 4 or 6.
Pressed when he was run out on the non-strikers end. That's whipped away by Brown. My word, he's picked that up superbly, and that's gone for 6 towards the western terrace. Van Beek again and bowls. Brown pulls that away in the air. That's safe, and it's beaten 2 fielders, and it's gone for 4. Mays. Oh, that's a beautiful shot down the ground, and that's gone for... Is that 4 or 6? It is 6. Essex the way they looked last week. Surprised that they're out. Now, Ben Brown hoiks that away on the leg side, falls over as he does so, and it's gone for 6. And as David Milne signals 6, Ben Brown was picking himself up off the turf, and he moves on to 102, gets a hug from Ben Mays. He takes his helmet off, raises his bat, and even Harry Duke behind the stumps gives him a round of applause, which is nice to see.
As Don Bess is in for the final delivery, it's over, and he hits him out to deep cover, pushing hard to mid off. A long off So that's the end of the over.
Mountain to climb now with the bat. Lyth has got an edge and gone. Second slip pouches it pretty low down. And the first blob of the season for Adam Lyth. Here's Abbott again. Oh, inside edge from Whiteman. That's going to be 4. Races away. Kirkstall Lane End. Oh, bowled him. This time it's Whiteman who's left one and had his off stump removed. Finley Bean watches on from the other end.
In. Bowl short. Pulled away just over mid-wicket, over the outstretched hand of Joe Weatherly, and that's going for 4. Here's Jack again. Bowls. That's whipped away. Nice shot through square leg. Little too straight, that one. Nicely played by James Wharton, who goes into double figures.
To Bean now, straight again, and it's worked into the leg side. I don't know if the fielder just cut it off and it runs away for 4 runs. Full. And he's worked into the leg side for mid-wicket, and that'll run away for 4 runs. That's back-to-back boundaries for Finley Bean. And he's in. And he's pushed down into the third man vacant area for 4 runs. That's well weighted by James Wharton there.
That's whipped away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot from James Wharton.
Baker to Bean. Oh, and there he's through that 4th slip region. Great bowling by Baker, back of a length, going across. Just got a little bit big on Bean.
Jack from the football stand end, gone. And I must admit the first reaction there was that was probably too high, but we are a long way up, 5 floors up here in the con box. Here's Jack then to Revis, and wouldn't you know it, he gets a nice juicy leg stump half volley and flicks it away.
And he's in. Oh, and it's streakily away through behind point for 4 runs, and that'll run away. And he's full. And he's bowled him! Fantastic delivery there from Abbott. Off stump, knocked out the ground. Revis looking back into Cliff, and he's full. Oh, he's in the pad, and he's given him, he's gone! It's 2 in the over for Abbott. He's forward, solid in behind it. That's a dot ball to end the day. That's a fantastic spell from Abbott. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 for 11. Fantastic bowling, and Yorkshire end the day on 65 for 5.
So here's Cody Youssef to get things underway, and it's immediately down the leg side to George Hill. Especially this man, Finley Bean, facing Youssef, who pushes that into the gap, wide of second slip and gully. It's running all the way to the third man boundary.
Here's Abbott in, good delivery, there's an appeal, and that is the end of Finley Bean. The first wicket of the day has gone, and Kyle Abbott has 5 for 12.
That's pushed into the gap. Nice shot from Harry Duke. He'll get 4 runs. Jack, that's full delivery, nicely guided backward of deep gully, and that's going for 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there from Harry Duke.
Sonny Baker into the attack to replace the wayward Kyle Abbott at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Sonny's wayward with his first ball. 6 overs and 2 balls for Hampshire to find some, and there's should be 1, but he's been put down. Mid on, mid off, and a square leg, and Harry Duke, I think this one hits him round about the waistband, rather like Willie Banks doing the triple jump. Short ball, Duke's got underneath this, so too has Cody Youssef down at long leg.
97 for 7 here, Yorkshire in their second innings. That's flicked away down to fine leg, and it's gone through. Here's Eddie Jack again. It's nicely cracked away off the back foot by George Hill.
Comes in past Saggers, he's up there to drive, an invitation accepted, and Don Best will welcome that with open arms. Here's Sonny Baker in again, and George just guiding that one through third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs. The Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and lovely drive from Don Bess. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. Here's Youssef again, edge this time by Bess, just tentatively pushed at that. Ball short of length, punched away into the offside by George Hill, nicely played.
Food's arrived, Doige. That's given me a bit of a lift, that's nicely played through mid-wicket. And that will be 4 runs for Don Bess, who moves on to 26.
Coming in again. And Hill gets himself 4 through third man. Intended shot, open the face, and...
Thank you. John, nice to hear from you. That's lofted high on over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. Couple of... Awesome. Down the wicket comes Hill again. He's got a little bit more underneath that, but he's still going a long way over mid-on. Wide mid-on this time, and it's 6 runs again. And that's his 50.
during the war. Abbott with a pretty good delivery once again, but this time Bess. Comes Abbott. Ooh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Ooh, now then.
From that football stand end. Best works that away on the onside. Chase for Tom Prest. Although that's always going for 4.
Thinking it probably was out.
Here's Liam Dawson. To Best, gets an edge, goes along the ground past the diving substitute fielder Toby Albert, and that's running away to third man up the hill for 4 runs.
Baker might bowl it now. No, it's up there to drive again, and this time he has got a good contact on it, and it is 4. Lined in red with the fact that he's got the captain's armband when there's no Johnny Bairstow here. Short ball pulled by Van Beek, and he's off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket.
Facing Dawson. And he's chipped that one, and he's caught it mid-off. Looked to work that away on the onside. He got a leading edge. You were mentioning his Dawson has gone for the sweep shot there. It's nicely played by Van Beek. It's gone fine. Gully in for him. Code drives. That's nicely through the covers. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Less recently and less recently again. Yeah, very often, unfortunately.
Oh, and that's it. Sorry, I had a load of emails that I've missed him. And I've just missed that because
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
was on. So he's playing a mission. No, he's not. He's got an edge through to the keeper. There's the first wicket of the morning. I can't say.
Here's Code again then. That's pushed away, backward of point on the offside. It's going to be the first boundary of the game.
To Prest. Prest pushes forward. Lovely shot through the covers. That's beautiful. That's 4.
Stages here then. As White's in again. Oh, but a terrific drive through extra cover from Gubbins. It beats the infield and it will race away.
Called it up.
Here's Code.
Beautiful.
Yep, brilliant shot. Down the ground. Lovely on drive.
Just going to run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat down the ground. Code's in again. Ooh, great shot. Worked into the leg side. I think that'll race away for 4 through mid-wicket. Great shot by Press there.
Agreed. That's cut away by Gubbins. Nice shot through the covers. That's going for 4.
She gets to the crease. Oh, back of a length. And that's beats point. Is it going to go all the way for 4? I think it is, yeah.
Pressed off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going for 4. Hill once more. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's going for 4.
Gone across there. Richardson's in again, but that's a terrific drive by Gubbins. And that'll go all the way up the hill to the Kirkstall Lane end for 4 more.
Off spin all round it. Flicked away by Gubbins through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Some of the harshest comments. Oh, Press is close. He's LBW, is he? Yes, he is. Finger goes up. Oh, Press looks to the heavens.
To a really great servant for Yorkshire, having moved north from Somerset. That's a little over pitch though from Bess on this occasion. There's a chase there for Code in towards the boundary. White ball stuff gets underway. Here's White, and there's an edge there for Lehman. But I think he might have managed to keep it down anyway. But it goes through a vacant area. It's Gubbins who waits. And that is caught at third slip. Do you know, he absolutely deserves that, Jack White. Terrific ball.
And he White's it again. Brown pulls that away. That short arm pull that he plays. Well known for that, Ben Brown. There's certainly enough, isn't there, as a batter? There, that's a nice shot. It was a full delivery on leg stump, and Brown's worked that away in front of square. That's 4 runs. Oh, gosh, what was his name? I knew I shouldn't have started this conversation. Nice shot through mid-wicket this time from Ben Brown, and that may just have enough legs on it. Despite the fielder's efforts, it does. But just probably hits the deck a little harder. Oh, that's close. It's wrapped on the pad, gone. Brown doesn't look particularly happy. Probably feels he got a little far forward there.
Short and wide and cut for away through backward point. The field's going to chase it, but unable to get there. Fantastic delivery for his 4th delivery of the over. And he's cut away again for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Lehman. Just let the ball come to him.
This is certainly a thing they can ask. There's cut away, smashed away through the covers. Width again from Revis and Mays.
Here's Richardson. Short and pulled away beautifully by Mays. He was onto that so quickly. Here comes Richardson again. Oh, and that's stylish. That's really stylish. That's really well played through mid-wicket for 4. Here's Revis. Starts a new over then from the Kirkstone Lane end. Again, outside off stump. Yorkshire have got a man back on that cover point boundary to Lehman. Lehman earns the applause though because he takes a single. That brings up his half century.
Best for his 2nd delivery. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautiful bowling by Don Bess. Looks like he just played around that one a little bit, Mays.
From us from the Kirkstone Lane end. Oh, and he's got a good one there, and he takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat. Dawson has a quick look up.
There's a new over from George Hill. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, Cody Yusuf, and he's gone. Okay, which was great, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, big shout for an LBW, and he's gone. 2nd wicket in the over.
2nd delivery. Oh, it's down. Chance. Sharp chance to Duke's edge there. Not sure if he took it off first slip, if it were his, but like I say, as a wicket keeper, you've got to go for that.
Patiently as Code comes in, and he's bowled him. And that's the breakthrough that Yorkshire need.
Into Lehman now. Oh, there's a big swing into the leg side. Is it going to go? It's all the way. No, he's caught it. Oh, brilliant catch. And a deserved 5 for Hill there. Fantastic.
Now. Oh, and Beans left one alone outside the off stump. It was fatal because he's been bowled. The off stump go tumbling back.
And last week, that's an edge, and it's gone between first slip and gully, or deepish gully, and that's going for 4.
4th delivery up the hill. Down the hill, sorry, and it's clipped away into mid-wicket, and that'll run away for a 4. That's a great shot by Whiteman there. Baker just straying a little bit full there onto the pads of Whiteman. 2nd over. Oh, he's gone full again. It's pushed down the ground. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. Will it? Abbott's chasing it. Oh, and it's gone for 4 runs. Baker to Whiteman. It's gone full. Oh, and it's pushed beautifully down the ground there. Glorious stroke. And that's 4 runs.
As Jack comes round the wicket to lithe in characteristic fashion, just rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. It absolutely rockets towards the...
I say with the ball doing so much as Baker comes in again. There's the field field. Oh, he's given, he's gone.
He's gone. He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Chopped on there from Ben Code. Good bowling, pushed him back with a couple of bouncers. Coming to the crease. He's gone full. Oh, he's bowled him. He's 2 in 2 for Baker.
Wow. What a delivery that was, you have to say. Stand end coming into bowl to Adam Lythe, and Lythe just nonchalantly drives that through extra cover for 4 up to the Taverners stand up there on the far side. Terrific shot from him. Baker. And Revis has played it really, really well on his toes through the offside. A little bit shorter this time from Baker.
As Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, Revis again is comfortably behind that one.
umpires Nigel Long and James Middlebrook returning for the afternoon session. For you for Somerset, Craig Overton and Jack Leach.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl ahead of the start of the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The 2 umpires are out there in the middle. That's James Middlebrook and Nigel Long, and they're being accompanied by the 2 not-out batters. That is Craig Overton, who's 18 not out, and Jack Leach, who are 2 not out. And the Hampshire players have just broke ranks there. They were in a huddle there for quite a while, and they are making their way out onto the middle. The state of play is that Somerset, in their first innings and replying to the Hampshire all-out total yesterday of 232, are 214 for 7. They added just another 60 runs in the 2 hours play we had this morning. They were hoping for a lot better progress than that, with James Rue 77 not out and Tom Abel 29 not out overnight, but they were made to work hard for their runs. 60 they added, but they lost 4 wickets in the process. 2 of those to Cody Youssef, 1 to Liam Dawson and 1 to Kyle Abbott. James Rue the first to go for 86, Tom Abel the third to go for 49. And that is the state of play. The commentary team this afternoon, Simon Hughes, the analyst, is still with us. He'll be on later on. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Bristol and Somerset, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kev. Yeah, very disappointing morning for Somerset. Courtesy of some excellent Hampshire bowling, credit where it's due.
Yeah, Cody Youssef's spell this morning, when he took over from the 2 opening bowlers, immediately got a wicket with James Rue caught in the slips. He had a spell of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18, which sort of turned the tide, really. Abbott and Baker had bowled well for the first 40-odd minutes, but then Youssef got the breakthroughs, and that got 2 more. Charles White and Russell Domingo with us up here.
Youssef probably owed his wicket to Kyle Abbott, because I think James Rue subconsciously relaxed after seeing off Kyle Abbott's opening spell, played a loose shot.
Right, here's Youssef then, who's got first up this afternoon and immediately beats the outside edge of Jack Leach. Again, the carry is, well, just about through to Ben Brown. Yes, Russell Domingo and Giles White have been talking on 5 Sports Extra throughout the lunch break. I'm sure you can, if you've missed that, you can pick that out somehow by listening back. I never know how you do it these days.
BBC Sounds, I expect.
BBC Sounds, yeah, somehow. Just do something with Sports Extra and just wind it back. So they've just left the camera gantry here. As Youssef from the pavilion end, round the wicket again to Leach. Leach pushes that out to point.
He's having a fairly torrid time out there, Jack Leach. 2 from 29 deliveries, and I think probably at 17 of those deliveries he's played and missed.
Yes. Doesn't look as though he fancies it too much. There's not too much foot movement going on.
He's brave enough. He's just not quite good enough.
I was surprised to see him come in at number 9, if I'm honest.
Well, I think that says more about the batting skills of Alfie Ogborn and Jake Ball than those of Jack Leach.
Here's Youssef again. He's got a bat on that one, plays that nicely to backward a point, but it's half stopped. He will get a single. Moves on to 3. That's Jake Lehman diving to his right there. 2:15 for 7. So they are behind now, Somerset, by 23.
Somerset have 3 number 11s in their batting lineup.
Yeah, but combined they could probably, and with Overton, probably get a little lead here.
Well, I think they're relying on Craig Overton, who has picked up where he left off at Chelmsford. He looked very confident.
He's played nicely out there. He's played a lovely couple of shots over the top off Dawson.
He looks brimful of confidence.
He does. Here he is facing Youssef. And that bustling run of his, and that's worked to mid-wicket.
Getting a good solid shot.
It is.
Right out in the middle of the bat. And his bat does look almost exceptionally broad because he's playing so straight.
Yes.
He told me it's saying to Simon Hughes that he's been working on his batting, in particular a tendency which all tall batsmen have of just sort of falling over slightly. He's consciously trying to avoid that. Oh!
He's wrapped on the pad there, half shout. Trying to whip that away on the leg side. Just watch that again on the picture feed. Must have been a little tickle onto this.
Just
Going down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apart from that, we were chatting before lunch about the Isle of Wight, which Anthony's going for a few days next week, and we were talking about various aspects of the Isle of Wight. Jill Locke, who emailed just before lunch, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, my late husband was born and brought up in Yarmouth. That's where Anthony's going to land on the ferry. That's wrapped. Overton high on the pad, goes to first slip, end of the first over after lunch. Somerset 2:15 for 7. When he was in his teens, he used to go to matches at New Close in Newport. He and a friend used to man the scoreboard there, which was manual in those days. That's Jill in Southampton.
I've had a recommendation for a pub as well.
Oh, have you?
From Ingwith Andra. He says, if you follow the excellent suggestion for Hants guys to visit Ventnor Cricket Club, then might I also suggest the Bonchurch Inn in the nearby village of the same name. Lovely home-cooked Italian food in bucolic surroundings. Sounds absolutely ideal.
You're going to have to extend your stay by another week. Fantastic. I've got a few more suggestions as well.
Liam Dawson is going to bowl from this hotel end, or the Meon Valley end, as Christopher Martin Jenkins memorably called it. A little more poetic. Dawson bowls, Leach drives, 4 runs. Only just, but 4 runs it is. Gallant effort out there by the fielder, who I think is Nick Gubbins. No, it's not Nick Gubbins, because he tossed that one in right-handed, unless he's...
Might be pressed, actually, a quick guess.
Yeah. 4 runs to Leach, so he moves on to 7, 2:19 for 7. Dawson again in and bowls, and Leach forward, defending. Very pleasant day here at Edge End. Utilita Bowl, white seats all the way around the ground, white or sort of beige coloured seats all around the ground. This is swung up to Eddie Jack at mid-off. A sort of cross-batted offside shot, which has come into the game really from T20 cricket. Dawson tosses this one up, driven by Leach, and that is going to be cut off by Eddie Jack at mid-on. Does well. Keeps them down to just a single. It's a fast outfield here, so if that had gone past Eddie Jack, would probably have run away to the boundary. It's a very flat ground, though, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, and it slightly builds up towards the square, you know. But yeah, on the whole, it is a very flat ground. There's no uphill or downhill here.
Dawson bowls to Overton, who'll pick up a comfortable single. To long on, being offered that single really, so that Dawson can bowl at Leach. 2-2-1 for 7. Overton on to 19. Deficit now just 17. Dawson to Leach, shorter and quicker, turned into the onside. End of the over. Dawson 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48. Somerset 2-2-1 for 7.
So while we're talking about the Isle of Wight in general, Stephen Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says in June it's worth looking out from Cowes when the Island Sailing Club hold their Round the Island race. Yeah, that's a very big event. Sadly not when Anthony's going though. Even better if you can find a place on a boat. I was lucky enough to do on a number of occasions, says Stephen. 1,500 boats take part and it's wonderful fun, taking over 12 hours to do 60 nautical miles. You can almost walk across the boats from Cowes to Cowshot. Spectacular sight. And so I think one year in my early years at BBC Solent, I got offered a place on one of those boats around the island, but they start off at about 4 in the morning or something stupid. I thought, well, I don't fancy that. I probably should have done. Here's Yusuf from the pavilion end. Bowls to Overton, who's hooking. He's got a top edge, but he's going very quickly down to fine leg. It's gone for 4. Not quite in control, but he found the gap.
A little bit of luck there, really. It's very similar to the shot that Will Smeed played. But Smeed hit it straight to long leg, and Overton, fortunately for him, got it well fine of long leg.
He did. 23, he moves on to 2.25 for 7. Somerset behind by just 13 now. Lee Bowers, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, do you know what the donkeys at Carisbrooke Castle have for lunch? Yes.
Carrots.
Overton drives out in the covers. No, it's half an hour. That's great joke. Love that one, Lee. Thank you very much. Who's keeping watch on that? I didn't realise what the answer was until I saw it after I'd read the question out, actually.
Very good.
That's good fun. So, Yusuf with those 2 wickets this morning. First 2 wickets to fall. That's whipped away, but off the pad, actually, from Overton. And the ball goes out on the leg side for no run. Jim Hode, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says enjoyed the coverage and great to hear from Simon Hughes. Somerset are not having the best of days and it's their own fault, says Jim. They relaxed when Hampshire was 7 down and let them get a good 70 more than they should have. And he's in South Wales. Well, the ball got a little bit old, really. It was a bit tough, as Hampshire are finding here, but they've managed to find a way so far as Overton drives that to short mid-wicket.
I think that's a fair point, though. I think that's what Steve Kirby meant when he said that they'd bowled well in parts yesterday, but not so well in other parts. And they didn't keep the pressure on after they'd taken those 3 quick wickets after lunch. And rather let Hampshire get away with it.
Richard Blight has emailed here as Yusuf's in and bowls, and he's tried to pull that away. Kept a little low, but called through for a leg by Leach. As the ball trickles away behind square on the leg side. 2.26 for 7. Richard Blight says, good afternoon from a Glamorgan fan, thoroughly enjoying your stream. Sonny Baker looked very sharp. Is he a test squad? I think it's a misprint bowler. I've never been to the Isle of Wight, by the way. Says Richard, anyway.
You and me both.
Yeah, I think Sonny Baker. Well, Sonny Baker is looking a much better bowler this year than he was last year when he made.
It's premature to be talking about Test match. Though.
It is. But if he keeps the season going the way he started it, Leach is trying to whip that away on the leg side. Misses. That's the end of the over. 2.26 for 7. Somerset behind by 12.
Yeah, decent over that from Cody Yusuf, but good leg by called by Jack Leach off the penultimate ball of the over meant that he only had 1 ball to survive. And the more of the strike that Craig Overton can get, the better place Somerset will be. Any sort of a lead would be welcome. Can't imagine it's going to be a significant lead. Dawson's going to bowl another over to Craig Overton. Overton lets this go outside the off stump. A little bit of bounce and turn, but from too wide of the off stump to trouble Overton, but he goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. In any case, but there are signs of turn which will encourage Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan. Dawson bowls. Pitches this one right up, it's driven up to long off by Craig Overton. Takes another single, 24. He has 2.27 for 7. The field closes in for Jack Leach. Not offering him a single, inviting him to try and hit over the top. Dawson to Leach, shorter and punched away, but only as far as backward point. And a scoring opportunity there, but hit it straight to the fielder. Dawson bowls. Leach forward. Defending. Fancy it was a few years ago that 2021 and sort of post-COVID year when there were no spectators here, Jack Leach played quite an important innings here. I think he got 40 odd. Dawson bowls shorter and quicker, and Leach back on his stumps. That was the game when Somerset had bowled Hampshire out for 70 odd in the first innings on a very spicy wicket.
So it won by 10 wickets. Yeah.
They did, but only just. Dawson in bowls. Oh, and that almost gets through. That doesn't bounce so much. That was the last time that Somerset beaten Hampshire, I fancy.
Here, yeah.
Anywhere.
Oh, right. So we're certainly here.
They've beaten them at Taunton since then.
There was a year when there was that very, very flat wicket, wasn't there? Rue got a double 100, didn't he? And Dawson and Gubbins, I think, batted quite a while. Even though that was a very, very flat wicket, you guys got millions. And then we had to sort of had a bit of a tricky last day.
Was that when James Vince batted all day for 200?
I think that was before that. I think that was another day.
Anyway, Hampshire have had the better of recent contests between these two counties.
Yusuf to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Craig Overton. Overton works that away to short mid-wicket, no run. Jeff Budden's got an email here, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Thanks for all the commentary, especially yesterday. Brilliant all day. Michael Carberry was so informative. I sent you an email last Saturday, says Jeff, that number 44 was in the Hampshire team, but due to switching to listen to some football, he didn't know if I gave him a reply. Well, Scott Curry is number 44. I think he was on a little bit earlier this morning, actually. So he suggested it was Andrew Neil. No, he's got a different number. Again, it's gone to mid-wicket. There's another email about Isle of Wight beer here. Colin Sturmey. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I went on a mini tour of the Isle of Wight about 50 years ago. Right. Where I sampled the local Burt's beer.
Burt's, yeah. Ocal's is the other one, I think.
Oh, is it? Right,
yeah.
Okay. Comes straight from Ventnor, or from a spring in Ventnor, apparently, the liquid. Because you are into the real ale, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yusuf bowls, that's whipped away a little stronger this time, but there are 2 mid-wickets effectively for Hampshire. It's not getting past either of those.
Found a member of the campaign for real ale back in 1971.
Oh.
And before that, my father was a keen member of the Society for the Preservation of Beers from the Wood.
From the wood?
Yeah.
Right.
Wooden barrels.
Oh, right.
Some brewers still use them.
Okay. I've no doubt you'll be looking for some real ale tonight. You normally do when you're here, aren't you? Here's Yusuf. Oh, it's down the leg side.
It's a brewery just down the road at Botley.
Oh, that's right. You've been there before, haven't you?
Yeah, the Crackle Rock Brewery.
Other breweries available, of course.
Yeah.
Another Isle of Wight email here.
Well, it's certainly provided a talking point.
It's been great, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I've never talked about the Isle of Wight as much, even though it's on their doorstep. Here's Yusuf again. Overton drives out to a wideish third man where Tom pressed fields, and Overton moves on to 25. 2:28 for 7. This one's from David Yates. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. From Minehead, hoping for a Somerset lead. He says, I played for Bath Civil Service, who had a tour to the Isle of Wight first week in August every year back in the 60s and 70s. Played at the Ventnor Bowl, as well as lovely grounds at Shanklin and Ryde. I think Shanklin's the one, we talked about the Ventnor having, the boundary things, the bowl. Shanklin, I think, that's turned away. No, it's down the leg side. Good diving stop from Ben Brown to end that Yusuf over. 2:28 for 7. Somerset trail by 10. I think it's Shanklin that has literally almost 2 levels to the ground. So on one side of the pitch, it's sort of a slightly higher level than the other. It's a bit weird. I think it's that one. Quite an experience fielding on the boundary at Ventnor. I understand the Ventnor Bowl ground was not acceptable to the league, so they have a new ground. Oh gosh, listen, I'm not an aficionado, but I think a little while ago, when Ventnor were promoted to the Southern Premier League, they actually played their games at New Close. Right. Whether they're still there or not now, I'm not sure. Somebody else will know better than me. But yeah, I think that was a bit of a problem, getting them up the leagues, their ground.
Right, Matt Dawson to bowl to Liam Dawson, even Matt Dawson. Good, useful rugby player. I'm not sure what his cricket's like.
He's bowled like Matt Dawson every now and then.
That's turned away up to long on for a single, 2-9 for 7. No, they come back for a second run. I was looking at the scoreboard. Sloppy bit of out cricket there from Hampshire. It means that Craig Overton keeps the strike. 2:30 for 7.
Yeah, it's not very often. It might have been the odd time over 15 years he might have bowled like Matt Dawson, but not very often. He's been very, very good for a long time.
He certainly has. Dawson bowls, Overton forward. Born in Swindon was Liam Dawson. So I suppose he... Did he come up through the Hampshire pathway?
Yeah.
He's bowling now to Overton, who plays this up the offside of the pitch.
When he was young, he played a bit of cricket in Wiltshire.
Dawson to Overton. Oh, he's back on his stumps. Didn't know whether to come forward. His initial movement was forward, and then he decided belatedly to go back and was a little bit late on the defensive shot in the end, but kept it out. Dawson bowls, Overton drives, won't get it past extra cover. That was the 5th ball of the over, so the field will come in to some extent. Overton's looking for the single to keep the strike. Dawson bowls, and he'll get the single to keep the strike as he works that up to long on. Eddie Jack Fields, a run is taken, 2:31 for 7. Overton on 2:28. Somerset now just 7 runs behind.
Played a little bit for Chippenham in his early days, back in 2005, in the West of England Premier League.
That's what Pete Trigger's playing in it at the moment for, well, not today, but they've quite started yet.
Okay.
For Burbage and Eastern Royal.
Yeah, it's just that one season that I can see.
I played a bit for Malmesbury.
Malmesbury? Oh.
Yeah.
My daughter teaches at Malmesbury School.
Oh.
My
Lovely
older
part
daughter.
Of the world.
Yeah, she loves it there. Yeah, she's been there a couple of years now, I think.
Change bowling at the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion end, Sunny Baker.
In fact, I'm talking about Bath Civil Service. I played for Malmesbury against Bath Civil Service in the Bath Club ground.
Okay. That's nice, isn't it?
It is a lovely but little ground. It's too small for any cricket.
Yeah. Yes, I've walked past that many a times. On the bridge there. Big car park which makes them a lot of money.
It does. Very nice new pavilion. Well, newish pavilion.
Is it? Here's Sonny Baker then from the pavilion end, taking over from Yusuf, and he's worked on the leg side by Overton. Down to deep square leg, and Overton moves on to 29, and it's 232 for 7. Somerset now behind by just 6 runs.
Again, not bothered about taking a single from the first ball of the over.
No. Trusts Jack Leach. Quick chat in the middle, the two players. We're into the 73rd over here, so the new ball not too far away. Baker's round the wicket, 2 slips wait. Bowls. Leach cuts that away. Nice shot. Through point for 4. Timed that nicely.
Plenty of time to play it as well, didn't he?
Yeah. I'll give him a lot of confidence.
He doesn't lack confidence with the bat, Jack Leach. I think that most famous one not out in history, match-winning partnership with Ben Stokes, has given him a lifetime's worth of confidence in his batting skills.
So just 2 runs now separate these two sides on the first innings. Hampshire will not want Somerset to get too far ahead here. Puts a little bit of pressure on for the rest of the game as Leach pushes forward, goes up to mid-off. Yeah, we'll make the most of the next few overs, that's for sure, before that ball becomes the second new ball. We actually haven't had a ball change in this innings. We had, what, 3 or 4 yesterday? And we haven't had one at all. This is from Terry Owen, who says Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, has Steve Pittard not got anything on the Isle of Wight?
I'm sure he will. He likes a challenge.
Quick single up to mid-off, comfortable single. 237 for 7. Yes, well, I'm sure he'll be up burning the candle at both ends tonight to come up with some Isle of Wight stats.
Adam Hose comes from the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, we got that.
I've
No, we've had that.
Other famous Isle of Wight cricketers?
Yes, Danny Briggs.
Oh, yeah.
Mark Garraway,
Oh, yeah.
who's still at Millfield, I
He
think.
is, yeah, director of... I'm not sure whether he's... I think he's director of sports
And
at Millfield.
David Griffiths, fast bowler who's at Hampshire, and he went somewhere else for a little while. But yeah, he was here. He was up at the club actually a couple of weeks ago from the Isle of Wight. Oh, and he was going to duck that one, and he somehow managed to work that down to a very fine third man. He sort of held the bat there, did Craig Overton. But I'm not sure whether he was trying to lean away from it. I think he was initially. Can't think of anyone else. There's probably somewhere else, somebody else we're missing. I'm sure there's one name out there that's eluding me.
Scores are level.
Here's Baker around the wicket. That's nicely whipped away. And that's 4 runs through mid-wicket. Wow, he's timed 2 shots on the offside and on the leg side. Absolutely beautifully has Jack Leach. And now Somerset have a lead.
Best over of the day from the Somerset perspective, 11 runs from it. I've had a tweet from Greg Hill. He says, I'm listening to your commentary at SJP, which is St James's Park, whilst waiting for the Grecians, which is Exeter City, to kick off, and my work has to begin. Thank you for the great coverage. Oh, thank you for listening, Greg. All the very best to you and your broadcasts.
Who's the great Exeter City playing today then?
I've no idea.
He says,
Yes.
trying to sound mildly interested.
They're not having a great season, I can tell you that.
Are they not?
No.
Let me help everybody out. What league do they? I don't even know what league they're playing. Is it you?
It is, sorry, Dawson bowls to Overton. Somerset have a lead of 4.
Home to Stockport County in League One. There we go.
Dawson bowls. Overton is caught at short extra cover by Ben Mays. Well, it was tossed up, inviting the drive, and Overton played that sort of cross-batted offside shot, didn't keep it down, and a good catch by Ben Mays, plunging forward at short extra cover. That's an important wicket for Hampshire because Craig Overton's been in great form. Somerset would have been looking to him to give them a decent lead. As it is, he's gone caught. Oh, it was Gubbins. I thought it was Mays, but Gubbins at short extra cover for 30.
Bonus. That's one of those slap shots, isn't it? With the bottom hand that players play these days. Didn't quite. The trouble is with the slap shot we were talking about yesterday with Michael Carberry, weren't we really? It allows the batters to sort of reach out to balls that aren't quite half volleys. But of course what it does do is it can mean, if you get on the ball a little too early, that the ball is in the air, as was the case there. Well, we're waiting for the next batter. Just have a quick look at the other scores, actually, because there's only 4 games going on, 2 in Division 1, 2 in Division 2 this week. Warwickshire were bowled out for 190 against Essex, who are 8 without loss. In Division 2, Gloucestershire were bowled out for 136, Lancashire in reply 83 for 1, and Middlesex were bowled out for 341 in their game with Northamptonshire. In reply, North answer 50 for 3. All those games on the BBC Sport website and app.
I was right. It was Ben Mays.
Yes, I must admit, when you said it, I didn't at any stage think it wasn't, but did that go up on the board?
It was announced by the
oh dear.
Stadium announcer.
Oh, black mark. It's not the normal one, actually. I didn't recognise the voice.
So, how many balls have we got left in this over? 2?
4.
4, I beg your pardon.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so I was looking at the wrong column. And Ogborn is the new batsman, and he plays this out to extra cover. Alfie Ogborn bowls left arm and bats right-handed. Got a silly mid-off and a slip. Dawson bowls. Plays this firmly into the ground. Bounces out to Nick Gubbins, who is now at short extra cover. Ben Mays is under the helmet at silly mid-off. Dawson to Ogborn. Stretches forward, lets that go through to Ben Brown.
Simon Hughes is back in the house. You can always tell when he's back.
Crashing around with his headphones and microphone, his headset. Right, the last ball of this over, last ball of my commentary stint. Isn't it? This is punched up to extra cover for a single, which means that Alfie Ogborn is off the mark, and Somerset's lead stretches to 5. Applause for Liam Dawson, an over which included the wicket of Craig Overton. He has figures of 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 53. And, elsewhere, I can reveal to you that Warwickshire 190 all out, Essex 9 without loss. Poor old Gloucester's having a terrible time of it. 136 all out they were, and now Lancashire 91 for 1, with Jennings on 42 and Bohannon on 14. Welcome back, Simon.
News from that Lancashire game. You were talking about Craig Overton being the leading average in the country with the bat, and of course the evergreen James Anderson. We watched Sonny Baker there bowl a bouncer to the number 11 Alfie Ogborn. The spring chicken Jimmy Anderson is the leading wicket taker in the country. He took 3 for 12 today to finish off the Gloucester innings, was it?
Yeah.
And so he's got 17 wickets this summer at around about 12 apiece. Amazing, isn't it?
It is.
.243 for 8 is the
Shot.
score for.
Didn't time it.
Didn't time it. Tried to drive that one and didn't quite get it.
I was expecting to
in the
see
middle,
that
did he?
speeding away between mid-off
Off
and the
ball.
bowler. Well, Craig Overton's average has taken a dive.
Yeah, it would have done. Yeah,
It's now 149.5.
amazing. It's still pretty good.
No, sorry, 124.5. 124.5. Can't do the maths. Yeah, he batted very well. Furious with himself
Yeah,
getting out the way he did.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loose one, wasn't it? A bit of a
Well,
loose
it was-
dismissal, really. Bit of
The
a
ball was there to be hit.
soft dismissal.
Yeah.
Here comes Baker, charging in from the pavilion in bowls and turned to the leg side by Ogbourne, who has a batting average, I think I noted, of 5.5 at the moment. I mean, early days, obviously. He's only played is it 2 games he's played or 1? 2. Sorry.
I can tell you.
I know he's only made 39 runs.
He's played 6 first-class games.
Yes, he's
This
played a
is
few
his
more
7th. He scored 39 runs, yeah, you're quite right, in 9 innings. Highest of 12.
But he's looking all right so far. A short leg is positioned now. I wonder if Baker might try him with the short one. Comes and bowls now, yeah. Short ball, ducked underneath fairly easily, actually. Ogbourne there, watching that one go through. You have to bowl so short on this pitch to get it up, actually. So he probably had plenty of time to see it.
These two, I dare say there's a fairly keen rivalry between them. They're the same age. They come up through the pathway, Somerset pathway together.
Yeah, yeah.
So know each other really well.
I bet they do. They've got lots of nets together, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking for bragging rights here.
Indeed.
He'll know what Baker's approach to the tail is, and in fact he realised that was going to be a full one after the short ball. He gets 4 for it. Sliced through the gully region, shortish boundary down to sort of deep backward cover, and I think he knew that was going to be after the bouncer. He was going to try and get one into, well, fullish anyway, and he was in position there, slicing that one away through the offside, backward a point. Boundary, 247 for 8, a 9-run lead for Somerset.
Well, they all count. But it's been a very disappointing day for Somerset after the excellent day they had yesterday.
I think it's quite a hard pitch to score on, though. You know, I think it's sort of it says 275 to 300 pitch at the max. Oh, good ball! That cut him in half. And Ben Brown did well actually, who just get that on the half volley and parry it, so that it didn't go for byes. I must have just missed the off stump by a fraction. Sonny Baker indicated to the umpire there. Oh, he said, oh, just missed.
He hasn't actually had much luck, Sonny Baker. He's bowled consistently well without finding the edge as often as he might have done.
It's amazing, isn't it, how often you bowl really well and your figures, 15 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 51. It doesn't look like, if you look in the book, you think, oh, he didn't bowl that well. And it's figures are often deceptive.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you can also get 5 for 40 and bowl like a drain occasionally.
Dawson to Leach, back on his stumps, punching that into a gap on the offside, a gap left quite deliberately, I think, by Hampshire, so that they can bowl at Ogbourne at the other end. Jack Leach will no doubt feel flattered that he's being regarded as the main man out there.
Well, after those 2 boundaries he hit, I'm not surprised. That mid-on, that clip through mid-wicket was a superb shot.
Dawson to Ogbourne, right forward, bat angled down, nose over the pitch of the ball. He's a lovely young man, Alfie Ogbourne. Too nice to be a fast bowler.
They all are, they're all lovely, lovely people. I mean, I was chatting to Tom Price last week at Sussex, who came from Gloucester, of course.
Ogbourne runs this off an open face out to the offside, won't get a run.
Another, fast bowler, absolutely nice as pie, polite, humble, modest, amazing. Well, not amazing, but nice to see.
Yeah. Dawson in no hurry to bowl this over. Bowls to Ogbourne, tosses this one up, and Ogbourne plays it up the offside, picked up by the bowler himself.
Hopefully they all realise how privileged it is to be a professional cricketer.
Oh, I think so.
It's a wonderful life. I mean, even if it only lasts a few years, it's a privilege to be able to be paid to do something like this.
Dawson in a bowl short, and he rather misses out. There's Alfie Ogbourne. It was there for the taking, that particular delivery, but he hit it straight to Nick Gubbins at extra cover. Dawson bowls, and again Ogbourne plays that well.
Yeah, played it very well.
248 for 8. The lead just 10. 18 to Leach, 5 to
I mean,
Ogbourne.
why wouldn't you play, sensibly as well? Because, as a bowler, Alfie Ogbourne, obviously a left-arm fast bowler, you don't want to be bowling all day. You want to have a nice little kind of hour in the field at the end of the day's play in the second innings. You don't want to be bowling at mid-afternoon. It's hard work bowling. But batting's fun if you're a tail ender. It's great fun. Unless you're facing some really vicious fast bowler who wants to kill you, but there aren't that many of those around. One of them about to bowl here, not that he wants to kill you, but he's pretty quick. It's like Sonny Baker. He's bowling now to Leach, who beats him outside off stump. The keeper, Ben Brown, falls over backwards in taking that one. I think he probably had to take it on the second bounce, and it's reared up off the pitch, off the outfield. He did well. Leach on 18. He's been obdurate so far and hit 2 boundaries. Ogbourne has 5. It's 248 for 8. Somerset, a lead of 10. As Baker bowls from the pavilion end here at the Utilita Bowl, short and nicely played up on his toes by Leach. Steers it down to third man for an easy jogged single. Now, I like the way Baker varies his length actually as well. He just keeps the batsman guessing a little bit. The odd short ball thrown in, even though it's a low pitch and hard work getting the ball to get up kind of head high. He's bending his back to make the batsman sort of force them onto the back foot and then trying to pin them LBW. I think that's what he'll be thinking now. Will it be the short one or will it be the full one to the number 10 Ogbourne? He bowls and it's turned into the leg side. That was about a good length in the end.
Again, nicely played.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Got on top of the bounce.
Yeah. Just a little bit of cloud here at the Utilita Bowl. It's cool today. It's not. Although it's been sunny, it's sort of a coolish breeze, so it's certainly a sweater day if you're out there, or one of those body warmers maybe underneath the shirt. This is Baker again, bowls over the wicket and forward comes Ogbourne, just nudges it into the offside, looking for the LBW there. Baker in his 16th over of this innings, 1 for 52. As we said, he's bowled better than those figures suggest, really. It's one of those pitches where probably against the new ball the ball comes onto the bat and you can play your shots, but gradually as the ball gets softer, it's now 77 overs old, it's just not really coming onto the bat to make driving the ball that easy.
The pitch looks a bit rough, doesn't it?
It does look a bit rough. Here comes Baker again. That's on the leg stump, turned into the leg side by Ogbourne, straight up to mid-on.
Certainly playing a lot better than it looks.
I mean, I don't mind it being a little bit, not in the bowler's favour exactly, but hard to score, because we've had some very flat pitches here which have been boring cricket, but with bat paying, ball paying total homage to bat, and that's just boring cricket. At least here the bowlers are finding something in the pitch. May not be the quickest or bounciest surface, but there's always a chance of wickets when the pitch is looking a bit crusty, as this does. Baker bowls again and turned into the leg side. There's a short leg there, but the ball was just to his left, and well played again by Ogbourne. Negotiated that over. 249 for 8.
Yes, it was back in 2021 here that Jack Leach made 34. And doesn't sound very many, but it was actually very valuable innings. He came in a night watchman after Somerset had bowled Hampshire at 79 on a spicy pitch on the first morning. There was nobody here apart from me and Kev, because it was the start of the season after COVID.
Oh yeah.
When we didn't have crowds until first week in June, I think it was.
Of course, he's got a Test match 90, hasn't he? He played I think it was against Ireland.
Against Ireland, yeah.
I mean, I know that's, it doesn't sound much, but he got 90 at Lords.
Yeah. It's Dawson to bowl to his fellow left-arm spinner, Jack Leach. And Leach is forward, playing that defensively.
Not much bounce for Dawson here, and Leach will probably find the same. That's the problem. Spinners like the ball to bounce as well as spin. In fact, they almost prefer bounce, because it can just get batsmen off the glove or whatever.
Dawson bowls, Leach drives, and that is going to be cut off. Well cut off by Eddie Jack. He'll dive down to his right, that wide mid-on. And Tom Prest gives him a congratulatory low 5. That's the Somerset 250 on the board, which means that Somerset have got a batting point to go with their 3 bowling points.
Those sort of things would be important later, potentially.
Certainly could be. Dawson to Ogbourne. Ogbourne again comes right forward. It's obviously been well coached. Comes from South Somerset, Alfie Ogbourne, born in Yeovil. She's played up to mid-on.
I seem to remember that's where Ian Botham was, not exactly from, but Yeovil was a sort of town he was associated with.
He was born in
Lancashire,
Chester, I think.
Yeah, that's
Cheshire.
Right. Yeah. But Yeovil was. Did he play football for Yeovil? Maybe. He might have done.
Quite possibly. He certainly played for Scunthorpe. That's played defensively into the offside, picked up by Ben Mays.
I'll give you a quiz question.
Oh, no.
Football and cricket related after the end of this over.
It's Dawson to Ogbourne. Gives that one a little bit more air, and there's a misunderstanding. Shy at the stumps, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And he has gone.
Yeah.
And that was, there probably was a single there that Ogbourne wasn't coming, and he's sort of apologising to Jack Leach. Jack Leach was halfway down, didn't make the most enthusiastic effort to regain his ground. I think he'd almost given himself up there, Jack Leach. And it wasn't the best throw. And if he had got back a little bit faster, he might have saved his own bacon.
Maybe. I mean, it's one of those where the batter, Ogbourne, set off, and it looked like he was going to go for it, and Jack Leach backed him up, and then he said no, Ogbourne, and Leach had to go almost 3/4 of the way back down the pitch. I don't think he would have made it. I'll just watch it one more time on the stream here, and you can see Ogbourne sets off for the run, then he says no, and Leach is more than halfway down. I don't think he would have got back, to be honest.
I think he would have got in though if they'd gone for the single.
Well, yes,
because he was so far down.
That's right.
And my instinct was that there was a run there.
There was a run there potentially. If you both go.
Yeah.
Of course, what often happens. This is the problem with. This is why often you get run-outs in tail enders, and we see another side-on version of this here, where the batter. You see the batter. They're setting off, and good bit of fielding actually to get the end right for a start. He threw the ball at the non-striker's end, and Dawson was quick to take off the bails. So
well, it was Ogbourne's fault. I mean,
it was really.
It's his call. I mean, he's basically saying to Leach, "Come,"
and
then changing his mind and sending him back.
But this is what often happens. This is why you often get run-outs with tail enders, because they don't very often bat together. And whereas the top order players are regularly batting together, and there's an understanding, and there's a more appreciation of the tempo of an innings and the importance of taking the strike or whatever. Whereas tail enders get into so many circumstances and situations that they're not really used to because they haven't done much of it, and that's the result of it. So that's the 9th wicket anyway. Very important for Hampshire to keep this lead to a minimum. 250 for 9 now is the Somerset score, so a lead of 12, and the last pair together.
I fear the end may not be long delayed.
I feel you're not rating Jake Ball's chances of surviving Sonny Baker then. His trigger movement, I suspect, will be back towards the square leg let's
umpire.
have a look and see. So it's Baker from the pavilion end to Jake Ball, number 11 for Somerset. bowls, and it was back towards the leg side, and he just jabbed it out on the offside. Well read, Anthony Gibson there. You've seen him bat before. Yes, sort of fearing that. I mean, it's one of those things though, if you're a batter, you know that you're tail ender, you know you're going to do that, but you can't stop yourself.
I know.
You know, when it's, you tell yourself, I remember facing all these sort of horrible fast bowlers in the 1980s and 90s and thinking, I mustn't back away, and you end up, you still find your back leg sort of shifting to leg side, even though you don't actually want to. And the bowler, those bowlers, it's like bloodhounds and nervous postmen, you know. An easy way to rile them. No, so this is Baker again, and the short leg has now retreated to mid-wicket, perhaps to keep ball on strike here. Oh, that's missed everything. How that's missed the stumps. It's had a bit of a waft outside off. It's come back and missed, I think, off stump. And in fact, in the end, Brown took it down the leg side.
I think it is 2 innings. 2 innings? I think it's just 2. He's been out backing away towards square leg and holding his bat out, which the ball has very obligingly hit and just dollied to the slips. Somerset needing 1 run for a bonus batting point, and then the second time 2 runs for a bonus point.
Yeah, right.
With Craig Overton at the other end, who's not best pleased.
No, that must be very annoying. He's got an first-class batting average of 12, Jake Ball, so he can't be that bad a player, but he doesn't look good, does he?
No.
It's lucky that Brown managed to stop that, actually, because it's kept him on strike. He's now got a leg slip as well as a first slip. Baker bowls, and I don't know what kind of shot that was. He backed away outside leg stump and tried to carve it over extra cover. He was almost off the cut strip when the ball went past the stumps. Extraordinary shot. This last wicket partnership doesn't have a lot of permanence about it, does it?
I did say that the end may not be long delayed.
That was delusions of grandeur, that, trying to back away and hit an 88 mile an hour bowler over extra cover when you've just come in. Especially on this pitch, it's keeping low. It's not easy to time the ball. Here comes Baker again. Bowls, and again he tries to have a swish outside off, and the ball misses the stumps. You've got to bowl straight. Bowl straight, Sonny. Or bowl straight, son, I suppose one should say.
That's all it takes. Or it would take. And Jake Paul's middle stump will go cartwheeling back.
You know what will happen now, of course, is he'll bowl a straight ball and he'll hammer it through extra cover for 4. I've been there and done that as the bowler. So he'll be telling himself, Jake Ball here, don't back away so far. Just try and stand your ground. Let's see if he can actually do that. Here comes Baker again, bowls, and this time he does actually play a more orthodox shot, though admittedly
shifting
quite a way outside leg stump when he hit it.
Yeah.
That was a better delivery, or it was on the stumps anyway. So frustrating. You get very exasperated as a bowler trying to bowl out people like this. It should be easy, but often it isn't. 250 for 9, the Somerset score. 12 lead.
If you were Alfie Ogborn, how would you play? Assuming that he gets to bat again.
Well,
aggressively?
Yeah, but I'd try and keep the strike. Try not to give Jake Ball any balls to face, I'd say. Try and farm the strike. Baker bowls. That's gone between the pads and the leg stump as Jake Ball retreated outside leg. So frustrating over from Sonny Baker there. Perhaps he will rue just not having one more ball on the stumps. He could have got a wicket, but unfortunately he failed. And that makes it 250 for 9. Kevin James is coming in.
Thank you, Yoza. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, well, we've discussed it before, haven't we? Bowling at number 11s that are almost true number 11s, that they don't do anything you expect them to do.
Yeah.
Which makes it more difficult, really. So they make you do things you don't really want to do as a bowler. And in the end, it can all get quite messy. But
Yes.
Somerset, the longer Somerset out there, they'll just want to squeeze out as many runs as they can here. It's only 12. Here's Dawson. Down the wicket comes Ogborn. He's hit that nicely over extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah. Excellent shot.
Well, I think that answered your question of the previous over.
Well, yeah. But I mean, I hope he does that. You know, might do that for a couple of balls, but he wants to be looking for a single. If he survives the over, he wants to be looking for a single 5th or 6th ball, because I can't really see Jake Ball lasting, playing the way he is. 254 for 9 then, the Somerset score. That was a good authentic shot, wasn't it? Down the wicket, didn't quite get to the pitch, but he hit through the line there. It was a lovely shot.
As good as anything we've seen for a while. There are just under 53 overs left in the day, so even if Somerset were bowled out, we've got an awful lot of play left. He's come down the wicket again. He hits it high. Is it going over the head of Sonny Baker?
is.
Yes, it is. It's 6.
Wow.
That's even better.
It's a fantastic shot. I mean, nowhere near the pitch of that. We can see it on the replay here. You'll see Dawson drops it a tiny bit short when he sees him coming down the wicket, and he just got underneath it beautifully. And the lovely flow of the bat through the line there. He should be up the order.
I was just going to say, I mean, he's putting in a bid to get in about number 6. Shots like that. In at 10. By the second innings, he'll be up to 7. It's a super shot. There's Dawson again. That's a 4 defensive. Enjoyed by some in the crowd, no doubt Somerset supporters. A few around for this weekend. Ones that aren't going to Peppa Pig World. But there's quite a few staying around these parts that are going there. Other worlds available, as that's pushed out square on the offside. Themed worlds, whatever they are. Anyway, you know what I mean. So the lead is up to 22. Dawson from the hotel end. Ogborn drives, lovely shot along the ground. Baker's right back at deep mid-off. And Ogborn moves on to 16, and you were right there, Yoz, trying to keep the strike as much as possible.
Good cricket.
It is.
Was it you talking yesterday about somebody who had their wedding? It was a listener who wrote in to say they'd had their wedding honeymoon at Butlins.
Yes.
And the afternoons was spent watching the cricket.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
On telly, obviously.
Yeah. Great day. That's pushed out square on the offside. That's at the end of the over. 22 overs, 2 for 66 now. Dawson, 2 for 61 for 9. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure many people would have thought that's one of their perfect days. Quickly get married in the morning and get back to the cricket in the afternoon.
I heard Anthony telling the story of Neville Cardus getting married in the morning and covering the Lancashire in the afternoon as well.
That one.
Yeah, brilliant.
How do people get away with that?
I don't know. Well, you wouldn't now, would you? No, you'd be divorced. You can get married and divorced on the same day.
As lovely as my wife is, I'm not sure I'd have been allowed to do that. That's outrageous. We got a reply. The cake that I know one or two of us have eaten.
I've just had a piece of it. It was very good.
It is. I had a
bit of
piece
coffee in there, was there, as well as chocolate? I think it was very nice.
I think there was a hint of it. Yeah, Malachy Crawfield Blackthorn. I did write and say thank you very much for the cake. She said, "Thank you for letting me know. I'm thrilled it was enjoyed. My mum made it and was really chuffed when I passed on that you were saving it for lunch."
This is Baker. Bowling from the pavilion to Ogborn, who tries to drive. The fielder back, trying to give him one, but he doesn't take it. I think he's going to be accepting that he's got to face Baker, and perhaps Ball can face the spin. So Hampshire need to be canny here and perhaps get a quick bowler, perhaps Cody Yusuf bowling the next over from our end if Ball is on strike. Because I think Jake will be happy facing Liam Dawson. This is Baker again, charging into bowl and whipped away out to deep square leg. Good shot actually by Ogborn, but he doesn't take the single. Fielder all back, everybody back probably 50 yards from the bat, apart from wicketkeeper Brown.
It's a loud goal, isn't it? It's one of the loudest I've heard. Yes, it's There's been no Eddie Jack at all today.
No, that's surprising. In fact, I was in the press box at lunch, and Simon Wilde of the Sunday Times was asking whether he's injured perhaps or something. But he doesn't look injured from the way he was being fielding. Here comes, that's a good bouncer from Baker, and well avoided actually, swayed out of the way, Ogborn there. It's just watching the ball carefully and keeping his head out of the way of it as it went through to Brown. 261 for 9 the Somerset score in reply to Hampshire's 238. This is the last pair. Ogborn has 16. That's triple his first class average almost. Although he's only played a handful of games, of course. So the field's still well back. 9 men on the boundary. Comes Baker, bowls, and driven powerfully into the offside. No, says Ogborn, as he sees the ball fielded by, is that Ben Mays on the extra cover boundary? So no run. Good shot for nothing, that one.
He's played some nice shots, hasn't he?
I think a slower ball here.
Yeah.
Just because he's looking to drive if the ball is full. Have you seen that? Have you seen those Bumrah slower balls? I mean, Bumrah's slower ball is absolutely brilliant. And another one is Lunga and Gidi, the South African as well. I mean, those two slower balls, they loop as they come down, and the batsman's drawn into a loose drive, goes straight up in the air. Here comes Baker again, bowls, bouncer, easily ducked under by Ogborn. So now probably this last ball, I mean, he's got to try and keep ball on strike here for the next over. So how's he going to do that? Another bouncer might work, but
has
then
to be bouncer, doesn't it?
It'd probably be a bouncer, but then Ogborn might think that's what he's going to get, and so try to ride it down onto the leg side.
It's got to be high, hasn't it?
It's got to be quite high. The field have come in now to save the one, but there is a man back at deep square leg and a long leg as well, and actually the man at cover is going back out to deep cover. So 5 men saving one now to try and keep Ogborn on strike for this last ball, so they can bowl at Jake Ball the next over. In comes Baker, bowls, bouncer, ducks underneath it, dot ball. At least that's what Hampshire were hoping for. Could have just tried to.
What, that high?
Well, it was a bit high, I suppose. Yeah. Tennis shot, something.
It would have been, yeah. 15 love. That was with the old ball as well. That was the 81st over. So they haven't taken the new ball.
Well, I think they feel that the old ball is reversing a bit, and obviously Dawson can carry on bowling with it if he's going to stay on, but no, they're going to put a quicker bowler on now, I think, are they?
Yeah, it's Eddie Jack.
So he might take the new ball here, perhaps.
Yeah, you wouldn't want these two bowling with an old one now, would you? They've got to be taken. Yeah, look, there's the umpire signal. So the new ball, second new ball is taken. Interesting. Waited so long for Eddie Jack today.
Yeah, I think I'm only guessing, but I think they felt that the lower, skiddier bowlers might be harder to play, and Jack's a bit taller, isn't he, and a bit higher, and maybe more, gets more bounce. So with the older ball, it might make him easier to play.
Here he is then, running away from us and bowls, and he's had a little waft at that one, and Ben Brown hasn't picked it up cleanly, so they've run through for a bye.
That's a bad bit of cricket by Hampshire, I'm afraid, because it's now got Ogborn back on strike to that whole over from Sonny Baker, aimed to make sure they could bowl at Jake Ball the next over, and he's got off strike first ball.
Yeah, it didn't seem to bounce very much.
No, it didn't bounce much at all. It was one of those again where the keeper's possibly too far back.
I think this has been one of the harder days for Ben Brown.
It's difficult, yeah. No,
it's not been. It's been horrible. It's been one of those that, if you're not wholly into your keeping, you'd say, "Well, I'm not having any of this keeping lark." Yes, Eddie Jack then bowls. Oh, he looks like a bit of shape there. It's nicely played, full delivery, driven up to mid off. Yeah, if you don't like your keeping and the ball's continually bouncing in front of you at pace, I don't think you'd be.
It's funny though, because look, there's so many young cricketers are keepers now, aren't they? Young batters. Who I was chatting to a kid. I said I went to the Sutton Cricket Club annual dinner last night, a sort of pre-season dinner, and I met a young Surrey player there called Josh Blake, who's a batter keeper. You've heard of him?
Yeah, of course I have. Yeah, that's nicely played by Ogborn out towards third man. Opened the face, but no run.
I mean, he's in the sort of Surrey larger squad, but you know he's a keeper batter. They've got Folkes, they've got Pope, they've got Dan Lawrence has kept wicket before as well. I mean, there's a whole string of them who can keep. Obviously, Jamie Smith. I forgot to even mention him. That was his club, in fact. I mean, they've got four lads who could all keep wicket. So it's hard if you're a young keeper trying to get into sides, really. There's only one spot available.
It's played back to the bowler by Osborne. Yeah, it's well, it sounds like he might have to make a decision. In
well, I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about. And you know, how are you going to get into the Surrey side? You struggle to get in as a batter. Certainly can't get in as a keeper. He's got need a lot of injuries before you get the chance as a keeper. So it almost feels like you need to move counties if you're hoping to play first team.
He's jacking it short, and Osborne ducks underneath. Yes, he played.
He got a 70 in one game, I think last year.
Oh, did he? Well, he's played 2 games against Hampshire. He played in the Metrobank Cup at Guildford 2 years ago. What did he make? He got 29 actually. And I remember that game. I was there. Hampshire won that game by 8 wickets quite comfortably. And then most recently he played last year at the Oval in the 50 over competition. Oh yeah, he's hooked that one. He's got underneath it and helped it down to fine leg. That's a scoop rather than a hook. Did he need to play that? I don't know, but he got in some sort of position that in the end all he did was help it down to fine leg, and he's gone miles.
I think that was a really intelligent bit of cricket, because I think he knew it was the last ball of the over. Probably Jack was going to bowl short to make sure that Jake Ball's on strike for the next over. So he sort of almost premeditated. I'm going to get a short ball here. It's not that big a boundary. If I get any bat on it, it's going to be 4 or 6, and he was right. Fantastic shot.
That was. I just saw
it's
Ben
very
Mays.
valuable runs.
They are valuable.
It's 20 lead now.
30.
Sorry, 30 lead.
I know that. I know. It's you get a bad start, 2 down early on. They really are up against it. So, I just saw on the picture feed there, if you're watching closely, was Ben Mays is fielding next to Ben Brown as they were walking to their mark. Ben Mays was just sort of flicking the ball up like as if to say, "Well, that was incredible, wasn't it?" I enjoyed that shot.
It was a Harry Brook special, wasn't it? That flicking it off his nose over fine leg for 6. Fantastic.
Oh dear.
Right, so this is Hampshire's chance. Now they mustn't allow a bye or an easy single here. In fact, Carl Abbott is now going to bowl. So they've handed the ball to the old hand now, the experienced hand, to try and knock over the last man. And in fact, Jake Ball gets a 4 through the slips, I think that was. A sort of fairly airy drive that skews off an edge and brings another boundary to Hampshire. So this is to Somerset. So this is now a very handy last wicket stand.
Isn't it? Yeah.
34 lead.
50 lead would be
very
good indeed. Bowl well at top.
Now what's Abbott got? He bowls, and without any footwork at all, ball just prods it into the offside. It's very reluctant. That left foot doesn't want to go anywhere near the ball, does it?
Well, far be it for me to advise Kyle Abbott on anything, because he is wonderful, but I'd stick one up him very quickly, if you know what I mean.
Somerset 272 for 9. Abbott from the pavilion end here at the Utilita Bowl to the number 11 Jake Ball bowls, and actually well played that by Jake Ball, just putting the bat in the way of the ball really without actually moving his feet at all. It's a bit sort of French crickety really,
isn't it? Stand there, a la Graham Pollock.
Yeah,
stand there. Talking about Graham Pollock, weren't you? You had that photo.
Well, yes. I mean, I was sent this photo by Vinnie van der Bale, who of course played for Middlesex in the 1980s and was a great South African bowler, although he never played Test cricket because they were banned at the time. In comes Abbott, bowls.
There's the short one.
And that's the short ball, which Jake Ball in the end avoids. And yeah, and he sent me a team photo from I think it was around about the 1982 rebel South African team that played against England. And I mean, you know, it's just the reel of names They were all Hall of Famers pretty much in that team. I'll give you the batting order in a minute. It was fantastic side. This is Abbott bowls, and that's a nice shot actually by Jake Ball up to mid off, fielded by Liam Dawson there. Perhaps just going to give Abbott a word of advice if he needs it. 272 for 9 is the Somerset score. Jake Ball on strike number 11. In partnership with Alfie Ogborn, who has 22. So that's nearly 4 times his, or more than 4 times his first class average. Abbott, the last ball of the 84th over bowls, and Ball defends into the leg side without really knowing much about that delivery, and it trickles away and there's no run. So 272 for 9. So that South African side, if I can remember it offhand, it was Jimmy Cook, who of course played for Somerset for many years, fantastic player.
Head coach here, former head coach.
Yes, yes, I mean an incredible player. And he opened the batting with the great Barry Richards, who of course played for Hampshire for so long. Number 3 was Peter Kirsten, who played for Derbyshire and was a prolific run scorer. Number 4, the great Graham Pollock, test average of 62, fantastic player. Number 5, Clive Rice, who captained Notts, of course, to the championship in the mid-80s and was a phenomenal all-rounder, bat and bowl, fast bowler and batter. Mike Proctor at 6, who of course scored 600s in a row in first-class cricket, one of the only batsmen to ever do that, and also a rapid fast bowler. I'll give you the rest after this ball.
As Jack comes in and bowls to Ogborn. Ogborn drives, he's wrapped on the pad.
Missing leg. Then the rest of that team was number 7 was Alan Curry, who people may not be familiar with. He was a left-arm spinner, good cricketer, all-rounder, bowled very steady left-arm spin and could bat well. Ray Jennings, number 8, who was the father of Keaton Jennings, a very dynamic wicketkeeper batsman. And then the bowlers, Garth LaRue, played for Sussex, fantastic big, mountain of a fast bowler, phenomenal. Stephen Jeffries and Vinnie van der Bale.
Here's Jack again. Ogborn gets wrapped on the thigh pad. Steve Jeffries, former Hampshire player.
Jeffries, a former Hampshire player. So, that side, you'd say, really, I mean, it would be challenged. It could challenge any world team. Australia from the 1990s, West Indies from the 1980s, that side, with the attack, the Proctor, Rice, LaRue, Van der Bale, Jeffries. Brilliant hitting. 287 for 9, Somerset now.
Ooh, he's doing some damage. There's young Alfie Ogborn here.
Oh yeah, I mean this is absolutely excelling himself. Fielder still deep on the leg side, a bouncer from Abbott. He ducks underneath. He's playing a little bit by numbers here, I think. The first ball lofted over long on. The second ball duck. The block actually. Third ball bashed over mid off. Fourth ball duck.
Quick calculation. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Quick calculation. I reckon when Leach was out, the lead was only 12.
Yeah. Or was that 250?
250. Yeah.
250. Yeah. The lead was 12. Now it's 49. Right. 2 balls to go in this Abbott over. He bowls and he backs away Ogborn, and that's clever cricket because he's just steered that for a single on the offside. It takes the lead to 50, and it means Jake Ball only has to face 1 ball. So this is not only brilliant hitting but also farming the strike as well by Alfie Ogborn. Very intelligent cricket. He's making up for that error of running Jack Leach out, isn't he?
He is. Almost forgotten about it already.
1 ball for Jake Ball to negotiate. He does so, and that's it, the end of the over. I mean, of course, there's motivation if you run someone out for staying in, isn't there? Because you don't want to be back in the dressing room soon after you've just run somebody out.
So they'll be patting him on the back now.
They will.
You've done some overtime here.
Oh my goodness!
Need to get you off for a while. I know you were enjoying yourself there for a while. So 50 is the lead exactly for Somerset, and Alfie Ogborn 38 from 49 deliveries. He's doing a sterling job, not just in the way that he's hitting the ball, but also in just manoeuvring the strike, keeping Jake Ball away from the strike as much as possible. But Jake Ball is playing his part as well. 4 from 16. Anthony Gibson is back. Here's Eddie Jack. Bowls. And that's hit back to him, and that's caught and bowled. And that is the end of Alfie Ogborn. He didn't quite get hold of that. He tried to smack it back past the bowler, but Eddie Jack caught it two-handed on his follow-through. And Ogborn goes for 38. And Somerset finally bowled out. But that, Anthony Gibson, is a handy lead.
Yeah, very handy and well batted Alfie Ogborn. He looks a lot better bat than a number 10, and he looks a lot better bat than his first class average of 6. And that's a distinct improvement on his previous best in first class cricket, which was 12. Very valuable runs, those from the last wicket pair, and as you were saying, Jake Ball played his part as well. After initial nervousness, he got away with it and then batted very sensibly. So, well, a lead of exactly 50, which is less than they would have been hoping for this morning, but more than they would have been anticipating, I suspect, at lunchtime.
Yeah, a morning session that belonged to Hampshire, and I think the afternoon session, even though they lost Overton, Leach and latterly Ogborn, I think they would have taken that lead of 50, certainly when Jack Leach was run out with a lead at just 12. Well, that was a massively long stint from you, Mr. Gibson. But we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. 288 all out. That lead for Somerset, just to repeat, is 50. 3 wickets for Cody Youssef, 3 for 67, his best figures for Hampshire in his 3rd game. 2 for 67 from Kyle Abbott, and there was 2 wickets for Liam Dawson, 2 for 66 from 22. We'll be back with you shortly. Well, he's in my T20 side because he played some wonderful shots, some big hits, 3 6s and 4 4s, and this is not a small ground.
It's not. Lewis Gregory's going to open up from the hotel end.
That's an interesting move.
Alfie Ogborn bowled from this end first up in the Hampshire first innings. Somerset will want to pick up a couple of early wickets. Gregory is going to bowl to Toby Albert with 3 slips. Somerset started their bowling attack yesterday morning with 4 slips. So maybe they've assessed that the pitch has just quietened down a bit, probably got a little bit slower. Gregory in and bowls to Albert, just angling a ball across Albert, pitching just outside off stump, going further. Albert goes down and gives the pitch a little bit of a prod. Yes, it's a sort of bittersweet day for Somerset so far. I'm disappointed that they didn't get a bigger first innings lead, but at one stage it didn't look as if they were going to get much of a lead at all. So, swings and roundabouts. Gregory to Albert again, too wide. That one goes through, doesn't even carry through to James Rue. Wouldn't mind seeing James Rue standing up to the stumps, I must say, to Lewis Gregory. He's probably not bowling much more than around about 75 miles an hour. Just to put a little bit of extra pressure on the batsman.
Certainly tough being a keeper at the moment, isn't he? We saw lots of balls bounce in front of Ben
Brown.
Brown
Had a torrid day, hasn't he?
And already James Rue's got one to bounce in front of him. And then the odd one then comes through nicely.
Gregory bowls, and this is run off a thick edge down towards third man, and will go to the boundary for the first runs of the Hampshire second innings. Perfectly valid shot, even though it took a little bit of edge, but that's exactly where he was aiming. Kept the ball down, and 4 runs. Toby Albert batted nicely in the first innings for Hampshire. Into the Hampshire side in place of Joe Weatherly. Made 42. But he was removed by Gregory, caught behind. Gregory in a bowls outside the off stump. Not quite got his line right, Lewis Gregory. He's getting the ball to swing away from the right-hander, but he's not starting it straight enough.
No.
Got to make the batsman play.
Beware the in-swinger though, because he can bowl that.
He can get it to go both ways.
Will it come this ball? Or will he revealed his hand early?
Lewis Gregory's 33 now. He'll be 34 in June. He's in and bowls to Albert. This is driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Gregory. He is liable to be driven, as he does keep the ball well up to the bat. So productive first over for Hampshire. 8 runs, all of them to Toby Albert, and the lead, or the deficit rather, reduced to 42.
Again, he's gone for the one that shapes away from the right-hander, so he didn't reveal the in-swinger there. So nice start from Hampshire, but there's a lot of cricket left in this game. Difficult to call at the moment.
Just about level, I would say, even steep.
Yeah.
Somerset have got a bat last on a pitch that's looking a little bit rough around the edges. Hints of turn for Liam Dawson, hints of reverse swing as well for Cody Youssef in particular.
So Alfie Ogborn, who we've enjoyed some of his hitting just a few moments ago, is going to open from the far end this time. Bowled from the hotel end, he's going to start up from the pavilion end, left arm over. Bowls to the left-hander Nick Gubbins. And It's plays forward, plays it late. It goes along the ground to Gregory at third slip. So just under 43 overs left in the day 2.
Well, he must be feeling pretty good about himself, Alfie Ogborn, after that terrific innings.
38 from 50 deliveries.
There were some fine shots as well, weren't
There was, wasn't there? They were good.
It wasn't slogging.
No, it was clean hits.
Good clean hitting.
They were. There's several shots to admire. Even with the field back, he still managed to clear them. Here's Ogborn. Bowls. Gubbins drives, goes out into the covers.
A little bit of late swing.
Yes, I think you've seen him more than I have. I've seen him the odd time over the last 2 or 3 seasons. I think that's something that I'm sure Steve Kirby works on it loads, but that is something I think he needs to add to his bowling. Just needs to swing the ball in, needs to learn that a bit more. He probably can, but of course coming into first-class cricket at such a young age, to actually have the confidence to do that against good batters is always a little bit more difficult, but I'm sure once he learns that and relaxes to do that, it's outside the off-stump, hint of shape.
Yep.
He'll be, to go with his batting, he'll be a more than useful player in the years to come. Certainly got some decent pace. He's got that. He hasn't got to learn that, or hasn't got to try and bowl quick. But if he can add a bit of swing, he will suddenly find that bowling average coming way down.
I think he gets the swing when he isn't trying to bowl too fast.
Right. So he obviously finds the wrist position a little easier when he's not trying to force it. He's got 3 slips. Comes in now past the umpire and bowls. Gubbins works that ball to the leg side. But a lot to admire. He's only 22 for a lot of players. Now this is something I remember him before as well. He does have a habit of running down the pitch a little bit, and already the umpire at the far end, he's just having a word with him, just saying, look, you're going to have to get off this pitch. But of course all he's doing is penalising his own side really, because Somerset that's batting last, but even so the umpires will and have a look at that. I think that's Nigel Long at that far end, the near end as you look on the live picture feed. Ball in again and bowls. Always trying to drive that one, Gubbins, full length delivery. Now he edged a ball like that last week up at Leeds where he was down on one knee. The ball was very full, went through to Harry Duke. He nearly got an edge there. Gubbins has started okay this season. He's been promoted to open the batting, just trying to give a bit more resilience to Hampshire's opening pair. They've been chopping and changing really for a number of years, trying to find a right combination. 3 40s out of 4 innings before this game. And made just 7 in the first innings. So it worked away on the onside. Actually was out to Ogborn in the first innings, caught in the slips. Gubbins will keep the strike at the end of that Ogborn over. Hampshire are 9 without loss, and they've knocked 9 of that deficit off.
And Nick Gubbins has a very good record against Somerset. This is his 15th game, 23 innings. Prior to this game, 1,222 runs, best of 139, average of 58.19, with 2 centuries and 10 50s out of, so that's 12 scores of more than 50 out of 23 innings, which is pretty good.
Certainly do with another one here this afternoon. Did I hear an ice cream van chime away just a minute ago?
Wishful hearing.
Didn't know there was an ice cream van on the ground, even if there is one, but yeah, maybe I was imagining it.
Here's Gregory and bowls. Played into the onside by Gubbins, the left-hander.
Yes, didn't have a very good season last year. He averages 35 career. For Hampshire he averages 38 after moving from Middlesex, but last year that average was right down to 25, which is a big gap over a whole season.
Gregory again. In and bowls. Gubbins gets right in behind defensive push. We have got 41.4 overs remaining in the day's play. Tea will be taken when 32 overs remain, so 9 and a bit overs time. So tea will be around about 5 to 4, I should think. So not too bad, not too late. Gregory in a bowls and beats Gubbins with a good ball that leaves him. James Rew takes it low in front of first slip. Lewis Gregory's hairline just beginning to recede a bit. Gives him quite a distinguished look.
He's been a good player for a number of years.
Certainly has. Without, well, he's played, what did he play? 3 one-day internationals and 9 international T20s without doing himself justice, really. He's in and bowls to Gubbins. Plays that watchfully out with the offside. He was selected as well for a test match against Ireland, which never took place. I can't remember why now. It was a few years ago.
I remember him playing in this series, one-day series against Pakistan, wasn't it? When England sort of put out, without being unkind, they sort of put out a second string or even third string because they were a bit stretched.
No, he didn't. I don't think. Did he play in that? I think Overton did. That was in the COVID year.
I think he did.
Gregory in a bowls. Appeal for something, not quite sure what. LBW, I suspect. Because it lacked the conviction that would have accompanied an appeal for a catch behind. Bowler didn't really join in. I think Gubbins probably got his pad outside the off stump.
I thought, because I remember him, I'm sure he played in a one-dayer at Edgbaston.
That's when the England, the sort of main England side couldn't travel because they either were under COVID curfew or they were worried that they might incur COVID curfew. Gregory in the bowls. This is driven into the offside, and good piece of fielding by Josh Thomas at cover point, saves any runs being scored, and it's a maiden over for Lewis Gregory, so 8 runs off his first over, none off his second, 2 overs, none for 8.
So he made his England debut in a T20 at Christchurch against New Zealand in November 2019. He did play that Pakistan series in 2021.
That was the, it was the COVID.
Yeah, and I'm sure at Edgbaston he did something. Because him and Vince got a few, I'm sure. Let me have a look. Vince got 102. Gregory got 77, that's right. They combined, I remember. So in that game, which was the 3rd ODI in July 2021, England won by 3 wickets, chasing 3-3-1. That's right. Ogbourne comes in, left arm over, bowls. Nice drive from Albert, but only as far as mid-off. And England lost an early wicket to Arvid Malan. Crawley got 39 at 3, Vince 102 at 4, Stokes 32, and then Gregory coming in at 7, 77. Craig Overton got 18 not out right at the end. But that was a big partnership. That's right, Vince and Gregory, I remember that. So 9 without loss here, Hampshire in their second innings. Ogbourne just shining the ball on the back of his thigh at the top of his mark. Turns now, comes in. Bowls. Drive from Albert, just guides it through the gap in the field at extra cover, almost goes to the rope. That's the short boundary side, and Albert will come through for 3.
Good fielding from Archie Vaughan.
Total moves on to 12 without loss. Again, the umpire is having a look at Ogbourne's follow through. Can be tough for left armers. probably a little bit more so than right armers at times. I think the umpires tend to look at left armers a little bit harder because it's the right-hander predominantly that the rough is outside his off stump. It's almost like the left-handers don't matter so much, which is not quite true, but it feels like that. Some movement behind the arm, or they're trying to close a window or door.
Yeah,
Or there's a window, there's a door open. Somebody's just going through it, or indeed closing it. That's it. Right above this sight screen. There's a nice man who just got up out of his chair to close the door, and he's sat down again, and we're ready. Here's Ogbourne again and bowls. Gubbins works that into the gap, just wide of mid-on. Another one to the Hampshire total, 13 without loss. That deficit down to 37. This is crucial. This is really, I mean, every time now the game is crucial, but you do feel up till tea, especially so.
Not much in the way of full shots being played so far. Not much in the way of encouragement for the Somerset bowlers as well, but that may change when the lacquer comes off the new ball.
Yeah, hasn't been much movement off the pitch, is there, today? That's turned away on the leg side. Gregory getting the ball to sort of shape. Doesn't seem a lot there for Ogbourne. Haven't had Craig Overton yet, or Jake Ball. Might see a little bit there. But it feels very much like a perseverance wicket for the bowlers.
Yeah, keep plugging away.
Oh yes. And
Keep the pressure on. I think that's one of the keys. That's what Hampshire did so well this morning.
Old-fashioned cricket. Just be boring as a bowler. I know not a lot of players like being that these days, but this is a time when you really should be. Ogbourne again. Albert drives. It's gone into the gap on the offside. May look for 2 here. Comfortable 2 for Albert. And he moves on to 13, and it's 15 without loss. I got an email here a little earlier actually from Stephen Clark. We're talking about real ale, which I know you'll be looking for tonight. You were saying up in Botley Way, weren't you? Stephen Clark emailed a little earlier, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, my local in East Street, Titchfield, the Wheatsheaf, other pubs in Titchfield available, always has a minimum of 4 ales and frequently up to 15.
Gracious me.
It's not that far away. During their beer festivals, 15 during their beer festivals.
Is that on the road to Fareham?
Yes.
I've been there, it's a nice pub.
Oh, right, there you go. Albert again finds the gap, and there will be 2 more, I'm sure. Almost reaches the rope because it is a short boundary. 17 without loss. On a different subject, says Stephen. My wife went to school in Chippenham. Mentioned Chippenham earlier. Liam Dawson played some of his early cricket down there in Wiltshire. Having been born in Trowbridge, we love Laycock Village. That's a great spot. Where her grandmother lived. If I can think of anything else to waffle about, says Stephen.
Very popular location is Laycock.
Yeah.
For historical dramas of one sort or another.
Oh, they do lots of filming now.
Yeah.
I went
very picturesque.
Yes, it is. I went for a Sunday lunch there during the winter because it's not far from my oldest daughter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can't park in the town, can you? You sort of have to park just outside.
Village.
Sorry, village. Yeah.
Gregory to Gubbins. Outside the off stump, bringing that one back into the left hand. I've had another pub recommendation on the Isle of Wight as well, from Adam Adrian Smith. The High Down Inn, which is quite near actually where we're staying.
Oh,
so I shall give that a go.
Lovely. Well, you're going to be kept very busy. I bet you were going there for a nice relax. There you all this stuff buzzing in your head. Where should we go next? What should we do next?
Sun comes out as Gregory comes into bowl to Gubbins. Plays that defensively into the offside. Tom Lammonby fields at extra cover. Not much happening for the Somerset bowlers at the moment.
No, it's again, you just got to keep it tight. That pub in Laycock, I can't remember its name, but it does the
The Angel?
biggest.
Is it called the Angel?
I'll have to look it up. It's just one of the biggest Yorkshire puddings I've ever had.
Yeah.
They are huge.
I'm very good at Yorkshire puddings.
Are you?
Yes, one of my specialities.
Ooh. What's the secret?
I'll tell you after this delivery. Gregory in the bowls. This is turned into the onside. They go for a quick single, shy at the stumps from Jack Leach, which misses, but I think Gubbins would have been home. The secret is the Tom Kerridge recipe,
Right.
which for four people is 2 eggs, 4 ounces of flour, and 175 millimetres of milk.
It's very
And the
precise.
key is not to beat the mixture too fiercely, so that it's not completely liquidized. So you've still got some bits of flour in it, if you like, because it's that makes it rise. And ever since I tried that, I haven't had a failure. It's been wonderful. Gregory in the bowls outside the off stump on a full length, driven out through the covers. Josh Thomas, who is out on the cover boundary, and Michael Carberry wouldn't approve of that fielding position.
No, he wouldn't. Not so early on, would he? So, cricket commentary and cooking tips show here at the Utilita Bowl.
And we've got a deep cover for the left-hander as well. So I think it's the same fielder. It's Josh Thomas who's fielding. No, it can't be. I think it is. Gregory in the bowls, and Gubbins watchfully forward. A few more clouds around this afternoon, not quite so much sunshine, but very pleasant. It's a very good watching ground, this, particularly from the seats around, the open seats around this end, the hotel end of the ground. You feel very much sort of involved in the field of play. And because of all the white seating and beige seating, you get a very good view of what's going on. It's all very clear, good visibility. Gregory to Gubbins, who edges that between first and second slip. Tom Abel is going to retrieve it. Don't think it was a chance, but it was just about the first false shot that these two Hampshire opening batsmen have played. No, it landed short of Craig Overton at second slip, and that's me done for the time being. Simon Hughes will come in alongside Kevin James.
Email here from Peter Collins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I heard the ice cream van as well, loud and clear, says Peter. So you're not going mad, Kev. Don't seem to get many round here, which is probably just as well, considering he's diabetic. Excuse me. I've still got the remnants of a cold, which I've had for the first couple of games of this year's competition. It was freezing here 4 days ago, so 2 weeks ago, so I never got rid of it then. And up in Yorkshire, it was freezing, so it's just hanging around. Luckily, Simon Hughes is here. I know that sounded sincere.
This is Ogburn bowling to Toby Albert, who defends, and straight back up the pitch to the bowler. I like the look of Alfie Ogburn as a bowler. Actually, I mean, my goodness, his batting was superb earlier. But I like his rhythm and sort of flow with his run up. Quite a long run up. He's probably at least halfway back to the boundary, if not a little more. Left arm over, but he's got a lovely fluid sort of bouncing run. Very good rhythm, swinging his arms from forward and back, and then he bowls to Albert, who drives firmly up to mid-off, but straight to the fielder. He bowled that good ball in the first innings that got Gubbins out, which seemed to take off from just short of a length and took the shoulder of the bat, called it third slip. He looks a really promising cricketer with definitely ability with the bat as well. I was just wondering, actually, thinking about the pitch, we were talking about the difficulty of scoring today when the ball was old and soft, but when they took the second new ball, that's when Alfie Ogborn in particular was able to clear his leg and hit a couple of sixes. Seemed to come onto the bat better, the new ball, than the old one. Almost better to face. Albert pulls this ball, and that one came onto the bat nicely, but he didn't get it past the mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, you're right, isn't it? I mean, sometimes that's why teams hold off with the new ball, don't they?
Yeah.
Because they know it's.
Well, they did. I mean, Hampshire did slightly, didn't they? They did delay the taking of it.
Yeah.
And it cost them probably, when they did take it, it probably cost them 20 runs, potentially. Because there was a couple of quite big overs before they got the final wicket. So man goes back now on the hook shot after that Albert attempted pull. 3 slips, 3 men saving one on the offside, just one saving one on the leg side. Left arm over, Ogborn bowls, and Albert drives quite crisply. It's a sharp single, shy at the stumps, misses, and they get through for a slightly risky single, but I don't think he would have been out if the throw had hit.
Now he's limping here.
Who is?
Toby
Albert.
Albert. Now, did he get hit with a ball, or has he just pulled a muscle?
I think he's pulled a muscle. I don't think he was hit by the ball. I'm pretty sure he's done something. Oh God, here we are. Substitute.
Here we go.
He's done something to his sort of, looks like hamstring maybe.
Achilles?
No, it looks more like calf, or he's taking a pad off. It's sort of just in the side of the knee, actually, back of the knee. Something's tweaked in there as he set off for that quick single.
He's really
definitely hobbling. He's now sitting down, and he's in trouble. Something that's twinged in the back of his left knee. I don't know if he had a history of.
Not that I know of. No, not that I know of. No, I think.
Sometimes you get those. I mean, especially if you're a bowler, you get these sort of twinges in your knee from little moving particles in between the kneecap and the knee joint, and the knee sort of locks up. I know that's happened to Stokes a couple of times, where and it's a horrible feeling. It's sort of almost like you can't. Suddenly you can't move it at all. It's not a bone injury. It's some kind of ligament. The physio's out there stretching him out. It can't be. He's doing that kind of exercise almost as if it was cramp, but I'm sure it's not cramp. Although now getting up and trying to put some weight on it. It's funny, these things are so weird. Sometimes these little things, they can come and go. They come there and they're agony, and then you sort of flex your kneecap around a bit. I'm talking like an old man that I am, and suddenly that pain goes away.
Just by shaking it out?
Yeah, just by shaking it out. It's like kicking the telly, isn't it, when it's not working, you know. Yeah, but there's a fair bit of discussion here. Somerset taking the opportunity to have a drinks break. And we've got a bit of a delay here as Albert tries to see if he can walk on it at all. Digression. While there's a bit of a delay here, I was just thinking, we were talking earlier about discipline and preparation and stuff, and I remember I was talking about Jimmy Cook as well, the great South African and Somerset player. Taunton, because you were mentioning earlier about Archie Vaughan's nickname Conductor, because he conducted the music in a pub after play. Taunton, what a great place to enjoy the evening after a day's cricket. Fantastic. And we were doing that, and we sort of slightly indulged ourselves one time playing for Middlesex. Had a very late evening in the Castle Bar in the town square, and at about 10:30 at night, and this shows it was a long time ago, I hasten to add for listeners, that a car pulls up with a couple of people in it. Come on lads, we're going to a party. People we didn't know, never met in our lives, jumped into this estate car. They took us about 5 miles out into the wilds of Somerset to some house party, and we're in this house party having a nice time, a few drinks and a bit of dancing and stuff. This is professional cricket for you. About 1 o'clock in the morning, I thought, God, we got a Sunday League match tomorrow, because we had a Sunday League match in between 3 and 4 day games, didn't we? Sometimes or often. and I'm thinking, well, we've got a Sunday League match tomorrow. I better get back to the hotel. I was looking around for a phone to phone a cab. Couldn't find a phone anywhere in the house. So I thought, well, I'll just hail a cab from outside, coming from London. Of course, absolutely deserted, pitch dark, no sign of any cars at all. So I thought, well, what am I going to do? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got to get back to the hotel. None of the other players seemed to be worried. So I thought, oh, well, I could see the lights of Taunton in the distance. So I walked.
No.
I walked back just like 4 miles. It was a lot further than I thought. It took me about 2 hours to get back to Taunton, down these country lanes. Got back to the hotel 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God.
Wow.
Following day, Sunday League game, early start, 11 a.m. start. We were playing 50 overs at the time. And I'm opening the bowling against Jimmy Cook, who had just scored 2,000 runs in a season. I mean, phenomenal player. And I'm opening the bowling on about 4.5 hours sleep and, quite a lot of fluid before the amber nectar. And, so not good prospects, really, for success. Have a look in the scorebook. Jay Cook, bowled Hughes, 0.
No.
Dragged one on, bowled a long hop, first over. He went for his favourite cut shot. It arrived a bit slower than usual. Inside edge onto the stumps. Thank you very much. So, anyway, that just shows preparation isn't everything.
No, well, one off as well, isn't it? I suppose you can get away with that. Brilliant story, Loz, as always.
Well, I'm sorry about that total distraction from the play, but nothing happened. You didn't miss anything.
Well, what is happening
has happened.
Yeah, Toby Albert won't be taking any further part for now. That's all we'll know because he's walking off the pitch. I wouldn't say he's walking easily, but he's not limping either. But he's in obviously some discomfort. Can't carry on. So we're going to have Tom Prest coming in at number 3. So Albert departs with 17 to his name. We'll obviously keep up to date with what's happening in regards
to substitution.
His treatment. Well, are we going to have a substitution?
And the treatment, I mean, because I think there's some conversations going on there with the umpires and the Somerset players about what happens here. I guess he gets diagnosed with he can't carry on. He's limping up the stairs very slowly. You can't imagine he's going to be able to resume his innings. Well, certainly not today, and even probably tomorrow. I mean, it'll stiffen up overnight and probably be worse in tomorrow. So I can't see that he would play any further part in the game, really, unless it's some kind of weird spasm, in which case the substitute law rule could be applied again. So who would that, I mean, we are sort of racing ahead of ourselves here, but who would that be? Is there a Joe Weatherly? Is he here? Perhaps he could
be a Joe Weatherly. It could be Ali Orr.
There'll be an SOS to Joe Weatherly straight away. Maybe he's watching the game, or maybe he's here somewhere.
Yeah, could be any one of 3 players, really. Yeah. But you want to make it. You want to make the call early, don't you? Because you don't want them batting too low down.
That's right. So it's now going to be Ogborne to Gubbins, Nick Gubbins, who defends into the offside. The score is 22 for none, but Hampshire have lost Toby Albert for the moment, retired hurt. So Tom Prest is out there at number 3, 22 for none. That's it's a shame. He's looking good actually as well, Toby Albert.
He was, yeah. But that's the thing, like in the olden days, which obviously wasn't very long ago, if he really was struggling, he'd come out to bat with a runner, wouldn't he, at some point in this game, and you'd make the best. But I guess what you'd be looking to do now is assess him, work out if he can play again, and if he can't play again, you get somebody in and let them bat as high up the order as they can.
Yeah. Here comes Ogborne bowls down the leg side. That's 4 somethings, leg buys, 4 runs in fact. Must have just got a little tickle on that Gubbins. So he picks up a boundary to finish that over. Ogborne's second, 26 for none. That's Ogborne's third over shot, sorry. So 26 for none, Hampshire, in reply to Somerset's lead of 50. So they've eked into that lead by 26. Now the deficit is 24.
We've been talking about the Isle of Wight throughout the day, mainly because Anthony Gibson's going there next week for a few days holiday. Simon Hughes revealed that he used to take family holidays there on a regular basis. And we've got another email here, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, from Richard Freeston. Now, the surname might ring a bell. because his son Charlie is, I think he's head of player pathway here. I think that's his title. I hope I've got that exactly right. Probably should have checked before I read this out. Here's Lewis Gregory, right arm over, bowls and goes down on the leg side to Tom Prest. He says, good afternoon, says Richard. He said, I lived in the Isle of Wight for 12 years in the 80s and 90s in Knighton. My favourite local was the Buddle Inn on Knighton Undercliff. Great views of St Catherine's Point and the English Channel sitting in their garden. And he says also my son Charlie played for Ventnor and went on to work, or does work, for Hampshire. Thank you very much for that one. Sunshine is out, actually. We've got a bit of a few fluffy clouds over, but in the distance there's a lot of blue sky to come. Oh, now Prest is wrapped on the pad. Just going down the leg side. We've got a slight nick on it as well. Michael Lithgow, Hampshire cricketer, bbc.co.uk, says, was I correct in reading that Yorkshire are considering a pay-to-view on YouTube for their matches? I don't know, I haven't heard that. Is this a one-off? Somebody messaged the other day. Oh, but Lancashire are thinking of charging as well, aren't they?
Yeah, Lancashire are thinking of well, not thinking, they are. They are going to be charging, definitely.
Yeah.
That's kind of what... I think that's the direction of travel you're going to get, actually, for a few counties. Kent tried it and abandoned it.
Yeah. Didn't they do it for T20s or something? For
well, they
non-members?
did. They did. I'm not sure.
Well, they abandoned it, have they?
Yeah, well, they did. They tried charging a couple of years ago, and then it was short-lived because they didn't find much take-up.
I know Sussex did it a little while ago, and they abandoned that, didn't they? Yeah. As I understand it, as Prest pushes forward to Gregory, half fields, they'll take a single. Prest is off the mark, 27 without loss. There isn't one county, and I don't know about Somerset, but if I exclude Somerset because I don't know, but as I understand it, any of the other counties that run it don't make any money at all out of it and lose money. They'll lose money.
Out of the
ones
stream.
that do it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it varies what people spend. I mean, Lancashire spend getting on for 200,000 on their stream. Some counties, Worcester being one, I know, Kent another, probably spend less than 40. So the costs are very varied. I mean, I know ways to make money out of it, but it takes a while, and your overheads don't need to be too much. You don't want overheads of more than 50 grand on it, really, but that is feasible.
Gubbins works that to mid-wicket. Will take a quick single, 28 without loss. That deficit down to 22.
I think we'll see in the next year or two more of the remote operated cameras that we had here last year. Because I mean, one of the biggest costs of covering is manpower, or woman power, people behind cameras. And unfortunately, although I don't want to ruin cameramen or camera women's lives, AI will be doing their job, and already is. If you look at news studios now, you don't see too many camera people. It's automated cameras moving around like robots.
Gregory in. Prest pushes forward, goes up to mid-on. That's the end of Gregory's over. 4 overs, none for 14. So you see that on the 6 o'clock news and the 10 o'clock news, don't you? See in the studio.
You do. If I was a young person, I wouldn't be learning to be a handheld or camera operator, even though, of course, they do a fantastic job, and there's an art to it which you wouldn't get from a robot. At the same time, they are expensive. A cameraman and kit. One cameraman and kit for a day is about 600 quid, at least. So you multiply that by, say, 4 or 5 cameras and by 4 days of a champion match, and it really mounts up. So it's a problem. Yeah. It's a problem. But I think I can see it being solved by remote operated cameras with a couple of manned cameras as well for colour shots and close-ups and following batsmen on and off and all that. That's a key thing as well. Craig Overton is now bowling round the wicket. He's taken over from Ogbourne, and he bowls that ball to Gubbins that's pushed back up the pitch. Didn't quite time it. Gubbins on 10, 28. And I mean, I find the whole thing fascinating because it's great that county cricket is getting this coverage. People are being able to watch it from home, and it creates that opportunity for a latent audience for people who can't get to the game or haven't got time or whatever to still keep in touch with the match. But there's a lot more evolution to come, I think, in that area. Overton bowls and Gubbins defends. I know that your stream here is evolving, and there are plans to enhance that. I was going to go and meet the commercial director at T actually and find out what the progress is. Because I mean, Surrey, for instance, have lots of cameras, and it looks a very polished operation. And Sky are going to take the opportunity to cover their next home game using largely Surrey's cameras. Overton bowls, and that's just a little bit short. Gubbins has no trouble there, just resting onto the back foot and pushing it back up the pitch. Quite interested in Gubbins. He's a slightly eccentric player. I'm quite interested in his footwork. He's a great tinkerer, isn't he, with his technique. And he's got an interesting stance. He's obviously kind of decided on where his back foot, when he plants it in position, is parallel to the crease, and his front foot is pointing straight down the wicket, which is quite unusual. It looks a little bit ungainly actually, but it allows him to get straight into position to play that one straight back down the pitch. You know what I mean? It's almost in that position where the back foot is parallel to the crease and the front foot is pointing straight down the wicket, almost in position to play the front foot block or drive without having to actually move your foot. And yet many players, and Joe Root is one, Alistair Cook is another, believe in having your front foot hovering, it's sort of floating until the ball is halfway down. And that's a ball from Overton in towards the stumps, which Gubbins turns into the leg side. Do you know what I mean? That you can actually freeze a Joe Root, I don't know, block or drive or something, and if you freeze the ball just before it arrives, sort of halfway down the pitch, you can see his front foot in the air, in mid-air, before he then plants it to drive it or block it or whatever. Gubbins is a bit more static, I would say. Overton bowls again. Gubbins plays nicely forward. Batsmen are great tinkerers, aren't they? You probably messed around with your stance and your triggers and all that, didn't you?
Try and think of one or two things that work, but I'm not sure I did anything massively drastic. Maybe I should have done. I don't know.
Well, perhaps you kept it simple, which was probably the best way, really.
Tried to. Simon Hughes is staying on. Anthony Gibson will join him. So you're going to... I'm going to take you off for a minute and allow Anthony to plug in. And we have, 4 overs till tea. 36 overs remain in the day. 28 without loss, and Somerset currently lead by 22. Anthony Gibson.
They do, and they need a wicket. They need to break this partnership before tea to send them into tea with a little bit of a lift. Jack Leach is going to come into the attack from this hotel end, which is the end from which Liam Dawson bowled, which suggests that there's maybe a little bit more turn. Because Dawson bowled from the other end yesterday, didn't get much out of the pitch, but he did get the odd ball to turn here this morning. So Leach is going to bowl. There's no forward short leg, just the slip.
There'll definitely be a short leg for the left-hander, won't there, Gubbins? They've got the helmet out there.
They didn't actually employ one.
I think they will this innings because it is turning a bit now.
Here's Leach with the sun glinting off his dome. He's in, bowls outside the off stump. That was the arm ball going straight on. No shot from Tom Prest, who's out there because Toby Albert had to go off with an injury to his left knee, I think, wasn't it, Simon?
Yes, it was, that's right.
Leach in and bowls and just holds that one back a little bit. Played out quietly into the offside by Tom Prest. So we await news of a replacement.
Yeah, and I've got a talking point on that. I'll get to that at the end of the over, maybe.
Leach bowls, and this is cut away out to Will Smeed coming in off the boundary at deep cover. 29 for no
much debate on the introduction of substitutes and its viability and so on. I've got a couple of quite interesting messages here from cricket fans, I'll read out at the end of the over, because Leach gets through his deliveries quite quickly. You see there is the short leg.
Yeah. Josh Thomas going in under the helmet. Alfie Ogborn yes, it is Alfie Ogborn being moved to slightly more backward point. So slip and a forward short leg as Leach bowls to Gubbins, back on his stumps, playing it back to the bowler. There's no run. Overton just dropping back at mid-on. Leach bowls. Just a hint of a little bit of turn there. Played watchfully by Gubbins out into the offside. Leach bowls, gives this one a bit more air. Gubbins forward defensively, end of the over, 29 without loss, 2 to Prest, 10 to Gubbins.
So this is a message actually from someone I know quite well, a guy called Tom Compton, no relation to the Compton family that of course famous cricketers, but he's an avid cricket fan and follows all the county matches, and he's sent me a message on the World's Best Cricket Club website, which says, which is a little website that I created, which is, he says, with football the first World Cup substitute was in 1970 for World Cups. But of course, before that, you famously had non-playing substitutes. Jimmy Greaves, in the 1966 World Cup final, famously sat on the bench, but in a suit. Sorry, I just missed that first ball from
outside the
Craig
off-stump,
Overton.
no shot.
Yeah, I was looking down there, not watching. Sorry. So he says, Jimmy Greaves was was a World Cup substitute in 1966, but sat on the bench in a suit. And basically, Tom argues that the problem with substitutes in all sports is it favours the rich clubs with big squads, because they can have a lot of people sat on the bench. So he gives the example of football teams that now with 5 and 6 substitutes, in comes Overton and bowls and Prest defends. He says that big clubs can stockpile all these players for a long time. Carney Chukwuemeka, previously Chelsea, now Dortmund, has become the first player to make 100 senior appearances in top football without ever playing 90 minutes. And he says Surrey could bring on the Currans. They can bring in so many players that are sort of available and on their books, kind of thing, to augment a player who might have gone off the field. Here comes Overton, and it's defended again by Prest. And then he goes on to rugby here. This is quite interesting. Keith Wood, the former prop forward, wasn't he, or number 8, is on record saying the way to reduce the injury problems in rugby is to reduce the substitutes. When he started, he was 14.5 stone, built to play 80 minutes. And by the end, he was 18.5 stone, built to play 42 minutes. How can a sport that brings on a player how can a sport that goes on about player welfare allow a 23 stone person, Overton bowls and goes through the gate of Prest there as he sort of pushed a little bit tentatively forward. The ball goes through to the keeper. He says, how can a sport that bangs on about player welfare allow a 23 stone person to strip off and run full speed at a 14 stone person exhausted by 55 minutes of intense sport? And so the substitutes are sort of swaying the balance of matches, because you can bring on so many new players, and the bench strength is almost the key to being successful. Overton bowls again. This time Prest defends into the offside. And of course Surrey, not that I want to particularly pick on Surrey, because they are a fantastic cricketing outfit, but they do have a lot of players at their disposal that they can utilise for injury eventualities.
Whereas Somerset here, they've got there's only one batsman, specialist batsman, who's not playing in this game. That's Finn Hill. He's only a youngster, hasn't played first-class cricket.
Overton comes into bowl, and that's on the stumps. Prest defends into the leg side. End of that Overton over, 29 for none, Hampshire.
So if Tom Abel does his hamstring, then Finn Hill comes into the side.
Yeah.
Vastly different
Yeah.
in terms of ability and experience. And if Archie Vaughan gets hit in, gets not a hit on the head,
but broken thumb or something. Or
there's no one. We haven't got. There is no other specialist batsman in the squad. Whereas Surrey, as you rightly say, I mean I think they've got 32 or 33 players that they can call upon.
And I mean Sussex. I was at Sussex last week, but brilliant win against Warwickshire actually to chase that to 328 score down.
Here's Leach in a bowls to Gubbins, who strokes that into the offside. Tom Lavender Fields.
But Paul Parbrace, the coach, was saying afterwards, we've only got 4 fit seamers.
Yeah.
And you know he's saying to the teams, luckily this week they got a week off, but he's saying after that they got 4 back-to-back games, and those 4 seamers have got to get through those games because they haven't got anyone else.
Leach to Gubbins, he's forward defending. Yeah, Somerset have got bowlers they could call on, but as I say, just the one spare batsman now.
Anyway, thanks Tom Compton for your comments there.
I thought the rugby
thorough stuff. Yeah,
was very
good work.
interesting.
Yeah, that's turned and bounced.
Takes Gubbins on the pad.
That's might have been a bit of glove in that as well, as he played forward. It's definitely turned and struck something that wasn't intentional from Gubbins.
Leach again, bowls, and Gubbins is back on his stumps, playing that away nicely through the offside. Just a little bit short there from Jack Leach, and Gubbins rocked back, made room for himself and played it away just in front of square.
Yeah, it was a really good shot actually, because it wasn't that short, it was just a little bit wide, and he just made himself a touch of room and steered it almost, timed it. It wasn't really a savage cut, it was just a steer backward of square. Lovely shot.
33 for no wicket. Leach again, bowls to Gubbins, who gets an outside edge to an arm ball which runs away down towards the third man boundary. Alfie Ogborn in vain pursuit. 4 more runs. Gubbins on to 18, the score on to 37 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think he didn't push at that too hard. Well, yeah, I mean, it went wide of the slip in the end. But this is good bowling by Leach. He's found a nice spot on just outside the off stump, probably 2 foot outside the off stump.
It's there again, bowls, and Gubbins right forward. Plays it back to the bowler. End of that over. We have 1 over to go before the tea interval. Hampshire will be the happier of the 2 sides at the moment. 37 without loss. They've reduced the deficit from 50 to just 13 without losing a wicket, but they have lost Toby Albert to some sort of knee injury, we think.
Yeah, I mean, it's poor chap. He's obviously tweaked something in the back of his knee, I reckon. You get these little ligaments that go through from the top of the thigh to the calf, and sometimes you can just tweak one of those, and they're really painful, and they swell up, and then the whole knee sort of stiffens up. And
tell me about it.
You've got a few of you. Got a few of those.
In my left knee.
Yeah, sort of arthritis-y as well, can be.
Yeah.
So this is a new over from Overton to Tom Prest. Overton from the pavilion end here at the Utility Bowl, and Prest defends.
It's bowled really the 2
tight,
really good overs.
Yeah.
Craig Overton making the batsman play just about every ball.
Yeah, hasn't conceded a run so far.
No.
And
right
Prest is
money.
on 2 from 15 balls.
One of the best all-round cricketers in the country is Craig Overton.
And yeah, what's his first-class record is he's got 508 wickets at 24, and let's have a look at his runs in a sec as Prest drive up to mid-off, doesn't get a run.
His batting and bowling averages are almost identical.
Yeah. In fact, his batting average is probably a bit lower than it should be. 4,271 runs before this game at 23, with a couple of hundreds, but 508 wickets at 24. So he almost qualifies. If you use your parameters as the batting average is slightly higher than the bowling average to make you a real, genuine all-rounder, he's close.
He's close.
Probably qualifies just about. But his batting average should probably be a bit higher than 23, really. Pulled by Prest. So that's the first run off Overton in his 3rd over, down to fine leg for a single. 38 now for no wicket, Hampshire. So just 12 behind. conceding that decent lead to Somerset in the first innings, 50 lead, which at one point didn't look very likely when Jack Leach was run out. There was only a 12-run lead with 1 wicket left, but they managed to get up to what was it, 288 in the end. So they had a lead of 50. Here comes Overton round the wicket to Gubbins, a little bit short, and Gubbins easy on the back foot, just defends that back up the pitch.
For Somerset, Craig Overton's bowling average is fractionally lower than his batting average.
Right. So what Test cricket is?
It's his first-class record where
swayed a bit. Right.
His wickets have cost 24.34,
yeah,
and his runs are 23.46. For Somerset, it's slightly the other way round.
Right. Overton bowls, and again Gubbins happy on the back foot, forces it into the offside. So just explain that. So that means his Test match performances will have tilted it slightly the other way.
Yeah.
In other words, his wickets would have cost him a bit too much.
His Test match batting average is only 15.
Right. How many Tests has he played?
He played 8.
8 Tests.
The best of 41 not out when in that Test at Adelaide when England collapsed.
Right. Oh, one of those.
Yeah.
This one from Overton is turned into the leg side by Gubbins, but no run, fielded at mid-wicket, and that is tea.
So there we are, Somerset bowled out for 288. Alfie Ogborn starring with 38. Very valuable last wicket partnership with Jake Ball. Gave them a lead of 50, but 38 of that lead has been erased by Hampshire. Nick Gubbins has been there from the start, 18 not out. He's with Tom Prest, who's on 3 not out, and he's out there because Toby Albert has had to retire hurt with a damaged knee. We'll be back in around 20 minutes' time for the evening session.
And welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we were just about to get underway the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The situation in the game is that Hampshire batting for a second time are 38 without loss. They trail overall by just 12 runs. The not-out batters out there are Nick Gubbins on 13, Tom Prest on 3. We've lost Toby Albert temporarily, we hope. No more than that, because he limped off when he had 17, going for a quick run, and has done something to his knee. We're not sure yet. It's probably a little bit early for a diagnosis, but we'll try and keep you up to date as much as we can. Simon Hughes is still with us, the analyst. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Anthony Gibson.
Yes, afternoon, Kev. And well, the clouds are melting away, which is very appropriate from a Hampshire point of view, because it was distinctly cloudy this morning, looking at Hampshire's position in the game, but it's got much better. They're only 12 runs behind now, with all second innings wickets in hand. And I heard you say earlier on today that Hampshire would want to turn this into a one innings match. In other words, second innings versus second innings, and that's more or less what they've got.
I think you're right. From the morning situation, we faced at 11 o'clock. Somerset 154 for 3, trailed by 84. I think Hampshire will be reasonably happy with the way things have gone today.
Here's Jack Leach in and bowls to Nick Gubbins, who's on 18. We've got 3 close catches now. We've got forward short leg, leg slip, and a slip. So Leach bowls to Gubbins, who's taking up half a pace down the pitch to play that defensively out into the offside. It's Josh Thomas under the helmet at forward short leg, Craig Overton at leg slip, Lewis Gregory at slip. Leach bowls, and this is played a little bit uppishly up to Alfie Ogborn for the first post-tee run. Score moves on to 40 for no wicket. Gubbins on to 19. Not so many close catches for the right-handed Tom Prest, just Gregory at slip and a shortish extra cover, Archie Vaughan. This is given plenty of air by Leach. Tom Prest has plenty of time to play it up to Tom Lammonby at a deepish mid-on for another single. Feel that if Somerset are going to win this game, bowl Hampshire out relatively cheaply, then Jack Leach is going to have a big part to play. He's bowling to Gubbins, and again he plays that little bit uppishly, but they take the single as Ogborn comes in to do the fielding.
I would expect, Anthony, at this stage of the game and looking at the way the pitch is playing, that I think there's 2 potentially substantial innings in these last 2 innings of the game. I would expect one from Hampshire and I would expect one from Somerset. So going on that logic, Hampshire will need to score a decent total here second time around, and I think Somerset would be fairly confident of batting long in the 4th innings as well. The pitch is, as usual, losing a bit of pace, it's losing a little bit of bounce, and batting, certainly as the ball gets a little softer, does look a lot easier.
You're suggesting a draw?
Well,
possible outcome?
Who knows? There's a lot of time left though, isn't there? Here's Overton around the wicket from the pavilion end. Gubbins covers up. We were talking about cameras and picture feeds and what have you just before the tea break. I did get a message from one of the media team here saying might be worth saying that Hampshire are upgrading the cameras soon, and hoping that the technical difficulties, which generally they've had from time to time, will be behind us. So look out for that. Here's Overton, bowls, and Gubbins works that up to mid-off. Email here from Beverly Coxhead. It came in just before the tea break. She sent me a poster. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Blundell School. Is that in Devon?
It is. It's in Tiverton.
In Tiverton, yeah. Well, it's a poster that's advertising a luncheon with Devon County Cricket Club. Guest speakers, former England players Vic Marks and Dean Headley. As that's outside the off stump and left alone. It's on Sunday, August the 2nd at Blundell School. £50 a person.
Vic is an old Blundellian.
Ah.
He was there with Jeremy Lloyds, who you'll remember from your playing
Yes,
days.
I do, yeah, the late Jeremy Lloyds. Yeah.
Vic was scrum half and Lloyds was fly half for the Blundell's first rugby 15.
Really?
Yep.
In this poster is also the actual menu. Looks lovely. Like Kevin Howes is having a look at that. Anything to do with food, Kevin Howes is right there, but it's pushed up to mid-off. I haven't seen him move as quick as that over a day and a half up here on the gantry. As soon as I mentioned food and the menu, there he was, straight in there.
They're very good at choosing their speakers, the old Blundellians.
Are they?
Yeah, I spoke at their Christmas dinner a couple of years ago.
Oh! Wow, what a place then. Only the best will do. So there we go, August the 2nd. That actually looks quite good fun, actually. A little bit far for me to travel. Here's, he says, trying to get out of it. That's left alone outside the off stump. Sunday the 2nd, I'm sure we've got a game. Let me have a look. Sunday
it's
the
100, isn't it?
now we've got a 50 over game against Durham here.
Right.
So otherwise I might have thought about going.
It's a long way for Durham to come, isn't it?
It's a long way. Well, at least it's not a 20 over game like Yorkshire are here for a double header on the 26th of June. One of those cross.
As Yorkshire?
No, it's one of those cross.
Oh yes.
Cross games, isn't it, that have been introduced this year. Outside the off stump, left alone, good carry. End of the over. So we've got 30 overs left in the day. Hampshire 42 without loss, trailed by just 8. Who's your cross game?
Derby. That's where we're going away to. And
Are you really?
And might be Yorkshire coming to Taunton. I can't remember who they. But yeah, all the way up to Derby, to that lovely cricket ground. Actually, the commentary box is all right there.
Good media centre.
Yeah.
Very good, actually.
Jack Leach is going to bowl another over in the sunshine. He's bowling to the right-handed Tom Prest, and that comes off a thick inside edge. Had there been a leg slip, he would have been in business, but there wasn't. And they take 2 runs. I do think Somerset might attack a little bit more in terms of their close catches. It was a point that Michael Carberry was making yesterday. Thought that Somerset fields were not sufficiently attacking. Leach bowls to Prest, who drives this away on the up out to Will Smeed, patrolling the deep cover boundary. Sends in the return. Another run is taken. 45 for no wicket. Pressed on to 8. The close catchers gather for the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Sort of reversal of the natural order of things. You'd have thought that Leach would be more effective against the right-hander, turning it away from the bat, but it's the left-hander for whom the close catchers have been posted, which suggests that there's more to work with in terms of rough outside the off stump from Leach to the left-hander than there is from Leach to the right-hander. That's driven to short extra cover. Archie Vaughan, the conductor.
Yes. Did you not hear that story, Kev? The conductor, Archie Vaughan? Yes, we did. We found
know
out.
why.
Yeah.
Yes, we know why.
Kevin House, 5 Live on the ball as always.
This is played back to Jack Leach because at the end of the 2024 season, after the Hampshire game, all of the Somerset players went down the pub and had a whale of a time, and Archie Vaughan started conducting the music, getting a bit carried away. This is almost. Was that a catch?
I think it was.
It's Lewis Gregory who couldn't hold on. It was a very difficult sort of top edge that flew to him. He's having a good old laugh with James Rue. We haven't seen the replay. Leach in and bowls to Gubbins. Certainly seemed to fly off the outside edge, but the body language suggested there wasn't too much angst.
No, nobody seems to be too bothered, do they?
No.
I'm just wondering if it's one of those where it goes so quickly that you're not really expecting the slip to take it, especially when they're standing up as close as that. And it's just one of those things where if it sticks, everybody jumps up and down and says, how on earth did you manage to hold on to that? But at the moment, I would put it down as a drop, but maybe I'm wrong. Email here from Michael Bailey, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thoroughly enjoying the coverage at home here in Vienna. Talking about music, here's Overton. That's pulled away by Prest down to fine leg. He moves on to 9.46 without loss, and Hampshire now are just behind by 4. Simon's tale about a late night week and then early start on the Sunday reminds me of some tales I've heard about the county circuit from various players I met over the years, talking off the record. There is a great new book about the John Player Sunday League years, 1969 to 86, by Mark Sands. Heard of that one, Anthony?
I have, yeah, heard of it. I haven't read it.
It's called Stars on Sunday. As Overton's around the wicket, Gubbins drives down the ground. Beautiful shot. That's 4 runs up towards the changing rooms of the Hampshire team. And that's the 50 up for Hampshire in the 16th over. It's a great read, says Michael. I dug into it over the tea interval. A question for Simon and Kevin. I'm not sure if Simon's sort of gone off to talk to somebody, I think, so it might be me and Anthony for a little while. Which were the most memorable outground games you played at in one-day games for your counties? I think we'll extend that to memorable games, outgrounds for you as well, Anthony, that you've commentated on as Gubbins pushes that out into the covers. I can think of one straight away. It wasn't, I'm not sure it was that memorable, but I'm not sure they use it anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't use it anymore. Talking of Derbyshire, Heenor.
Never been there.
Small ground. We played a one-day game there many moons ago, and it's one of these. It's a very, very club ground, and it had a small kitchen. It had this, literally like a stove that you would have in your house. You know,
they used to
and
have
often,
one of those in the dressing room at Taunton, in the old pavilion. Yeah.
And that's outside the off stump left alone. And I think that whatever it was we were supposed to be having in the break between the innings, it was supposed to be hot. And I remember the oven, and it was literally a domestic cooker, and the oven broke down, and whatever it was we couldn't have. And I think we ended up with salad or something. I can't remember, but it was a ground that weren't great, and yeah, that sort of summed it up really. That was the first one that I could think of. Here's Overton again, outside the off stump, left alone.
Well, I commentated at Weston-super-Mare and at Bath. And I think those were the only outgrounds that Somerset played at during my commentary career. But before that, in the very first year of the Sunday League, 1969, Somerset played Essex at Johnson Park in Yeovil, and Brian Langford bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens.
Really?
A record that could be equalled, could never be beaten, and probably never will be equalled.
Terrific stuff. One-day game. That's down the leg side. Good stop from Rue. End of the over.
8 overs, 8 maidens.
That's terrific stuff. Obviously nobody tried to get after him.
Well, Brian Rose was there and said that the Essex batsmen, Tonka Taylor was one of them, they decided they were going to see Langford off and have a go at the other bowlers. And there was in the last over off, I think the 4th ball or something like that, but the ball went down to fine leg of what looked like a mixture of bat and pad, and the umpire signalled leg by, anticipating that there might be a record, and there was.
A little bit of help.
Yeah. 8 overs, 8 maidens. 50 without loss. The scores are level as Leach bowls to Prest, who's back on his stumps, playing that defensively into the offside. Leach bowls. Prest turns this into the onside, and they go for a quick single shy at the stumps from Craig Overton, and well backed up by Alfie Ogborn. I think that Press would have been safely home. But he's taking a bit of a... Yes, he would have been comfortably home. Taking a bit of a risk. Taking on Craig Overton's arm. One of the best fielders in the country. He and his twin brother likewise. Now we've dispensed with the leg slip and the forward short leg for Leach to Gubbins. We've got a silly point in, and Gubbins goes for the reverse sweep and nails it. Down to the third man boundary. He moves on to 28 and the score to 55 for no wicket.
Nice shot. Just watching it again on the live picture feed. That's right out the middle of the bat now.
Batsman on top at the moment. Not much happening for the Somerset bowlers. Leach bowls, gives this one a bit more air, sort of goes through Josh Thomas. Does take quite a lot of the way off it, and he's hurt his left wrist, I think it is. Just rubbing it slightly ruefully, painful. It's hit quite hard, and he's barely 2 yards from the bat. Leach bowls to Gubbins. Appeal for LBW as he's not playing a shot to a ball hitting his pad outside the off stump, but it would need to turn almost square to get an LBW decision from there, and umpire James Middlebrook not over impressed. We haven't seen a replay, so didn't strike me as if it was a particularly good shout. This is a reverse sweep attempt, and there's an appeal for LBW again, I think, but not given. Watch. Oh, maybe an under edge. Don't know. Hard to say. End of the over. 55 for no wicket. 10 to Press. 28 to Gubbins. For the bowler who's making the most things happen at the moment is Jack Leach. Seems to be more in it for the spinner than there has been for the Somerset seamers.
Just expanding the conversation we had just before tea about the general situation as regards picture feeds and what have you. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, regular messenger to the cricket commentaries. Here's Craig Overton, right arm over, bowls to Prest. Prest pushes that into the covers. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. On pay-per-view, says Ralph, currently get Hampshire Red Ball feed for free. I would be prepared to pay for Red Ball and One Day Cricket because I don't pay the TV licence as I'm permanent French resident. I consider myself to be lucky because to get this great visual and audio coverage for free. It's nice, isn't it? That's why I'm reading it out. But I would not want to pay for an access for T20 or 100. Press drives, goes out towards mid wicket. There we are, plenty of views on that one, and of course depending on whether the county's charging or not, which one or two seem to be going down that route, but one or two counties have been down that route before and have reversed their decisions. Here's Overton. Presty's pushing forward, it goes out to point. That was a screech and a half. Somebody down below us, I think. Yes, lovely and sunny here at the Utilita. We have just over 26 overs left in the day's play. Hampshire's lead is 5. And whilst we've seen 3 batters, we still wait for, well, I say wait for news on Toby Albert. I think it's a little bit early to work out exactly what's wrong with him, but has limped off with what looks like to be a knee injury. Lovely shot off the back foot, Tom Prest through the covers. Nicely timed.
As good a shot as we've seen in this innings so far.
He plays some lovely shots, does Tom Prest. That's a lovely weighted back foot drive, wasn't it?
Easing it away.
He moves on to 14 and that lead moves up to 9. be a very, very tight game indeed. We still have just over half the game left. And we're into the third innings as it's turned away through mid-wicket. Looks beautifully timed as well. Just erred on too straight there, Overton. There are two men around that mid-wicket area and Prest found the gap.
Overcorrecting.
It's about a leg stump that, wasn't it? Nicely played, kept it along the ground.
This may be Craig Overton's last over. We haven't seen Jake Ball yet, so if I was Lewis Gregory, I think I'd say thank you very much, Craig. Take a spell and bring Jake Ball on from that pavilion end.
Yeah. Overton again. See Prest. Length ball. Prest pushes forward up to mid-on. End of the over. So Overton's completed 6 overs, none for 14. Hampshire 63 without loss in their second innings. Lead by 13.
Yes, those 2 boundaries in that over, making a bit of a mess of Overton's figures. But he's still been commendably accurate. 14 runs conceded in 6 overs. Making the batsman play, but not really getting much out of this pitch at the moment. And pitch is getting slower, the ball is getting softer. And Somerset badly need a wicket. The close catches, no, we're losing the leg slip. Craig Overton going back to sort of backward square leg on the 45. Leach to Gubbins, who plays this off an open face, down to Jake Ball, who is at backward point, stroke short third man. Overton and Gregory change positions so that Overton, with his greater wingspan, is now at slip. Leach bowls to Gubbins, who plays that just past Josh Thomas under the helmet and will pick up 2 runs. As Archie Vaughan fields. 65 for no wicket. Gubbins on to 30. Things looking a bit ominous for Somerset at the moment. They badly need a wicket. Leach bowls to Gubbins, who turns this into the onside for a single. Tom Abel fields. First time that Tom Abel has had to do anything in the field for some time.
Hiding.
You don't really want to hide him. He's probably the best. Well, he and Craig Overton equal best fielder in the side. He's there at extra cover. We've got a short extra cover as well, as Leach bowls to Prest, who's back on his stumps, playing it to Tom Abel, who's in the game again. Sends in the return to James Rue. Leach to Prest. Nothing doing there. Prest plays it comfortably to Archie Vaughan. Leach again to Prest, who's making room for himself, cutting it down to deep backward point, but Will Smeed is there to do the fielding, so it's just a single. End of the Jack Leach over. It's 68 without loss. Prest on 20, Gubbins on 31. And time for me to make way for Simon Hughes.
Now, Steve Jenkin has emailed me with that game in Yeovil you were talking about earlier, Anthony, and it was, so first of all, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Westbourne Close in Yeovil, 5th of June 1977, 40 over match. Somerset won by 143. And I might have to blow up this scorecard a little bit because it's quite small. I can't see where I can blow it up on my tools on here.
Got in control plus.
Oh, is it? Oh, thank you.
Well, I don't know. It might work.
Let's try that.
It depends if you're my Mac. You have to do. No, you haven't got a Mac, have you?
No. This is a BBC computer.
Don't be rude.
Well, no, actually, no. People in the BBC do have Mac computers, but I don't think I'm high enough up the scale
Very
to get one.
How unfair is that? Is this your over?
Shall I do it? Ease you in.
Go on.
Here's Gregory then, taking over from Overton, and Prest works him up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Great side Somerset had with Viv Richards and Brian Close.
Wow, that's 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mervyn Kidd. Yeah, Mervyn Kidd. Yeah, it was 1977.
Yeah.
At the Westland Sports Ground in Yeovil. Mervyn Kitchen got 82. Somerset got 258. Morgan about 100 and not very many. There you are, that was the game we were talking about a little earlier. So here's Gregory again. Prest works that to cover, no run.
I went to a Viv Richards benefit night once in some, I can't remember where it was, in Somerset somewhere, and it was a Skittles night. Because they have Skittles alleys in Somerset and I think in Gloucestershire as well. The back of pubs, they have those wooden Skittles alleys. And it's interesting, the reason I mention that is because Josh Butler on his podcast with Stuart Broad talking the other day about the last ball of an IPL game recently.
Gregory in to Prest, and he's just playing up towards middle.
It was an interesting game actually. It was between Gujarat Titans, Josh's team, and I've forgotten who he was playing actually. Anyway, David Miller, the South African, was batting, and his team needed 2 runs to win from 2 balls. And Miller had just hit a big 6. And with 2 runs to win from 2 balls, Miller goes for a pull, and it goes to deepish square leg. Could have easily taken a single, so that the scores were tied with 1 ball to go.
In again, Gregory from the pavilion end. Prest works that away to one of the 2 short mid-wickets.
And Miller decides not to run because there's 1 ball left and he feels it's his responsibility with a tail ender at the other end to hit the winning runs. So with 1 ball to go, it's still 2 to win. The bowler bowls a slow ball bouncer. Miller goes through the pull shot, misses the ball. It goes through to Butler on the second bounce, keeping wicket. He takes it, underarms, and hits the stumps when they're going through for a bye. So Gujarat Titans win.
Gregory, short ball, then Prest ducks underneath.
And it was actually a brilliant bit of work by Butler because, you know, firstly he had to take the slower ball bouncer on the second bounce. And you'll remember, I'm sure, that often when you bowl a slower ball with a spin action, it doesn't spin on the first bounce, it spins on the second bounce when it's halfway to the keeper. And Butler adjusted to the spin of this ball on the second bounce, took it cleanly and underarmed the stumps to run out the non-striker by a yard to win the match for his team.
Gregory again, bowls, Prest off the back foot, guides that down to third man. There's nobody there, and it's going to be 4 runs. 23 Prest moves on to, and that moves the Hampshire total on to 71 without loss, and their lead now is 21.
And the reason why Somerset can claim a bit of credit for that wicket and that victory is because obviously Butler was brought up in Somerset and played for Somerset for many years, and he says maybe it was the years in those skittle alleys,
really,
underarming those wooden balls onto those skittles, that helped him with that perfect accuracy of his underarm throw onto the stumps. He actually credited Somerset skittle alleys for his accuracy.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it just shows actually playing all sports is so valuable for cricketers, isn't it? You know, being able to do those sort of sports and 10-pin bowling, and you know, it's amazing when those kind of skills come into play, isn't it? So it's Leach bowling from our end to Gubbins, who's been playing the spin really well actually, and he steers that one into the offside. They think about a second, and then that's going to be a run out here. No, he gets back. Prest just gets back in time. Gubbins thought about a second, was starting up the wicket to get back, but the throw from extra cover as Prest tried to get back into his ground was a little wide, and James Rew had trouble getting it in the end, and so he did manage to make it back. But I mean, if you watch here the hesitation from Gubbins, in fact you won't see it, you'll only see the fielding on the stream replay. But Gubbins really kind of sold his partner there, and Prest was lucky to get back in. 1 run results, and a bit of heart rate palpitations from both players. Prest steers this next one from Leach into the offside.
What the first replay showed was that Prest turned blind.
Very good point. Yeah, he set off for the second run without really considering his partner there, as Leach bowled again, and this time Prest defends into the offside. You're right, because I think it was Prest who was more committed to that second run than Gubbins, actually. Gubbins set off for the second run and then realised it was not on, and Prest had come halfway down and had to scramble back. You do not want to be losing wickets to run-outs on this pitch.
No, certainly not. If we do
or
get
a pitch, really.
If we do get a replay, actually, again, of the first replay, you'll see that Tom Prest turns blind.
Yeah, yeah. Leach round the wicket to Prest, who just drives it, sort of pushes it, caresses it to short extra cover. Two men catching on the drive on the offside, and a sort of shortish mid-wicket as well, a slip too. As Leach, no one back on the leg side for Jack Leach here, as Prest backs away and cuts that deep to cover point on the boundary, and they go through for a single. Hampshire on to 73 for none.
So here's the replay of... No, it's not. No, it's just the backward
That's
cut.
the replay of the last ball.
Yeah. Safe enough, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, they've played well, though, these two, actually. And, I mean, Gubbins has had a couple of nervy moments against Leach, but he's also managed to pick up some runs as well. So Hampshire doing well here, 73 for none. So leading by 23 now.
Yes.
What were we talking about before? Skittles. No, I remember A.B. de Villiers actually saying how the value of the fact that his sporting background, with so many different sports that he played, and he could bring all those skills, tennis, hockey, golf, you know, into his cricket. And by the way, you know, just as a contrast to this slightly sort of sedate scoring here, I noticed Abhishek Sharma, the brilliant left-hander for India, has just rattled up a 50 in 15 balls in the IPL.
So 73 without loss. These two have been together since 22, the total, as Prest pushes forward at Gregory. They're going to take a quick single, nobody at point. Prest moves on to 25. That was when Toby Albert limped off, and Alex Trott, who's emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, sounds like he's just tuning in here, and says, what's happened to Albert? Is he likely to bat again? I think it's probably a little bit too early to work that out, although we will try and find out before the close of play tonight. But when on 17, he injured his side of his knee by the looks of it.
Or the back of his knee, maybe.
The back of his knee, yeah. And struggled to complete the run, and went down, and there was a lengthy delay. Physio out, and he limped off. And we await further news, but he was on 17 not out at the time. 22 without wicket, or for no loss was the total at the time, so these two have put on 54 since then. Sorry, 52 since then. Here's Gregory, goes to Gubbins, length ball. So yeah, Hampshire haven't yet used the new injury replacement rule. Both teams that they've played against have used them, but not Somerset yet. Hampshire, probably one of the few counties that haven't used it yet.
Made of sterner stuff.
Well, that's right, yes. So Gubbins is 32 not out here, facing Lewis Gregory. That lead now is 24, precious 24 runs. As Gregory's around the wicket, Gubbins works it off the back foot, just to the right of mid-off, so they'll come through for a single.
No, it's good running, actually, because it's important when scoring is, what's the run rate, 3.5, and it's a decent scoring rate, but you know, picking up singles on a pitch where it's not an absolute belter, you know, singles are really important. You've got left hand, right hand out there as well, so it's an old cliche, but adjusting to the right hand, left hand combination is always annoying for bowlers, and fielders have to change positions, and it just becomes a bit irritating.
Yeah, especially difficult for the fielding side when not a lot's happening, isn't it? Here's Gregory again. Prest plays that late.
That's good batting.
Backward a point. There's always a gap there. Seems to be a gap there quite a lot.
See,
For
I don't know
batters.
why. I said that before. Why do they have? Why do they not have a cover point in an orthodox position? What's the point of that? They're trying to save a boundary, but that's setting the field for a bad ball. Really.
Yeah.
The man back at deep cover. I mean, you know, Gregory, Overton, they're accurate bowlers. They don't need a backward point on the boundary, and they've got one now again.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Ultra defensive in some ways. But you're right, Gregory and Overton probably are the bowlers
If
that don't
if
need
you
that.
want to build up pressure on a batsman, this is pressure bowling. Keep him on strike for the whole over if you can. Well, there's an easy get out for Gubbins, just backward a point on the offside and the leg side.
Outside off stump.
If he wants to take it.
Yeah, the gap is between sort of gully and forward point, isn't there? Just the man on the sweep in between those two.
Do you think it's a sort of a teaser? Is he trying to, because you've got two slips, a sort of a wide first slip or a second slip-ish and a gully. Do you think he's trying to induce him to try and push the ball into the offside for a single and maybe get an edge?
So just push out at it a little bit, yeah.
Is that the,
well, I mean,
hang it outside off stump a little bit?
That's one theory, isn't it? But there's a lot of singles being taken in that area, outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 76 without loss. Yeah, I suppose it's risk and reward, isn't it, really? If that is the theory, then it may induce the edge, but in the meantime, a lot of batters have used that area as a way of keeping the scoreboard ticking along.
We haven't had many catches in the slips, have we? There was that one, Gubbins was out caught slip early on, I remember, in the first innings, but apart from that, have we had anyone caught at slip in the game?
Slip, so I'm thinking
Rue
about...
was caught at backward point, wasn't he, sort of driving at one?
Yeah, so I'm thinking in the last innings, which was
Toby Albert, I think, was caught. Was he caught slip, or was he? Yeah, he was caught slip, wasn't he, early on, or caught keeper in the first innings as well?
Yeah.
So early on, maybe, but later on in innings, slips have not been in the game really at all.
So I think Overton, he was caught by Mays. He's usually in that area. Where was Overton caught? Can't remember.
This is Leach bowling, and Prest defends.
You're right, not many. Mind you, the ball's struggling to reach.
Well, that's the thing. So, in a way, bowling for slip catches is a bit pointless. Leach bowls to Prest, who steers that one out to deep cover. I mean, again, it's now rotating the strike. I suppose, actually, for Leach's point of view, probably doesn't mind bowling to the left-hander now. Gubbins. Nicely played by Prest there, using his feet, getting back outside the leg stump, making a bit of room to steer that ball from Leach for a single. So Gubbins now hemmed in by a short leg and a slip. Leach bowls. He goes for the reverse sweep, hits it powerfully, but straight to the man at backward point, who's been moved a bit finer. He's already hit a 4 there. So the fielder has just been adjusted into the right spot. Leach again to Gubbins, left-hander, defends. Good bowling by Leach, this. Probing away outside the off stump. Hasn't managed to bowl a maiden yet, though, which is important from Hampshire's point of view. But managing to just keep ticking along against him. 77 for none. 27 lead. Leach again over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who steers that sort of off a thickish outside edge to backward point. Gubbins is a good player of spin, actually. I like watching him play spin. He's got various options. He's not using the orthodox sweep, but certainly the reverse sweep is coming out every so often.
Gets a good stride in, doesn't he?
Leach bowls again. This time it's squeezed between bat and pad and defended out on the offside. End of the over.
I think we'll keep to our timetable, so we'll have a quick change. All right, I know Anthony did a little bit extra. Now? So you're on with Anthony, so you're going to come on my side.
Okay then.
And so Simon Hughes will stay on, and Anthony Gibson will be back on alongside him. Sunshine is still out here, and it's a beautiful evening here just outside Southampton, West End. And we have still 21 overs left in the day's play.
We have indeed. And, well, Gregory to continue from the pavilion end. Slightly surprising we haven't seen any Jake Ball in this innings so far.
Or a bit of Archie Vaughan, actually, because he'd be turning it away from the left-hander.
It's Gregory in a bowls. This is cut away down to third man for 4 runs. Short and wide from Gregory, and Tom Prest makes no mistake.
I think this is a big season for Tom Prest, actually. You know, he's got the chance here to bat at 3, and you know he's obviously very talented, but he hasn't ever quite delivered on his talent, I don't think, and he's often flattered to deceive. But just when he's looking good, he gets out.
Well, we've just got the 1 slip now, and that's Craig Overton at sort of 4th slip position. Somerset very much on the defensive as this is turned down to Jack Leach at long leg for another single. 82 for no wicket. So Hampshire just beginning to build a bit of a lead.
Yeah, I think 250 chase on here will be quite tricky with Hampshire's bowling as well. I think they'll be looking for 300 this innings if they can get to that. So this is a good start. 82 for none. Admittedly, they might not have Toby Albert, but they might have someone to come in and replace him if they can find anybody.
It's Gregory coming around the wicket to Gubbins. Plays that out into the offside. Do you not think that Hampshire will want to make the game safe if they can? Will that be their priority, or do you think they will want to offer Somerset?
I don't think
a bit of a
I'm not
carrot?
suggesting a declaration. I mean,
Well,
if you look at the scores so far in the game, 238 plays 288. It's a 250 to 300 pitch, and probably slightly less now. You know, the more the game wears on, it's probably more like a 250 pitch. So that's what they'll be looking at, trying to get a lead of around about 220 to 240.
So outside the off stump through to James Rue.
If 250 at an absolute, maximum lead, they'll have done well to get 300 this second innings. And two and a bit days still to go, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah.
So I think their
at the
target
moment,
should.
Somerset aren't looking like taking a wicket.
No, but you can tend to get sort of back because it's a bit too paced, this pitch, and it's turning as well. You can get a couple of wickets. Once you get one, you might get a couple. So
Gregory in and bowls to Gubbins outside the off stump. No shot from Gubbins. I don't know why Jake Ball hasn't bowled. He's out there, so it isn't as if he's carrying some sort of injury as far as we know.
Well, they just probably feel that these two bowlers, Gregory and Overton, are the most accurate, and maybe feel they're the most likely with this newish ball.
Gregory tries again into Gubbins, and again very similar delivery outside the off stump. But too far outside the off stump for Gubbins to have to do anything about it. End of the over. 82 for no wicket. We've had 24 overs, and we've got 20 remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, it's nice conditions to bat now, actually. Nice clear sky and not too hot. It's probably 16, 17 degrees temperature.
Quite a good time, really, for the batsmen to go on the attack with a tiring set of bowlers operating against them on a pretty flat pitch at the moment.
Yeah, I think they just want to be watchful of Leach, though, because he's probing away. Here he comes again and bowls, and that's driven. And in fact, I thought he almost chipped a catch there, but actually I think he hit that into the ground, Tom Prest. He's got 2 men on the drive. They just need to watch out for Leach, because he might just bowl 1 or 2 tricky deliveries here. There is a little bit of bite in this service. He bowls again, and that one nicely bowled and well left by Prest, who watched it carefully as it just bounced a little outside the off stump. It flighted that one a bit more, Leach. Bowls again around the wicket, driven by Prest for a single out to long off. The man that mid-off was quite deep there, so that allowed him to get through for a single. Quite nice use of the feet. As Leach flighted one outside off stump, or in fact it was more Midland leg actually, that delivery. Inside out shot from Prest for the single. Gubbins on strike, Leach over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who defends. absolute classic block there. Ball stunned only a yard down the pitch. 83 for none, Hampshire, in their second innings. 33 ahead. Leach bowls again a bit quicker this time, and Gubbins sets off for a quick single. There's a shy, or there would have been a shy at the stumps from Alfie Ogborn, but in the end he held the ball because the batsmen were through for that single. Well judged single. Gubbins set off straight away, got down the other end quickly.
Yeah, they've rotated the strike well, these two.
Leach again to the right-handed pressed, back and across, back on his stump, tries to work that into the leg side. It gets a bit tucked up by it, and in the end doesn't get enough angle on the shot.
Simon, how do you see the future of county cricket in a cricketing world increasingly dominated by franchises?
My God!
Can you
what
see?
A question!
I mean, you've got a lot of well, not a huge number, but some top domestic players who are not going to be playing in the first round of county championship matches because they're in the IPL. Can you see that applying to and the Pakistan Super League as well? Can you, as the franchise leagues spread across the world, can you see more and more cricketers, good cricketers, suitable for that sort of game, going into that in preference to playing for their counties?
Not necessarily, because the trouble with the franchise world is it's very fickle. You know, you can pick up a great deal one year and then the next year is not good. And look at someone like Jacob Bethel at the moment. I mean, look, he might be learning his craft, sitting on the bench for the Royal Challengers Bangalore, but that was last year. This year he's still warming the bench, and he's been handsomely paid, and I'm sure he's learning, you know, and there are valuable lessons to be learned from the IPL. To me, it's like a cricketing brainstorm, because there's so many talented people, coaches, players, etc., analysts and so on, who can feed into your knowledge of the game and understanding the game is very valuable. That doesn't apply necessarily to other franchise tournaments. The IPL is pretty special in that way. I mean, to answer your question, you know, players are faced with a dilemma, aren't they? But I feel that players still want to play county cricket above all else if they can.
Vaughan in and bowls outside the off stump. Yeah, but
because
from a player's point of view, this is blooming hard work.
No, it is hard work.
Four days.
But it's much more fulfilling. I mean, and that's an old-fashioned view, perhaps. Yeah. You know, maybe it's more fulfilling to have, you know, 500 grand in your bank account. I still think players, though, you know, those who aspire to be good want to play this format of the game.
Vaughan in and bowls and slightly quicker delivery, which is played defensively.
I haven't answered your question, but I mean, I think for county cricket, I think county cricket will be okay for the next 10 years. I can see possibly a couple of counties merging, but we've been saying that forever.
We have. This is stroked away through the offside for a single. Jet Leach doing the fielding.
I mean, you know, the money from the franchise sale of the 100 has helped counties be sustainable for the next 10 years. And all of them, the non-host 100 counties, are getting 24 million over time. That will help them, you know, pay off debts and be at least sustainable for the sort of medium term. So I don't see any counties sort of suddenly going bust in the next 10 years. But I can see the sense in one or two perhaps merging, even just for championship. Maybe they'll be separate for, you know, some tournaments for the T20 Blast or something, but perhaps they will merge for championship, because that's the hardest thing to sustain, is a squad to compete in a 4-day championship which takes the whole season.
Is Vaughan to Prest. Prest turns this past Josh Thomas at forward short leg for a single, 86 for no wicket.
I mean, what you are seeing is tournaments, franchise tournaments, now competing with each other, because it's become sort of regarded as important that there are windows for first-class cricket to try and sustain Test cricket. So Pakistan Super League and the IPL clash now, for instance.
Outside the off stump, no shot.
So you know, that wasn't the case before. You could play in the PSL, the Pakistan Super League, and then you could play in the IPL. But now they both play together at the same time, and they're competing with the same.
But then you've got Major League Cricket coming.
No,
up
there are other tournaments. MLC is growing, sure.
There's one in Canada, isn't there?
I mean, the MLC is one that's is something to
No
watch.
run there. End of the over 86 for no.
Sorry, I interrupted your ball there, but I mean, the MLC is an interesting one because the Major League Cricket in America, because that is going to get more investment and that is going to get more players. I noticed actually for the first time this year they got a much vaunted Indian player playing in that, Ravi Ashwin, who's retired from sort of senior cricket in international cricket, etc., and not playing the IPL, being injured actually. But he's signed for, I think, the Washington team in the major cricket league in America. And Steve Smith is playing in it. There are quite a lot of prominent, Pat Cummins, people like that. There are quite a lot of prominent players starting to play in the American league because the money and the potential expansion of the American league, the fact that the US is the most valuable sports market in the world. That will just keep. I think that will keep expanding, and that will be a challenge to county cricket. But I think the Championship actually will still retain its eminent status. Here comes Leach and bowls, and he's appealed for LBW there, and that's a good shout actually, as Prest propped forward, and the umpire may have decided there that the ball bounced a bit too much. Let's have a look at the replay here and see what he deduced. I think maybe that did a bit too much actually. There's a good shout though, a good delivery. It beat the prod of Prest. Leach bowls again, and this time inside. The batsman plays outside the line of that one and gets a slightly streaky inside edge down to fine leg for a single. So Leach starting to cause problems here. That was he didn't really know much about that actually, Prest. That was the one that sort of slid on with the arm. Maybe just natural variation from Leach rather than a deliberate arm ball. Now he's bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Bowls again. Gubbins down the wicket, hits it powerfully over mid-on. Good shot, and use of the feet was excellent there. He gets a boundary, second bounce over the ropes at wide mid-on. Takes his score to 39 and Hampshire to 91 for none.
I think Hampshire have got a big opportunity here. Score some quick runs before the close. 17 overs they've got.
So how are they changing the field? If Ben Stokes was captain of Jack Leach, he would keep that mid-on in, wouldn't he? And tempt him to go for it again. But the mid-on is kept out about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. This time Gubbins just props forward and the ball just trickles out on the offside. So I might have a silly point here actually. I think the silly point might be more useful than the short leg actually. Anyway, what do I know? Leach now going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. Definitely should have a silly point in front now.
It might be turning a little bit.
Yeah. Leach bowls again, tossed up outside off stump, driven by Gubbins, but just down to mid-off for an easy single. It's trying to get him to play against the spin, but Gubbins waited for the ball to be full enough to do that. He's gone on to 40. Prest is on 35. It's been quite a fluent innings by Prest actually. Leach bowls, that's too short and cut, but he missed out there. Prest, he only found the fielder at backward point, and that's the end of the over. Well, I mean, what's the feeling in Somerset about all this? That you as a county keep producing all these players and supplying players to England and so on, and promising future players.
Yeah, it's great on the cricketing side. It's fine. The business side. How do you make Somerset County Cricket Club financially self-sustaining over the long term? Because it's a small site. It isn't as if we've got room for a hotel or a conference centre or anything like that.
Yeah.
And the scope for generating non-cricketing income is pretty limited, and that's what Jamie Cox is having to grapple with at the moment, because the 24 million or whatever it is will be gone before too long. And there won't be the regular infusions of cash from the ECB that counties have had to keep them afloat previously. So,
well, there might be. I can explain that.
We've got Vaughan in and bowls, that's short and cut to backward point, where Will Smeed does the fielding.
I mean, what you are going to get if the 100 is continued to be successful, and I know there are people who are listening to this who don't think the 100 is successful, but it is actually, in terms of its marketability, its spreading of the game, etc.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is again his cut, but this time he goes past Smeed
That's
and
a good
out
shot.
to the boundary for 4 runs. 4 more to Gubbins, who moves on to 44 from 90 deliveries, 96 for no wicket.
I mean, the 100 has generated 500 million for the game.
Oh yeah.
And it helped counties, become at least temporarily sustainable by the share out they're going to get. And obviously they had to give up some things like the middle of the summer and so on, which isn't ideal. And I would still play Championship cricket during the 100
Yes,
personally.
me too. Yep.
But anyway, I mean that's a separate argument.
Here's Vaughan in and bowls to Gubbins, who pick up a single out to Jack Leach on the cover boundary, 97 for no
But
wicket.
what might happen, and what the ECB will hope happens, is that these franchises that they've bought, the various conglomerates have bought for anything between 90 million and 150 million sort of thing, they might increase in value, and those shareholders will sell off those portions. The ECB still retain some portions of these
Vaughan in and
franchises.
bowls, and this is swept, but just be a single as it goes straight to Smeed.
The ECB still retain a percentage of many of these franchises, which could, if they played the cards right, become more valuable. And an example of that and how these franchises can inflate in value has just been illustrated in the IPL. I'll explain.
Is Vaughan in and bowls, and she's short and cut away for another single, 99 for no wicket.
So-
Gubbins on to 46.
So 2 of the IPL franchises, the Royal Challengers Bangalore and the Rajasthan Royals, have both been recently sold to consortiums for a huge inflation on their original value. So the Rajasthan Royals were bought originally for $67 million in 2008.
Here's Vaughan to Prest, goes for the reverse sweep
Shot.
and gets it. 4 runs, and that's the 100 on the board for Hampshire. 103 without loss, so the lead now 53. And Hampshire making hay in the sunshine at the moment.
That was a really good shot by Prest there. It was very calculated and beautifully executed to bring up the Hampshire 100. So just to recap, so the Rajasthan Royals, with 67 million bought for in 2008, has just been sold, or is going through a sale at the moment, for around about 1.6 billion.
Sure.
So 20 times, roughly 20 times its original value, more than 20 times its original price. The same has happened to the RCB team. And that is what the ECB will hope happens with the 100 franchises, that they, over time, the tournament is regarded with even greater value. It generates more media income, hopefully, and investors who bought them at 40 million might sell them at 80 million. So, they could inflate in value, and the county game could benefit from
Won't
that.
an awful lot of that benefit, though, go to
And
the
well,
counties that host 100?
Well, no, because there's a deal, isn't there, to share it out amongst everyone. So this is Leach bowling to Gubbins from round the wicket. Gubbins' defence. I mean, it's a complicated issue, and there'll be lots of views about what we've made and sacrifices to the 100. But there is potential to generate more income from it by the franchises themselves becoming inflated in value, as has happened in the IPL. Leach bowls, Gubbins defends. So I don't think that this first sale of the franchises is the end of the story.
Right. Yep. Let's hope you're right.
Leach round the wicket, Gubbins down the wicket, this time pushes it for a single. That's really good cricket. He's had that man, almost forced that man to be pushed to deepish position from that blow he hit down the ground, and so he's now profited by hitting the ball into that gap for a single. Good cricket. 104 for none. Gubbins has 47. I hope he doesn't bat until the end of the day. I'll tell you why in a minute, as Prest cuts this one back with a point to the deep cover fielder for a single, because I'm supposed to be interviewing him at the end of the day. He might not come. He might not come and see me if he's 100 not out. He might be too tired.
Well, there are some
although he will want to talk about it. If he is 100 not out, he'll definitely want to come and talk about it. So
there are some coaches who won't let a not out batsman
that's right.
speak to
that's
the
mad.
media
That's
at
insane.
close of play.
That's mad.
Dave Nosworthy was like that.
Leach bowls. Gubbins turns it into the leg side. That might be 4, actually. He's timed that so well. That's 4 runs off the back foot, and that's his 50 from 96 balls. And that was almost a nonchalant little flick through mid-wicket. Really good shot, lovely timing, and a really good innings as well.
Yeah, it's batted very well. It's just that one potential chance that may or may not have been a catch to Lewis Gregory, that slip. One that flew high to Gregory and he probably just got a hand to it.
109 for no wicket, Hampshire. They've had a good day so far. Very good. After yesterday really handing the initiative to Somerset, they've regained it today. So far, Leach round the wicket, bowls, and Gubbins, that kept a bit low, I think, that one. So he defends it fine, and that's the end of the over, and I'm out.
That's Simon Hughes, who will be back. Wicket. See if Kevin James can take Somerset at wicket, because they badly need one. Spin from both ends at the moment. No sign of Jake Ball coming into the attack. Hasn't bowled at all in this second innings, which may indicate that he's got a bit of a niggle.
Yeah,
it may just be a tactical decision.
Yeah, especially the way he bowled in the first innings.
Well, he bowled pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. That was an interesting chat you guys were having. I'll tell you what, you're talking about the hotel, too small a site. Does it have to be on site? Could it be somewhere else in Taunton?
Well, it could be, but you have to buy the land to build it. It isn't as if we've got spare land kicking around looking for a profitable use. That's turned away up to Long Leg, and there's very necessary capital expenditure on the ground, which is going to take up quite a lot of that 24 million quid, because the Botham stand is past its sell-by date. And if that's going to be knocked down and a new stand incorporating a much bigger and better media centre is going to be built, which is sort of part of the thinking as this is defended into the offside, that's going to take quite a few million quid. And you've still got the problem of a business which, without non-cricketing income, is not viable in its own right. It relies on funds coming in from outside, as this is run off an outside edge down towards third man, and well fielded by Will Smeed. They come back for 3 runs, 113 for no wicket. So everything is fine at the moment. It's the sort of medium to long term where there are question marks. But then, as Simon's just said, 'twas ever thus with county cricket. And somehow or another we've muddled through. Vaughan bowls, press reverse sweeps, appeal for LBW, but only from Craig Overton.
Yeah, I mean, from a hotel point of view, I'm thinking Worcestershire found some space, didn't they?
Well, yeah. Not sure I entirely approve of how they used it. It's a dreadfully ugly building. This is played away down to Long Leg, to Smeed.
Surrey bought a building on the opposite side of the road.
Well, yeah, but Surrey.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's not. It's. There's always challenges, isn't there?
Old Trafford's got a hotel and conference centres, and goodness knows what else. But county ground is. Well, you could sell the whole lot and move out of Taunton, which I no doubt will be looked at again, as that's played into the offside. It was looked at intensively in the 1990s, again in the early 2000s. They even got as far as applying for outline planning permission, just in case they decided to sell the county ground and build a new purpose-built stadium out somewhere near the M5, and where you would have the space to build conference centres and hotels and other sources of non-cricketing income. And I'm quite sure that will be looked at again, everybody says how lovely it is to have cricket in the middle of the county town, where you can just, you know, walk into the town centre to do some shopping, go to the cup of coffee or go to the pub or whatever, and it gives it a sort of really special Somerset flavour, cricket at the county ground, you know, unlike here. I mean, it's a magnificent stadium, but it's out in the middle of nowhere. But you know, that comes with a downside, and the downside is it's a very small space, which is where it's difficult to generate extra income.
Jake Bull will get his first
That
bowl
shows he is fit.
of this second innings. 30 overs gone of this third innings in the match. Hampshire 114 without loss, lead by 64. And we await news of Toby Albert, who limped off, and the total was 22 without loss, which looks like a painful knee injury. And with this new rule that has come in for the start of this season, we await as to whether that may be implemented or not. Here's Jake Bull then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Tom Prest, length ball. Prest gets wrapped on the pad, and looks close, he's gone. Jake Bull has done it first delivery. Prest turns around, trudges back. That looked as though it kept a little low, but he was stuck on the crease. He goes for 43. Hampshire 114 for 1.
Told you they ought to have brought Jake Bull into the attack.
Just as well they didn't. Just watch this again on the picture feed. And it's pitting halfway
umpire's
up.
call. Leg stump.
Leg stumpish, but it's about halfway up, isn't it? If it's hitting leg stump.
Yeah, it wouldn't have gone over the top. But
No.
I think if we'd had DRS, I think Press might have reviewed it. But it's a very important breakthrough for Somerset.
Certainly is.
What's that partnership worth?
We'll take 22 off 114.
82.
There we go.
No, 80. Yeah, 82.
So, well done, Jake Bull. Jim Hode emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk whilst we wait for Hampshire's number 4, Jake Lehman.
92.
Was it 92?
Yeah.
There he is. And they said Jake Lehman over the tannoy as well. There we go. They were discussing that yesterday. Jim says, Mr. Hughes raises a good point as ever. In this age of one-day specialists, why can't the Championship be played at the same time? We used to have Sunday League games inserted into 3-day games way back when. Fed up with proper cricket being shunted to the ends of the season, says Jim, who's in South Wales.
Yeah, I think what Simon Hughes was talking about there was playing the County Championship alongside the 100 in August, which we were talking about yesterday, when you know, a side like Somerset, who lose 8 or 9 players to the 100, they would be fielding almost a second team. But you know, it may be the least worst option if it means that we can keep at least 14 County Championship games, and ideally switch to 2 divisions of 9, each playing each other home and away, so 16 games, which I think would be the ideal recipe for the Championship. Because it is a bit of a nonsense now, it's a bit of a lottery as to who you get to play once. Somerset have done quite well in only getting Surrey once this season.
Is it me or you? I can't
It's
remember.
you.
It's me. That's cut away by Lehman. He's off the mark straight away, and guess where he's hit that one? He's cut it away down to deep point, deep backward point, which does seem to be a favoured area of his. Top scorer in the Hampshire innings in the first team, last out 476 when Hampshire bowled out for 238. So what have we got? Just under 14 overs left here on day 2. 65 is the lead. Somerset have got the breakthrough they want.
Got the breakthrough they badly needed.
Lovely part of the day. Sun beating down as round the wicket to Gubbins, who pushes that out into the covers. Played nicely, Nick Gubbins. His first half century of the season. 3 scores in the 40s before that. Steady stuff, consistent stuff. just what Hampshire were looking for at the top of the order, to try and get a little bit more backbone into the innings right up top. Ball turns and runs in past the umpire once more. And Gubbins cuts that away, and that's gone quickly. He's not run for that. I think it was a bit of a top edge on that one. It's gone very fine. I was looking a little squarer initially, but it has raced away to the rope nevertheless. 58 he moves on to.
He just threw his hands at that, didn't he?
There's a bit of width on that, just watching the replay.
Perfectly. Yeah.
Got the old windmill in there.
Touch of the peat tree goes about that.
Yes. A few people geeing up each other out there in the Somerset outfield. Still an important 13 overs to go tonight.
Well, it's 13 overs in which Hampshire could make quite a lot of progress if they go about it the right way.
They could. Certainly get 100 in front. It'd be nice if they're still one down. It's way outside off stump there from Jake Ball once more. Looks as though he's labouring a little bit more.
Just,
but it's,
you know, that was just the word I was going to say. He's rather labouring.
I don't know whether he's just a little stiff. This is only his first over. It might take a couple of overs just to loosen up a bit. But yeah, that one looked very awkward, didn't it? But he has picked up a wicket.
He's a bit quicker than he looks as well.
Yeah, he's tall, isn't he?
Just he's got a slightly awkward action, but generates pace.
Round the wicket again, bowls. Forward is Gubbins to a fuller length delivery, and that's the first over from Jake Ball in this second innings completed. 119 for 1, the Hampshire lead is 69.
Steve on Twitter, Steve Barry says, the Virile building by Viv Richards Gate has been empty for years. Could that be a hotel? Well, possibly, but I don't think it's part of the county ground. I don't think Somerset own it. It's that rather ugly, plain red brick building away, sort of at 45 degrees, sort of 10 minutes past the hour if you're sitting in the commentary box.
Oh, okay.
But there really isn't very much room to develop anything actually on the county ground. They've been holding a darts competition, darts tournament in the car park. But what that means is they can't use the car park for car parking, for which they get an income as well. So it's the net benefit is not quite as great. Whereas here you've got a huge site with all sorts of elaborate plans to develop it. Archie Vaughan from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Jake Lehman. He's there and bowls, and Lehman, a puff of dust as he plays that defensive shot out into the offside. Archie Vaughan must be a good 6'5" tall. See what Playfair gives him after this delivery. And again, it's defended. Playfair doesn't give a height, but that's probably sensible because I reckon he's still growing. Certainly he's grown over the winter. He's in and bowls, and Gubbins turns this into the onside. He's a good athlete, Archie Vaughan. Kicks up his heels into bowl, a quicker ball, and Gubbins back on his stumps. Playing it out into the offside, Josh Thomas picks up. Lead 69. Vaughan to Gubbins. Plays that respectfully. Back up the pitch. Nothing too aggressive from the Hampshire batsman at the moment. Did I say Gubbins? It's Lehman. Two left-handers at the crease. Vaughan to Lehman, who's just settling in at the moment. That was a maiden over from Archie Vaughan. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. 119 for 1 is the Hampshire score in their second innings after Somerset were bowled out for 288.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, just to add a little bit more to that, Tom Prest recently departed to Jake Ball's first over. LBW for 43, partnership of 92 there broken with Nick Gubbins. We have seen Toby Albert come and go. He injured his knee when taking a run, went on 17, that was 22 without loss, and we're waiting to find out if he's okay to play again in this match as Ball bowls and Gubbins works him away on the leg side, moves on to 59, 120 for 1, and we have just under 12 overs left in the day. Kevin James and Anthony Gibson with you here at a very sunny Utilita Bowl. Stephen Clark has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We were talking about I don't know, potential business opportunities for Somerset if they wanted to expand, and the word hotel came up, and Anthony gave his TripAdvisor review of the hotel at Worcestershire.
Well, that's only the look of it. I haven't stayed there, so it may be perfectly good to stay in, but to look at.
And they're looking at the ball again. Yeah.
It doesn't do the New Road ground any favours, let's put it like that.
On that note, Stephen Clark emails and says, is the Worcester Hotel that bad? We're booked in for 2 nights for the 50 over game at the end of July.
Oh, no, it's good. I'm sure it's great to stay in. Yeah. A lot of Somerset cricket followers when Somerset are playing at New Road go and stay there and watch the cricket from their hotel rooms.
Here we are. It says from the last pictures he saw of New Road, he's not sure if he'll be watching cricket or swimming. Well, hopefully by that time of year, I think he'll be all right. All dried out by then.
Should dried out.
But always interesting to see 1 or 2 pictures during the winter, and even the early part of summer. Up there, as Gubbins works ball on the leg side, runs the first one quickly. I don't think there'll be another one as it goes down towards fine leg. Gubbins moves on. Sorry, that was Lehman, I should say. Remembering the emails from yesterday. Lehman. I've got to get that into my brain, haven't I? Lehman moves on to 2.
Take that off middle stump, way through mid-wicket. He does come quite a long way across his stumps.
It does.
It's very open.
Yeah, you were saying about Gubbins with a foot pointing down, and Lehman's very similar, but it's Gubbins facing. It's outside off stump. That came back a fraction. Again, the ball struggling to carry through to the keeper as this wicket gets slow.
Dying and going to heaven.
It's dull. It's getting dull.
I don't know what we can do about, what groundsmen can do about pitches. I think it's down to the drainage. They do drain very well, these grounds, but it just sucks all of the moisture out of the ground.
It does, yeah.
So you get these very dry pitches, which are dead. You need a bit of moisture in to get a bit of life.
Yeah, definitely. Ball again. Gubbins pushes that up towards mid-on. That's the thing, the ground's drained. So much money has been spent on main grounds now that they drain so well, almost too well. And whilst it's good news for the outfield, which means you can get play on because obviously the square's covered, it has meant that the wickets just dry out far too quickly.
Taunton, classic example.
Yeah.
Much easier to bat on day 4 at Taunton than it is on day 1.
That's right, 1 day game it's sort of all right, but over 4 days with the sun out it's got incredibly dry. It's pushed out into the covers, hence why you want a bit of spin to come into the game, but even here really it doesn't bounce much and it's still slow for the spinners, and unless there's a lot of rough around.
Pitches don't seem to crumble like they used to, do
no, it's all this technology, isn't it? All the soil mixtures and that. It's just got too technical now, isn't it? Hybrid pitches as well, they don't turn. Here comes ball. Oh, plastic grass. You don't get any balls turning off plastic grass, that's for sure. It's half fielded at mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single. Gubbins moves on to 60.
Yeah, I think a hybrid pitch is fine for a 20 over game. But you certainly wouldn't want to be playing a 4-day game on one. Although you can get a little bit more bounce and carry on a hybrid pitch than on a day 3 or 4. conventional pitch.
I think we've got a change. I think you're off, Anthony.
Oh, right.
Yeah, look at that. Look, he's moved. It's almost moved as quick as Kevin Howes did earlier when I mentioned the food. Simon Hughes, the analyst, will come back in alongside me here. Gantry's getting a little warmer. Camera gantry with the sun starting to shine through the windows in front of us. 122 for 1. Archie Vaughan around the wicket again to Lehman, and again that's Simon Hughes dropping his leads of his headphones. His unique personal headphones, which I guess travel around the world with you, Yoza.
Have microphone will travel, you know.
I get the feeling they've gone around the world. As Lehman gives himself some room, but hits it out into the covers, finds the fielder.
Actually, they're from BT Sport, which is now no more. And I used to do the winter hosting of the cricket from Australia, like the Ashes and so on, in a BT studio in Stratford.
Right. Lehman works that out square on the offside. Other no more cricket channels available? Well, obviously not.
Well, that was bought out by TNT in the end, wasn't it?
Ah, yes.
BT Sport.
Yep. Thanks, Yoz. Here comes Archie Vaughan. Lehman leaves that one alone. Perfectly fine, despite one or two oohs out there.
Isn't it funny how, you know, like son, like father, he bats like his dad and he bowls off spin like his dad.
Does he?
Yeah.
I've never seen his dad bowl.
Oh, have you not seen the Vaughan's favourite delivery to Tendulkar?
Oh, of course, yeah. I never saw him bowl much, if I'm honest.
Well, he didn't bowl much.
No.
He was quite a good bowler, though.
Was he?
Yeah, he was a good bowler. He bowled it, he spun it, and he got drift. I mean, you can see it on YouTube. He cleaned up Sachin through the gate at Trent Bridge. Brilliant.
Okay.
Fantastic delivery.
I must have faced him at some point, just can't remember. That's driven nicely, but to short extra cover, and that's the end of the over. 122 for 1, Hampshire's lead is 72.
Yeah, he had a classic off-spinner's action because he got very side on with his front foot almost on leg stump and really got round his, you know, probably why he had knee injuries because of bowling. You know, the batters, they never get these knee injuries, but the bowler, those batters that do bowling, they suffer for it in later life. It's good to have that option, though, to be able to offer a few spinners as well as being a premier batsman. Obviously, Archie's seen what his dad could do and kind of emulated it.
114 first-class wickets, Michael.
Yeah, he was a good bowler. Good bowler. Got tall as well, got bounce. This is Jake Ball bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, to Jake Lehman, sorry, on 2. He's just come to the wicket. Sorry, I missed your. Did you say something about Toby Albert? He is going to be available to bat?
No, I'm waiting to hear.
We're still waiting to hear.
It may still be too early.
Right.
Really, it might be later today that
Okay.
We may hear something. I'm trying to find out.
Beautiful day here at the Utilita now. The sun just starting to go down or towards the coast as Gubbins forces that one. Sorry, Lehman forces that one into the offside, picks up a quick single. It's just starting to, the shadows of the Shane Warne stand starting to encroach on the boundary edge and the floodlight as well. But nice day if you're basking in the sun down below us.
Yeah, Vaughan Senior bowled just over 1,500 overs in first-class cricket.
Yeah, that's why he's got a bad knee. He's in pretty good nick though, Vaughan. He's a big fan of the paddle these days. Plays a lot of paddle tennis. And this one's pulled by Gubbins down to deep fine leg. Swiveled on the shot, kept it down as Jake Ball went for a slightly shorter delivery. Gubbins on to 61. 124 for 1, Hampshire, leading by 74.
You would have seen a lot of him in Australia during the winter, wouldn't you?
Yeah, in fact, he's so busy though. I mean, he works for Fox TV, but then he's rushing about doing in-vision stuff. He's on commentary a lot. He's got his own podcast, the Stick to Cricket podcast. You know, he's got lots of different things he has to do. So I didn't see him too much actually. Just rushing between commentary boxes mostly. Doing the odd bit of radio, I think, as well. Obviously BBC Radio, so he had to flip between the commentary boxes. busy old series actually, because there are 3 radio stations cover the Ashes in Australia, as well as 2 TV stations. So a lot of old players getting lots of extra work. And that's the worst thing when you go down in the Ashes. In comes ball, bowls to Lehman, who defends into the offside. Another good single taken by Hampshire, takes the score to 125 for 1. The worst thing about England playing badly in Australia is you've got about 35 ex-Australians all working in various different commentary boxes, all just, laughing, guffawing at England's latest pathetic attempts to try and win the series or win a match or even compete in a match. And they're just going, oh, you guys, you just can't play, can you? Can anyone in England play cricket? You just get that all the time.
Jake Ball then, round the wicket. And Gubbins almost plays on there, plays that very, very late. Is it my over or your over?
No, it's my over, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, apologies.
It's all right. You came in late, as so did Gubbins.
Yes. I must imagine you've been a few trips to down under.
Actually, someone was asking me, how many Ashes series I'd done, and I think it's 6.
Is it really?
Because I was first there in 86-7 when Gatt's team won in that Ashes series, when they were famously written off by many people. Here comes ball round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who defends into the leg side. That's the end of the over. 125 for 1, Hampshire leading by 75 in the second innings of this match, second day of the match at the Utilita Bowl. So that was my first series. Then I didn't do another one for a little while, and then I've done about 5 since. I did Strauss's tour 2010-11. I did the 2006-7 when we lost 5-0. Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath's swan song.
Yeah.
Then I did 2010-11 when Strauss's team won, which was a fantastic series. Then I did the following series when we were terrorised by Mitchell Johnson, 2013-14. Yes. Then a bit of the 2017 series, and then the last one. So that's 6.
Wow.
But I mean, I haven't done entire series, but I've done most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's been fascinating to see, and the more you go there, the more you realise how hard it is to win in Australia.
Okay.
We've won in the 6 series I've done. We scraped 1 win in 86-7 and got a 1 top-class win in 2010-11. But the other times it's been 4-0 or 5-0.
Yeah. Archie Vaughan from the pavilion end round the wicket, and Lehman pushes back to the bowler. Now, I don't know if the camera can pick this up because my mind has just been taken over towards the west side of the ground on the berm. There is a young girl who's clearly a gymnast.
Oh, yeah.
That is doing front flips.
That is a good spot.
It's actually incredible. She's still doing it, so if we can get over there.
The cameraman needs to turn round because he's over in that area. So our wide cameraman needs to just flip over.
On the bow.
And just near the scoreboard, isn't it?
It's been quite incredible to watch for the last 2 or 3 minutes. She's been doing it a bit more than that. It looks like she's just getting ready for one, so if we're going to get over there, do it smartish. Lehman pushes forward.
Let's see if I can catch it.
There she is. Now, here we go. Now, if you're watching on the live picture feed, watch this. It looks like she's just getting ready to do a couple of forward flips. Here she goes. 1, 2. Look at that. Incredible. On a hard surface as well. You wouldn't be able to get that wrong.
I want to see you doing that later.
I wouldn't have done that in my prime, let alone now. I'd break every bone in my body if I did that now. As a forward prod by Lehman. So, yeah. She's going to get ready to do another one by the looks of it. Oh, she's doing a couple of back ones. Look at that. Here's Archie Vaughan again. Lehman pushes forward, gets hit on the pad, but he's well forward. There is a shout. Not out, says the umpire.
Would you be a not-outer if you're an umpire? You're going to... Oh, that's good, a little replay of that goal. That's brilliant.
The replays are just as good on the bohm as they are in the cricket.
Now would you be an outer or a not-outer? Would you give that... Actually, I think it looked like it got a bit of glove on that anyway. I think it bounced and maybe was a bit of bat or glove as well.
I think the umpire's job is the toughest of all.
It's
pushed out into the covers. Not only is it difficult, I think... I mean, listen, when you've got the benefit of just having a few more seconds to view a decision, the umpires don't quite have that. You can kind of give yourself a bit more time. The other side to that is I think the caught behinds, the nicks are hard. I'm not sure. Well, the reason I've never gone into it, A is mainly because I just don't think I would get enough decisions, and I would hate to be standing in a game where all the players think I'm useless. I would hate that. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. And the ages are so difficult, aren't they? You know, those ones they get, the umpires, the ones they get right, when the ball goes whistling between bat and pad, and it looks for all money like it's an edge, but actually it's brushed the shirt or the shoulder or something, and they're giving it not out.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic. I mean, obviously in Test cricket, you can now, correct those mistakes, but in this level you can't.
Correct.
And I do think, actually, we were talking about the streams before. I think it's important in the future that the match referee or the third umpire, whatever, can have that feed and be able to override decisions. Because I remember last year, Johnny Bairstow got given out, didn't he, at Headingley, playing a short ball. And I remember freezing the picture, the stream, and just looking at it, and he clearly got brushed his shoulder and he missed the gloves. But, there was no review or anything, so he was out. And it's important. These guys are professionals. They're playing for their careers, and you need technology to help with those decisions, I think, which these umpires don't get. So this is Ball bowling to Nick Gubbins, who pulls powerfully, but it's straight to the man at sort of deep short leg. It's a good bit of fielding, actually.
It was, isn't it? I've got an update on the young lady who's been entertaining us with the gymnastic flips. Her name is Amelie.
Okay.
I've just been messaged by Oliver Arnold, who says she's a Verwood and Dorset cricketer, and she's my daughter. She's a left-arm spinner.
I'll tell you what, it would be quite good if she got a wicket. That would be her celeb, wouldn't it? And who is it who does that? It's that West Indian left armer, isn't it, who does that celeb? Quick single taken by Gubbins, has to dive in. The shy missed the stumps, and I think from his reaction, I think that's Archie Vaughan, his reaction there suggests that if he'd hit, that would have been out. Gubbins had to really hurry here, and the bowler was slightly in his way, dived, knocked into the stumps actually in his dive. He's absolutely covered in muck, having got up off the dive. And in fact, it was a left-hander who fielded that, so it wasn't Archie Vaughan. It was probably Ogborn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So a chance there for Somerset. And I think Gubbins will need a new set of flannels.
He looks like he's playing in one-day kit now when he turns frontwards. I think, actually, just going back to Emily there, who's doing the... I think she's gone now. Oh, I'll come back to that.
It's Jake Ball bowling to Jake Lehman. And sort of half-hearted appeal by James Rew, but I think it was more in hope and optimism and any kind of actual expectation there. Through to the keeper for a dot ball.
I'm sure there was a couple that were walking, almost, I think they may have been walking home, but walked past her and they pointed up here, and I just wondered if they were listening on the in-ground commentary and said, oh, they've just mentioned you doing those flips. I don't know.
Bush Telegraph. That's glanced for a boundary by Jake Lehman. So Jake Ball there just angling that one in from round the wicket and actually nicely tickled away for a 4. Just rode that angle. In fact, there is a leg slip or a sort of leg gully in position, but he got that finer. So they picked up a useful boundary. Lehman on to 8. 130 for 1, Hampshire.
Good position now, lead by 80.
Ball again round the wicket. Bowls, nice solid defensive shot from Lehman. Who was that West Indian? Someone will remind us on the email. The West Indian who used to like to do a somersault after he got a wicket. Yeah. It was brilliant. Absolutely, backflip or a forward flip or something. It was absolutely fantastic. Made for great TV. Sky covered it really well and kept playing it, and it was absolutely brilliant. Ball again round the wicket. Bowls to Lehman, who just tries to steer that backward a point, doesn't get it wide of the fielder. So that's the end of the over.
Email here from Michael Alexander, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Looks like some refreshment coming on to the field. I wonder if Simon remembers playing in an indoor game at Arsenal's JVC Indoor Centre in the mid-80s. think he does.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
I wasn't playing myself, says Michael. May have been dropped by Highbury Fields Cricket Club, but I had a lovely chat with Simon in the public gallery before he bowled at pace at my excitable captain, Johnston Fredericks and co. a little later. Was he at full tilt, I wonder?
It was a short run-up, wasn't it? We had to bowl off a short run-up in that tournament, so not really. Look, I've got if you haven't got any more emails, I've got a team list that was given to me yesterday by a guy at Sutton Cricket Club, and he played in a Surrey young cricketers match against Middlesex young cricketers, in which you and I were both playing. It was at the Oval in 1978, and the Middlesex team here, I'll give you that in between balls, it's Archie Vaughan bowling. It's your over, by the way.
Oh, right, okay. That's played out into the covers by Gubbins.
So this is Middlesex's under-19 team of 1978, and it's P. Maru, was Rajesh Maru's brother. Pradip Maru,
bowled off
correct.
spin.
Yep.
Here's Archie Vaughan, and Lehman pushes forward again.
C. Cook, opening bat. Colin Cook, who played for Middlesex and then emigrated to Australia.
Joined the same year at Middlesex as us.
Yes, correct. And then a couple of people you won't have heard of, probably P. Halstead and T.
do.
Bishop.
Pete Halstead.
Well, you know him, but the listeners probably won't. Number 5, K. James.
Oh, that's high. That's pushed out towards extra cover.
Number 6, R. Ellis. Richard Ellis, who played for Middlesex and Gloucestershire.
Used to change in his car, didn't he?
Yes, he used to change in his
car for a while when he was
Then
home.
a couple of other people who probably won't have heard of. And number 8, Captain S. Hughes.
Oh, you were a captain? I'm sure it wasn't a mutiny. It's played back to the bowler.
And then the final, number 11, R. Maru. Rajesh Maru, of course.
Batting number 11.
Batting number 11. Up ahead of me. I'm 8 in this team. Well, I was captain, you see.
What a team that was.
We did win, apparently, in that match against Surrey young cricketers.
Lehman works that up to mid-on. Yes, I can remember just about every single one of those people. Yeah, Pete Halstead was a blonde-haired...
Ian McIver, left arm spinner. Colin Wiggleton, he was a quick bowler. Yeah, these guys, they didn't kind of do much in the game after that, I don't think.
Lehman plays that late and works it out to point where it's fielded, and there is no run. Carry on with those names.
Well, I've finished.
Have you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. There's no real great memories of the game. There's no scorecard or anything, but I just thought it was something that someone gave me. So
fantastic. Yeah. You're going to stay on.
I'm staying on.
You're coming on my side, and Anthony will come in. Just another footnote to the young girl Emily, who was entertaining us with those gymnastic flips. Apparently, the lady she was speaking to, when I mentioned some people walked past, was Mrs. Prest, who's Tom's mum, and actually she's Emily's school teacher. There we go. What a close-knit society it is down here. Everybody knows absolutely everybody else. So 130 for 1. We have 6 overs left in the day's play. Hampshire's lead is 80. And
something I forgot to say, Kev, earlier on. Today would have been Malcolm Marshall's 68th birthday.
Good spot.
Yeah, and I know how well you knew him and played with him and everything. Simon as well would have known Macca. What?
Or Macco, he was sometimes known as well.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. Yeah, he was. I mean, he is still my... People ask me who's the best fast bowler who ever lived. I would say him. And Graham Gooch says him as well.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I'm not alone in
We
that.
get ex-cricketer after ex-cricketer at the West of England Cricket Society, and Stephen Chalk always asks them, if they're batsmen, who is the best bowler you ever faced? And virtually every one of your and Kevin's generation says Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah. Well, I can give you kind of a bit of a reason why we all say that in a sec, actually. Change of bowling. We've got Alfie Ogborn to bowl from this Hilton Hotel end to Jake Lehman, who ducks underneath a short ball to 130 for 1. I played against Marshall a few times. In fact, I mean, one time was at Bournemouth, Dean Park, and survived against Marshall. We held Hampshire to a draw in 1985, Middlesex, and managed to save out a draw from... We were 8 down at tea, and Jamie Sykes, an off-spinner and batsman, and I played out the day. We survived for about 90 minutes somehow. And Marshall was bowling quick that day, but it was a very flat pitch.
He was just about at his best then, wasn't
I mean, he was a fantastic bowler, but actually he was completely dented by the pitch that day as Ogbourne bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Lehman. Somehow we survived. But anyway, the following year we played Hampshire again at Northlands Road, and firstly, Marshall was in the nets before the game. And he said, I used to get on with him because bowlers sort of each team used to kind of chat, and I idolised him anyway. And so he said, let me show you this man. And he was in the nets, and there was no batsman and 3 stumps at the far end. And he's just bowling off a short run. Just watch Ogbourne bowl this one. Quite a quick bouncer actually, and Lehman had to get quickly down and underneath that, and just to manage to avoid it. So he runs in, off a short run, first ball, probably sort of 80 miles an hour, off stump, out the ground, right? Back to his mark, short run, next ball, middle stump out of the ground, and then the following ball, leg stump out of the ground. And he just like shrugged and like smiled. Anyway, in the match, I came into bat at 8 or 9, probably a bit high for me, and he was on, and he ran into bowl. I never saw it, and it took my off stump out. And it's the only ball, and I faced everyone. I faced Donald, I faced Imran, I faced Garth LaRue, Holding, everybody. As Lehman there takes a quick single, pushed out on the offside. And Wazzy Makram,
Sylvester Clark,
Sylvester Clark, I was hit by Sylvester Clark.
Yeah, I think just about everyone was.
Yeah, I mean, that ball from Marshall, I never saw that ball, and it just took out my off stump. And his skill,
it's that combination,
the
wasn't
ball,
it? It was pace and skill to go with
and
it.
understanding of batsmen as well. He just knew. He would say to his captain Mark Nicholas, give me 3 balls, man. I get this one out. I get this man out. And he was true to his word. He just had the ball on a string. It was almost like laser guided to where he wanted it to go. Fantastic bowler. Look at his record as we just watch Ogbourne bowl, and it's turned into the leg side by Gummins and gets a nice single. There's a lot of men behind square or nearly behind square on the leg side there, but he still managed to find a gap between them and got a single. It's 132 for 1 now, Hampshire. It was I don't know, that his repertoire of different deliveries and understanding how to bowl in different circumstances, and yet he was so sort of humble as a man, and had that ability to bowl really fast as well in a scary sort of way. Then comes Ogbourne and bowls, and as I was saying, his record, wasn't it, 390 wickets, something around there, 370, 380 wickets at under 21.
Yeah.
And only 3 bowlers of the modern generation have managed to take their test wickets at under 21. Garner's 1, Ambrose is 1, Marshall is 1, and now Bumrah. And Bumrah, is up there with Marshall. He hasn't quite had as long a career, but if you had to separate, of all the bowlers I've watched from the 1970s onwards, Marshall and Bumrah are the 2 best.
Yeah, I haven't seen Bumrah in the flesh, but I saw quite a lot of Malcolm Marshall, and he was a wonderful, wonderful bowler.
So he died so young.
It is terrible.
I mean,
terribly sad.
you say he'd be 60 now. He must have been dead 20 years, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He had a big influence on Sean Pollock actually, because he coached and played for Natal when Pollock was growing up, and a lot of Pollock's skill with the ball was derived from time spent with Marshall.
Yes, in memoriam, Malcolm Marshall. Would have been his 68th birthday today.
68th, you said,
yeah,
sorry.
68.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 60th.
Yeah, 68.
68, right.
Right, how many overs have we got left? 5. 132 for 1. Hampshire haven't really taken advantage of this last session to score quickly. Somerset have contained the... We've had this is the 40th over, so Hampshire going along at just over 3 runs an over, which is respectable. Leach to Gubbins. Oh, and this one bounces and turns. And it's very well played actually by Gubbins, who managed to get it down into the offside. Why haven't we got a silly point?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't. They need a wicket here,
Yeah.
Somerset.
Leach to Gubbins. And this time he's just running that off an open face down to Tom Lammonby at third man.
The laundry's going to get a bit of a hammering tonight, isn't it? Leach, his back is covered in muck, and Gubbins' front from a dive in, he's absolutely covered. And I think there's some laundry required tonight. Leach seems to, the back of his sweater's all covered in dust for some reason. Did he have a diving stop when he was batting or something? Dive in when he was batting or something? Don't know. Or maybe he just hasn't watched it for a while.
Dive in when he was run out, did he?
I don't think so.
He's bowling to Lehman, who comes suspiciously forward, half forward. Plays that down into the offside, and Tom Abel picks up 133 for 1, so the lead is 83. Leach to Lehman, who drives past Tom Abel for 4 runs. Put in a good stride there, did Jake Lehman.
And that was very, very like his father. We were talking about comparisons with, fathers and sons, or cricketers that looked like each other before, and that was very Darren Lehman, that shot.
Proper off drive.
He's good against spin, wasn't he, Darren Lehman? Very wristy and good to getting down the pitch, getting back, making space to cut the ball.
137 for 1. Leach bowls. Oh, and this one almost gets through, gets past the outside edge. That was maybe it just turned a little bit from outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, it's degrees of turn which you need to try and counter, and you just don't know. You've got no idea how much is going to turn out of the rough.
Leach in again and bowls, and Lehman
that's well played.
playing him from deep in the crease, square of the wicket on the offside, picks up a single. 138 for 1. Playing Leach off the pitch, end of that over. 4 overs remain in the day's play, which has been pretty much dominated by Hampshire. Had a very good morning, restricting Somerset to only 60 runs, taking 4 wickets. Not quite such a good first half of the afternoon session, as Somerset moved on eventually to 288, but they've batted very well second time around. Toby Albert off the field with a damaged leg. We don't know what the prognosis is, whether he'll need a injury replacement. But Gubbins has batted very solidly.
So this is Ogbourne again, left arm over, bowls, Lehman drives, and that skews off a thickish edge down to deep point, and they pick up a single. Quite an open stance he's got, hasn't he? And then he shuffles across, almost a bit Shivnarine Chandapal-like, actually. Very crabby-like, almost.
That's
wide.
exactly the comparison Michael Carberry made yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Right. And there is a reason for that. And I was listening to the Josh Butler, Stuart Broad podcast today, actually, on the drive down. And one of the fascinating things he was saying, as this time Gubbins drives and can't get it past extra cover, was that he realised, why was he going badly in the T20 World Cup and so on, Butler? He said, I realised that my eyes were wrong. My eyes were wrongly aligned. I'm very right-hand, right-eye dominant. And I needed my right eye to be focusing on the bowler, but because of the way I was standing, and I think Matthew Hayden picked this up as the coach of Gujarat Titans, talking to Butler, he said, I picked up that you weren't focusing on the ball properly. Amazing, isn't it, that you can get to that stage in your career, Ogbourne bowls, a bouncer, Gubbins ducks underneath it, that you don't realise that you're not maximising your vision. And right-eye dominant players, and Chandapal was right-eye dominant, which is why
he was so
he
far
had
around.
that open stance. Sorry, actually, he must have been left-eye dominant. It was why he had such an open stance, to make sure his dominant
So,
eye
yeah,
was
so-
fully
so he
focused
could-
on
yeah,
the bowler.
yeah.
And Butler tried that recently, he said on his podcast, and got 250s and suddenly felt completely different. Odd-ball bowls. It's nicely steered, guided to backward point by Gubbins for a single. So it's incredible, isn't it? You can get through, 20 years of international cricket practically, and only then realise what you're not doing.
Well spotted by.
Well, Hayden said he just
Hayden.
watched him in the nets and just saw that he wasn't picking up the ball really properly, and Butler realised it as well. So you'll see him now stand just slightly more open with his head, not necessarily with his feet, but his head is slightly more front on as the bowler bowls. In comes Ogborn and bowls, and Lehman is on the back foot defending.
Well, I'm glad he sorted it out, because Joss Butler is one of Somerset's favourite sons. He's a
Undoubtedly.
proper son of Somerset.
Undoubtedly. I mean, yeah.
Somerset through and through.
Fantastic, yeah. It's a shame he doesn't play for them. I mean,
It is. Well, that was Nosworthy
Was it?
when
Yeah.
he Butler was told, well, Somerset were told by England that Butler's got to keep wicket if he's going to play in the England one-day international side, and Somerset and Nosworthy said no, Kieswetter is going to be keeping wicket.
Right.
And which meant that Butler had to go elsewhere if he was going to play for England.
In comes Ogborn again, bowls, and this is hammered out to deep point by Lehman off the back foot.
Brian Rose always says that if he'd still been in charge and Nosworthy had just taken over from him that season, 2013, he would have offered Kieswetter the captaincy and given Butler the gloves, and he thinks that that would have solved the dilemma. But that wasn't the decision, and Butler had to leave, and he's been mourned in Somerset ever since.
And I'm sure he doesn't feel right, really. I mean, I know he hardly ever plays for Lancashire anyway, does he?
No.
But I mean, I'm sure he really would like to play for Somerset.
He would.
Perhaps
I know he would.
Perhaps
yeah.
he will
Yeah.
in the old day, in the future, when he's done his his final IPL stints and so on. Perhaps he will.
Well, we all hope
He can
so.
probably afford to buy the club, actually.
Yeah, lovely man. He spoke at our cricket society during the winter.
Did he?
Very, very good. yeah.
Excellent.
Yep.
Well, he's a fantastic guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, so humble.
Yeah, lovely man. Right, Jack Leach to Jake Lehman. Craig Overton thinks a great roar from Slip. In the way of an appeal, he's now got his hands on his Somerset cricket cap. Don't think that appeal had very much going for it. Leach in and bowls, and this is pushed out. Square of the wicket on the offside. These two playing for the close now, one senses. 2 overs remaining in the day after this one. Leach wandering in. Arm comes over. Oh, that one keeps low and so nearly bowled him. How that missed the off stump, I do not know.
Yeah. It's you do need a little bit of luck on a pitch like this, don't you?
Oh, actually, no, it was a good 6 inches outside the off stump, but everyone very excited because of the lack of bounce, and Lehman this time playing into the onside. Well, there's both encouragement and concern in that delivery from Somerset. Encouragement in the fact that there is something in the way of inconsistent bounce for Leach, as this is defended by Lehman. But if there's inconsistent bounce today, all the more likely that it's going to be inconsistent bounce when Somerset come to bat the second time, chasing whatever total they need against Liam Dawson. Leach bowls and Lehman defends. End of the over, 141 for 1. Lehman 16, Gubbins on 65. And Simon's going to do one more over.
I'm not.
You're not?
No,
Oh,
I've
so
been
Kevin's
ousted.
coming back for the last couple of overs. First of which is going to be bowled by Alfie Ogborn. Getting my Alfies and my Archies mixed up. Ogborn it is, from this hotel end into Gubbins, who ducks underneath a bouncer. Alfie Ogborn, this is only his 6th over, none for 19. Not much in this pitch now for the quicker bowlers. And certainly no real swing. Fresh atmosphere. No cloud cover to speak of. Sun sinking towards the west. Ogborn in, bowls to Gubbins, who gets on top of the bounce, plays it to mid-wicket, where the ever-enthusiastic Tom Abel comes dashing in to do the fielding. Mr. Perpetual Motion, clapping his hands, encouraging his teammates. He's got a lot of hair now, Tom Abel. I'm not sure it entirely suits him, but I must ask him why he's decided to grow it quite so long. Here's Ogborn to Gubbins in bowls. Gubbins pulls, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. I think it was an under edge there from Gubbins, and James Rew did his best to get across. Yes, under edge down to fine leg boundary for 4 more runs to Gubbins, who moves on to 69, 145 for 1. So the lead creeping up towards 100. Hampshire well placed.
It's a handy lead, but I think bowling now is a little tough on this wicket. There's no help whatsoever. There's no pace, and it's going to be hard prizing out wickets on both sides from here on in.
Ogborn bowls. Gubbins ducks underneath another bouncer. Oh, good bouncer, that one.
Who are you looking to speak to tonight then, Anthony?
Well, I was going to do James Rew, but I suspect he's pretty tired after keeping wicket for 43, 44 overs. So I think probably Jason Kerr, the head coach. And also, I mean, James Rew didn't add very many to his overnight score. And I think he's a bit fed up with being asked about his England prospects, which I would feel duty bound to raise. Ogborn in and bowls, and Gubbins gets on top of the bounce, just lets it run out off the face of the bat into the offside, takes the single, 146 for 1. He moves on to 70. So we'll ask Jason to give his assessment of the state of the game and how Somerset think they're going to take the 9 more Hampshire wickets that they need if they're going to win this game of cricket.
Yeah, I think they'd be reasonably confident about, a decent chase. Depends on how much time's left, doesn't it?
Ogborn in and bowls to Lehman, who just plays that dead batted from the crease. End of that over from Ogborn. Just the 1 over remaining in the day's play. 6 overs for 24, Alfie Ogborn. Gubbins 70, Lehman 16, Hampshire 146 for 1 on 96 runs ahead.
6 balls left in the day. Michael Alexander back on the emails. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. Thanks for the mention, Kev. Saw Simon facing Sylvester at the Oval. I was hiding under the seats. I bet Simon wish he was as well. Was at the Malcolm Marshall Memorial match at the Honorary Artillery Company. Gordon Greenidge and Mark Nicholas, sublime in different ways. And what about that performance with his arm in the sling?
Mark Nicholas is never anything but sublime, is he?
He's amazing. Spoke to him a couple of weeks ago on Zoom. Yes, I did, doing an interview for a project I'm doing. And
very good.
He was in good form.
I'm sure.
As you'd expect. Yes. So the last over will be bowled by Jack Leach from the pavilion end. You feel in this weather we could play another hour if we really wanted to, which is not always the case at this time of year, but it's lovely out there. Plenty of blue sky. We'll see for the rest of the evening, that's for sure. That's Gubbins just playing defensively now. And you would expect no risks being taken in this over. Leach.
Yeah, James Rew just suggesting that forward short leg goes to leg slip.
Looking for his first wicket in this innings. 48 is conceded. Leach, as forward is Gubbins. He's into his 14th over. Over 8 looks fine. Seem to have, these days, I suppose, finishing around 25 past 6 isn't too bad.
Yep.
In a day's play.
Well, there was quite a long delay for the injury to Toby Albert as well, wasn't there?
So it might have been 5 minutes or so earlier. Last week, I think one of the days up at Yorkshire, we were 7 o'clock, just past. Just
they ought to do something about it, oughtn't they? I mean, it's just,
I don't know what, but it does feel a long day when you go on that far. I mean, you're thinking it could be another 45 minutes that we were facing up there. So there's now a silly mid-off for Gubbins.
Gubbins standing well outside off stump.
He is, isn't he? Leach bowls. Gubbins gets well forward. Has that face of the bat pointing well down towards the ground. So 3 balls left on day 2. Still half the game to go. Still plenty of action to come.
Well, 21 wickets have fallen, 19 to go, so half the game to go is about right.
It's amazing how much the game does slow up on this wicket. As you get through, you think, oh, a 3.5 day finish, maybe that's played back to the bowler, maybe even 3 days. Well, I know it was against Essex, but Hampshire didn't play very well in that game. But yeah, the wicket just gets deader and deader, and the game sort of seems to slow. As Leach is in again, Gubbins again, dead bat, and we get to the point where this is the last ball coming up. Don't want to get out now. Here we go then. Final delivery. Leach bowls, and Gubbins just quietly turns that away on the leg side, and that is day 2 completed. A maiden over for Jack Leach. Nick Gubbins is 70 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Jake Lehman, 16 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Hampshire 146 for 1, lead by 96. The story of the day has generally been one that's favoured Hampshire, with Somerset in a great position this morning at 154 for 3. Only trailed by 84, but James Rew and Tom Abel looking to push on with their already sizable partnership. And after 45 minutes, James Rew the first to go for 86. 101 partnership broken by Cody Youssef, and it was Youssef really that started the wickets that were falling regularly. Will Smeed went for 9, never looked happy at the crease, trying to hook. Youssef caught down at fine leg. Abel went before lunch, so did Lewis Gregory. Abel went for 49. And then Overton, Leach and Alfie Ogborn, who played a little cameo at the end there, got the lead to over 50 when they were bowled out for 288. And Hampshire will feel well placed, Anthony, at 146 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing from Somerset. 134 for 7 they were today, and Hampshire now 146 for 1, and that expresses fairly eloquently the balance of advantage in this day's cricket. Somerset had a very good day